Yeah, he's done.
Boy, piss. So if we're not in a container, so if we are in a container, because you guys say we're not in a container, yeah, we're not in a open container. We're in a closed container.
Why would you have it? What's an
Why?
open container? What's an open container?
Like something, a container without no lid. You understand? It's a basic, simple term. But you're saying how can gas stick to a
What?
ball?
What?
Like
Why would
how
it?
can gas
Why would it
stick
be
to
open
a?
to a vacuum? It can't be open to a
Listen,
vacuum.
it can be open to vacuum because vacuum
No,
is not like
no. All
sucking
the gas
force.
would go into the vacuum.
No, that's not true. Vacuum is not
Yes,
a
that's
sucking
true.
force.
Yeah, it's
A
true.
vacuum is not a sucking force. Vacuum is just
Nobody
absence
said
of
anything about
matter.
sucking forces.
Your mama did. But yeah, oh, here we go. Hold on,
Nobody
Jedi, we
said.
got it.
Yeah, nobody said sucking forces, dude. You did.
Your mama did. Man, listen. Man, listen. If we're in a closed container, as you say, like we only can prove like a gas pressure gradient in a closed container.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
can only have gas pressure in a container. You can't have gas pressure in an open system. Isn't that amazing?
But why does then listen? Why there isn't like then a barrier in between
You
gas
never, I asked you
pressures
to
and
define
oxygen
gas pressure
streams?
before. I asked you to define gas pressure and you did not. So you don't
Man,
understand
I know what
why.
gas pressure is. Come
Why?
on, don't ask me
No, you
stupid.
don't. Then you don't understand why when you
It's a
say gas
force
pressure
gas
gradients.
exerts.
Yeah, when you
It's
say
a
gas
force
pressure,
gas exerts on something
when you say
like
gas pressure gradient, you're invoking a container.
we're not invoking nothing here, man.
Yes, you are.
Yes, you
No,
are. You're
we're
talking
not.
about gas pressure. By
Hold on, Jedi.
consequence,
Hold
that
on,
requires a
Jedi. Hold
container.
on, big fella. Jedi.
And don't tell
Hold
me
on.
what to do, dude.
I'm talking to Professor, man. Respect
And
our
I'm talking to
conversation.
you. And I'm
I'm
talking
not
to you.
talking to you, though. I'm not
I'm
talking to
talking
you.
to you.
Oh, yeah, I
You
got to
can
go
talk
do
to yourself.
something. You can talk to Jedi now.
Okay.
Man, come on. You puss it out just like your buddy did.
What the fuck? You're the one who wanted to run away from me, who got scared that somebody else
Who
had words
ran
to say
away
to you.
from you, bro?
Don't talk
What the
through me,
fuck are you
sunshine. You ain't
talking?
going to last long.
You said you started sweating and shit yesterday and had to
What
stop
are you
speaking.
talking about?
You said you started sweating
When? In your fucking
yesterday.
dreams?
Yesterday.
What are you talking about?
You said it yesterday. You're getting mad and I'm sweating.
What,
That's
dude?
what
I'm
you
talking
said.
to you now. I'm not interested in yesterday. You understand that gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, right.
Excuse me. Do you understand or not that gas pressure requires a container?
No,
And you're an idiot.
because
That's
gravity
it
can act
then.
as a
We
container.
can't move on. Dude, we can't move on. You don't understand gas pressure.
You can have gas pressure in an open system because gravity can act as a container.
No, gas goes in all directions, not gravity, this and that, dummy.
Air pressure exists at the surface of the Earth because of the gravity pull on the atmosphere.
No, gas goes in all direction. It doesn't get pulled towards the center of a ball. Somebody lied to you.
Sorry,
No,
where's
man, you're
gas
not getting.
produced? Where's gas produced? Shh. Where's gas produced?
On Earth.
Where naturally is gas made?
On Earth.
Yeah, on and within the surface of the Earth. When it's produced, let's say a methane vent at the bottom of the sea, which direction does the gas go?
Up.
Okay. So stop telling me that gas is going down. When it's produced, it goes up. Fills an available volume.
What do you mean? You think gases don't go down?
I think gases move in all directions, dude. I'm just
Okay.
pointing out to you that you don't have the phenomena of gas being pulled to the earth. Are you aware of the kinetic theory of gases?
How can you then explain like
Are you
water holding
aware of the
those
kinetic
air
theory
bubbles
of
in place?
gases?
How would you then explain it? Let's finish this one. How to explain water holding like those air bubbles in place?
Is he weird or something?
Water holding air bubbles in place. What's wrong with this
Yeah.
guy?
I don't know.
You know how on the surface of the water, there are like those air
Surface of the
bubbles.
water, yeah. We know all about the surface of the water, yeah.
But they are not like escaping the surface, they're keeping them in place. And that's also like containment for gases in an open system.
What, in a bubble?
It's not an open
Yeah.
system. It's containment.
Yeah, but
the
it's
bubble
above
is
it is there's
yeah.
it's
The
not
bubble is a
contained. The bubble is
container
not
for the
contained.
gas. The bubble is the container for gas. So gas is
But
trapped
no,
inside
because the
that
bubble
that
would fly
is.
away. You're not
It
getting
does, it
the
pops and
bubble
the
would
gas
fly
expands
away in
into the
the
available
atmosphere.
volume. Like, seriously, dude.
Is he talking like an
How silly
overturned
are you?
boat? Because you're gonna have an overturned boat and then air trapped inside the concave portion of the boat while it's upside down on water, and then you could pull that boat underwater, and then you still have the bubble of air. Yet the boat would then be the container, and the air is constantly trying to rise to the surface. Water's pushing the air inside the hull of the boat and keeping it inside that portion. So the water and the boat are the container for the gas. And I bet you have pressure inside that system. And then when you put a hole in the boat so that the air can release through the hole and return to the surface, what's happening there? The same process that would be happening if you had an oxygen bottle, and then you open the oxygen bottle and the oxygen is rushing out and filling the air in all directions. It's the same shit. You just have
You
a different medium.
understand?
You see a different phenomena.
No, it's not. You guys don't understand. Like, you know what escape velocity of Earth at sea level is, and you know what as the mean velocity of air molecules is.
I'm just going to start
It's
telling the
velocity.
stories again.
Dude, escape
It's not even
velocity?
close.
Escape to where?
Huh?
Escape velocity, what does that mean? Escape to where?
Of Earth. How fast the molecules need to move to escape the gravity pull at sea
Well,
level.
there is no gravity, so I guess they don't have to move that fast.
Hold on. What
Yeah.
you mean there's no gravity? So
Yeah,
what do we feel
nothing
then?
nothing is pulling on gas, remember? Gas is going all directions.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, you've got to prove gravity first.
You guys don't
Before you
believe in
can say
gravity.
that I can vary and manipulate
you
to cause
guys don't
gas
believe in
pressure. Why is
gravity.
this wanker talking through me?
Why you don't believe in
You
gravity?
have got to prove gravity first.
Why you guys don't believe in gravity? What the fuck?
Sorry, which
Oh, he's having a
gravity?
meltdown.
Hold on, dummy. Which gravity are you talking about?
Which gravity?
Yeah. Are you talking about
pull,
Einstein's gravity or are you talking about Newton's gravity? Which gravity are you talking about?
Why would I talk about Newton's gravity? When
I don't
Einstein
know.
proved it?
That's why I'm asking for clarification.
Well,
Which one are you talking about?
The most established one today we got. Like,
Okay,
it's,
do you have a scientific experiment for the most established one today we've got?
we can observe its effect, and then
No,
we
don't
can
need the
conclude
observation. I need the experiment that shows cause. Do you have an experiment that proves the gravity that you're talking about?
Do you have an experiment that shows letters?
Hello, I'm asking you. This is your burden of requirement, you fucking idiot. Do you have an experiment that proves the gravity that you're talking about?
Yes.
Good. Can you provide the hypothesis and the experiment,
you can do
please?
it by yourself right now. You can do it by
I can
yourself
bend
right
and warp
now.
space-time.
You need to just jump up and you will land back down on
No,
Earth.
that's a
That proves there's
phenomena,
gravity.
asshole. That's a
That's
phenomena.
not a phenomena. That's
a
effect of
phenomena. What's the
gravity.
cause?
You can see it.
What is
The gravity is the cause.
cause?
Gravity.
Okay, now you've got a hypothesis where gravity, your independent variable, is the cause of the phenomena, you falling back down.
Exactly.
I need the experiment where you vary and manipulate gravity.
Where I what?
You know how science works.
Yes.
Good. You seem to be failing at the moment, though. You seem to think the phenomena is the cause.
No, it's not the phenomena.
What is the phenomena?
There's no phenomena. There's a cause.
There is no phenomena. Then what the fuck are we asserting a cause
That's
for?
cause and effect. There's cause and effect.
Yeah, the effect is the phenomena, you idiot.
No, it's not.
The effect isn't the phenomena, isn't the dependent
There's two
variable.
different things. Phenomena and
All right,
effect
can
are two
somebody
different
mute this
things.
wanker? He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about.
Effect and phenomena are two different things. What are you talking about?
Effect, a phenomena, dependent variable, same thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Do you require citation?
Do you require citation?
Yeah. Get it? In science, specifically natural science, the effect is the thing that you observe in the natural world that you want to assert the cause of. That effect is also known as a phenomena, something happening. Like, fuck me, how do you breathe?
Well, actually, the way the breathing process works is when you inhale, you create an expanse inside your chest, which makes a low pressure, and the air outside your chest is high pressure in comparison. So now the air rushes to fill that available space. And then when you exhale, you decrease the volume of your chest, making a high pressure inside your lungs, which is comparatively higher than the volume of air outside your lungs. So now that high pressure releases out of your lungs to fill the low pressure outside your body, and the process continues. So it's actually proof that outer space doesn't exist.
Why has this prick dropped a psychology paper?
Because he failed to present his argument that the phenomena is not the effect in science, and it's different than the independent variable. I guess he wants to jump again to something else.
Hey, yo, Grand Rising.
Hello.
What's up?
Hello. Who? Someone is there?
What's up?
I am Joydeep from India. Who are you?
It's Sheepdog.
Hmm?
Sheepdog. I'm at the bottom of the list.
Slow down. Oh, cheap dog. Cheap dog at the bottom of the list. But
Yeah.
yeah. So where are you from?
America.
Hmm?
America.
America. Okay. Okay. So is it what is the time there now?
It's morning and daytime.
Daytime. So you are busy now?
Yeah, I'm exercising.
Huh? You are?
Yeah, I'm
You are doing?
exercising.
You are driving?
Yeah, sure. I'm driving.
Okay. 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 Drive. Try one. Actually, I want to increase my pronunciation and increase my fluency. So I've joined this channel. So you do the thing. Okay.
Yeah, is the earth flat or round?
Hmm?
Is the
Hello.
earth, can you hear me?
Can't
Are you
follow.
listening?
Hello.
Are you
I
listening?
am
Can you
listening.
hear me?
Yeah,
Okay.
I am listening.
Is the earth flat or round?
Earth is round. Earth is is like it's a football type of thing.
Okay. Can you show me how you know it's round? Give me your evidence.
Man has sent rockets and satellites in space, and from that, they have sent photo, and we can see from that Earth is a sphere. And if Earth is not, and many technologies works on based on Earth is sphere. Many technologies and satellites works on the basis that the Earth is a sphere, and that works fine, and the mathematics works fine. So there is no other way to believe that Earth is not round.
Okay, what photos, what outer space? Like you made a bunch of claims.
Hmm. Outer space.
Yeah, what's outer space?
Outer space is something out our atmosphere, over our atmosphere. That is outer space. There is nothing in outer space. It is void thing. the void.
Okay. Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
I have.
Can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum?
Can't follow.
If I release a bunch of gases into a vacuum, what's going to happen to the gases?
Oh, you release some bunch of vacuum. What will happen to the gas? The gas will spread. The gas will spread in the vacuum, and the molecules inside the gas will. The distance between the molecules inside the gas will spread along, and the density of the gas will decrease. Uh, this thing will happen.
Okay, so then how can you have outer space if you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum? Because all the gases would expand into the vacuum.
No, that's not like that. As Earth is a big, big volume, big chunk of material, very big. So it's many materials and what to say, elements are here, and for that a gravity force of gravity has formed. Any in this universe, any matter if accumulates, then it exerts a force, that is gravity, and that gravity is pulling the atmosphere, that is the gas, around us. So as the hmm, that's why the gas is not going on.
Hey, Jedi, are you meaning the hot mic?
No, I mean, I'm not. I'm just frustrated, but carry on.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, man. You can take over. I'm exercising.
That's fine. The Earth doesn't exert a force on things. Like when you drop a rock, the mass of the Earth isn't acting on the mass of the object. That very claim is a violation of special relativity. This is why they moved away from the instantaneous magic at a distance known as mass attracting mass in 1915. Gravity isn't a force in the way that you describe anymore according to current scientific understanding. So I'm at pains to start a conversation with you when you're already 110 years behind. Mass attracting mass isn't the current scientific rhetoric for gravity, right? It's the bending and warping of space-time due to the displacement of mass. I'm talking still.
Right.
Yeah, so what you described isn't that. Now, are you going to try and convolute and say that you are talking about that? Because that's not what you were describing. In the end of the day, what you are trying to describe is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which describes gas expansion into a vacuum and the mixing of ideal gases, fusion, diffusion, these things, an increase in entropy. Your claim is a violation of that because you say it's not happening. So I'm at pains to start this conversation off on an even foot, my friend.
You are talking absolutely right, but the things asking cheap dog is asking some weird question that Earth is round or flat. So I thought that let me tell something basics, make the thing very basic, and don't go to higher theories. So I'm just telling some basic things which are
Okay.
very.
I know, I appreciate that. Thank you. But unfortunately, whenever you start speaking about gravity, you're going to be begging the question that the Earth is a sphere already. Now, and even if you say that if we're going to start with physics and gravity is a thing, then that makes the Earth a sphere, because in your story, mass is pulling everything towards the center. So by consequence of that, the surface would be curved. So consequently, we should be able to measure the curvature on the Earth if the story of gravity is true. We don't measure curvature on the Earth. Therefore, mass isn't pulling everything towards the center, forming the sphere Earth.
Yeah, you are talking very true. It's all truth, but this is high theory. when people ask a
High
simple
theory.
question, high theory is because when
Okay, do you mean scientific theory?
scientific theory, but the theory, the sheepdog was asking that Earth is flat or round. So I have to make it very simple. If I start talking about
No, no, that's not
curvature
simple.
and
No,
space
that's not
and time.
simple.
Hmm?
That's not simple. Sheepdog's question is about a line, in this case, a surface. Is it straight or is it curved? Now, to figure out that question, we need to measure the surface to see if the surface is straight or to see if the surface over distance is curved. We don't need to talk about other things and beg the question that maybe the Earth is a sphere because of the way that things go down. To figure out that claim, we measured the surface, my friend. So
The
simply, I
surface
think
of
you're going far away from the point.
Okay, I admit I should have told that if we go to ocean, the ships disappear in the horizon. That's the simple thing we have learned in physics. That
Okay, but that's based on a few variables, isn't it?
That's based on a
Based on a few variables, like the radius of the Earth, the height of the eye of the observer, which gives a distance to the geometric horizon, which will make a prediction of how far away we should be able to see things. There's variables in this, isn't there?
yeah. But
Cool.
eventually, but if you increase the your sight through binoculars or telescopes, you can see that the after sometimes the boat get disappeared. How powerful binocular you use or not, it doesn't matter. The ship will disappear in the horizon.
Well, of
So
course,
simple.
the object, the ship that's moving away and reducing with angular size is going to appear to disappear because the angle is too small. That's why you got out a telescope or high-powered zoom camera, which still follows the same fundamental rules. Eventually, the object is still going to get far enough away for the technology not to be able to resolve anymore.
But without the curvature, if we
What
increase
curvature? At the
our
moment, sorry, no. What curvature? At the moment, we're just talking about things getting smaller in the distance and then getting a telescope out to see them again and then watch them as they move away and decrease in angular size. There's no mention of curvature here, apart from you thinking the reason why boats go away is because they go over a curvature. But you've just pointed out that if we bring out technology, we see further, which is a problem on a sphere because we wouldn't, because the sphere's in the way.
spheres in the way. At some point, we can't see.
At what point is the sphere in the way? If I'm 6 foot above the surface of water, where is the curvature of the Earth in distance?
That is a question of mathematics. I don't. I have to calculate.
I do.
I don't. But
So it's 1 point based on the radius of the Earth of 3,959. 0.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. So let's keep the numbers simple. If I'm at the beach and I put my camera on the floor and it's 1 foot above the surface of water, I find the square root of 1, which is 1, and I multiply that by 1.225, and that gives me a distance to the horizon of 1.225 miles away. Conversely, if I'm 6 foot, the horizon's just short of 3 miles away. If I'm 8 foot, it's 3.5 miles away. You understand, right? If I'm 35,000 feet, it's 220 miles away.
It's a trigonometry. You are just doing the trigonometry. I know that, but I don't remember the theories. But I have learned in my colleges.
Yeah. So based on that very simple math to do with a sphere and a tangent, we make a prediction to the horizon. Because that's the thing that you're saying is causing the boat to disappear from the bottom up, isn't it?
Boat disappear, and it has been proved that Earth is sphere. And Sheepdog was asking,
Dude. Slow down. I'm just trying to point. I'm just trying to point out to you that. I mean, you seem very confident that it's been proved, but when I've gone out to do this, and when my colleagues have gone out to do this in the real world, when we get our telescopes out and our high-powered zoom cameras, we don't see a horizon at 3 miles away when I'm at 6 foot. We can see horizons away at 10, 20 miles away. If we increase the optic, increase the altitude, it's much, much, much further. So the problem is we don't see what you're claiming, my friend. That's one of the reasons why we're here. You think it's been scientifically proven. You think that this, I don't know, old wives' tale is true. But when we go out to test it, it isn't.
So you are saying that Earth is flat?
Yeah, measurably so. Water is horizontal upon the surface, yes.
Oh, very good. You very kudos to your thinking, kudos to your theories. You know everything and you question the truth and you try to disprove the truth. That's very good. That's a new approach.
I appreciate that. The claim is quite simple. The Earth is a sphere, which means we should measure curvature. We don't measure curvature. Water lays horizontal upon the surface. And being that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, then the Earth is flat. It can't be a sphere.
So very good. You are very thinking good, but I don't have the ability, the humongous ability to prove this type of what to say logics, this type of peculiar logics to disprove your logic. So as I as I don't have the ability, so you are okay. The Earth
Okay,
is
fair
flat
enough.
from now on. I will also believe the Earth is flat. Very good.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, thank you. I'm just leaving now. I'll join later. Very good.
Okay, my friend. Well, you're welcome back anytime. Good to have spoken to you.
And who are you speaking? I can't see here.
My name is Jedi.
Jedi. Where is Jedi? Oh, yeah, Jedi 09676. So you have proved me that Earth is flat. When we increase our technology, increase our ability to see the boat, we can see the boat. So if we see the boat increasing by the technology, then how it is proved that Earth is round? So we can increase our technology and we can see the boat. So Earth is not round; it is flat. If we increase our technology and cannot see the boat, then it would have been proved that Earth is flat, Earth is round. But technology is showing us that Earth is flat and water is stagnant. Water is there in the air. 70% of water is still lying in the surface. So this type of logic I've heard first time in my life. Uh, thank you, Jedi.
No problem at all. Like I said, you're welcome back anytime.
Thank you.
Hey guys. No. Hello. Hi, hi.
Hello. Anything? Nothing.
Hello, guys. Hello, Maddie. Hello, everyone. And just
What's up, y'all? What's up, Sid?
So guys, what are you discussing?
We're trying to figure out where the curve of the Earth is. So it's not a ball.
Oh yes, classic question. Someone discovered the real?
Well, yeah. If the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Nice, yeah. I'm still trying to discover the reality behind this.
Right on, man. So, do you think the Earth is a sphere, or do you think the Earth is flat?
I believe it a sphere, but I cannot give a conclusion about. I need to walk a little more. Try to find the other side of the earth.
Let me ask you this: what made you believe the Earth is a sphere?
I simply believe in the science. The guys posting a lot of sites that the Earth is a sphere, but I have no other conclusions about. I have no image. I have no videos proving about it be flat.
Oh, you don't understand how it could be flat?
I simply following the internet, but not studying a lot about.
Okay. Well, I mean,
Do you
what-
know? Do you
what-
know some website about conclusions about the flat Earth?
hold on. The website doesn't exist anymore, but it has I have a link to the Wayback Machine. You know what the Wayback Machine?
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
So this used to be the website. Now you have to use the Wayback Machine to find it. I put it in the side chat for you.
Oh,
So
nice. I will look here.
what science deals with shapes?
Flat Earth observations.
Which science deals with shapes? Said that science has figured it out.
Nothing exactly. Whoa. There's a lot of information about this site is very complete.
Yeah, if you ever meet Indio, you can think
Nice, very, very nice.
20 Cups has one also.
I really have no reference about Sphere. I simply watch some videos in YouTube. I'm not safe about to decide what's the right.
No, you're fine, but my question to you is a shape a question about science or is it a question about math?
About men?
Math, M-A-T-H, mathematics.
Oh yes. Uh, I really have no idea.
Well, when it comes to dealing with shapes, that's a question of geometry, right? Circles, triangles, squares, cubes, spheres, pyramids. That's all geometry, right?
Oh yes.
Right. So it's just remember, it's not science; it's math.
Oh
No,
yeah, nice.
no scientist has ever determined the shape of the Earth.
Oh nice. It's purely geometry.
Yeah. So when they tell you to trust the science, that's the exact opposite of what you do in science. Because science, you're not supposed to trust the science. You're supposed to trust the process. You should get the same results based off of the process for that science.
Yes, of course you have a big point because the science just explain about the theory about how the Earth has come, and geometry really will proves about what we are walking. It's very different. Nice. A good
Well,
vision.
yeah, well, and the theory of Earth isn't even science, right? Because there's no hypothesis, right? All it is an idea that somebody came up with because for whatever reason, there could be many reasons of why they came up with that idea.
Oh yes, nice. I really have no much information about this topic. I'm really learning more.
That's okay. And part of it is also practicing your English as well, right? Because it makes you
Yes.
critically think. It's not you're not using catchphrases to respond like in general conversation. You have to think about each word.
Nice, amazing. It's very interesting to practice and learn more about some very interesting topics. Talk about the earth, science, and environment in general is very useful. Okay, I will lunch now. Thank you so much by this conversation. See you guys. Have a nice day.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Thank you.
What's up, Janet?
Hi,
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Welcome to the Flat Earth.
Why are you silent?
Just wanting to talk to people and can't talk to people that we talk about. Is there any particular question you might have? I see you, Dixie Don. I guess you probably want to hear somebody else talking. I will be nice and put on an audio track. Not really a whole lot of
Belize,
no. Sorry.
Belize speak much slowly.
Speak more slowly.
I can't understand
Okay.
you.
Oh, you can't understand me. I apologize. In this room, we talk about flat Earth.
What?
We talk about flat Earth.
What is the meaning Blackbird?
The Earth, the world, is not a ball flat.
They are robot? Reboot?
No ball.
They are robot?
Doing a ball, like a soccer ball. Or a cricket ball. What's up, BJ?
What?
Where are you from?
America.
Which state?
America.
No, I mean which state?
I prefer not to say.
All right.
Nice.
Maybe if I get to know you better, I'll tell you. But for now, we'll just stick with America.
I mean, I'm not gonna go to your house and shoot you. So you can just say it.
It's not about you, it's about whoever's listening.
Buying dinner for yourself.
What's up, Photon?
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm good. But do you have any evidence for why the Earth disappeared?
I would say the most compelling evidence the Earth is a globe would be a sunset.
Why do
A
you think
sunset?
that?
Well, when you, for example, if you have a very tall building, right? And you experience sunset, you saw the sun over the horizon on the bottom floor. And you went up at the, like, when it fully disappeared and you went up, it's going to appear again.
Yeah.
That can only be, that's proof that it's a globe.
So it can only happen on a globe, it not happen on a flat Earth?
Yes, because the flat Earth, so I heard, the argument of a flat Earth is like the sun is much closer and it moves away from a place to place. It gets dimmer. As it
Yeah, but like, how do you explain the time difference?
One question at a time. Come on.
No, he's talking.
Yeah, so you said that the sun is closer, but you also forgot another thing.
Yeah, tell me.
Sun's smaller. It's not huge, right? Because when I look into the sky, I see the sun in the sky. I don't know how big it is. I don't know how far away it is. The size of it is the size of it. And if I don't know the distance or the size, I can't determine either or from the angular size, because the sun and the moon supposedly appear the same size, right? But the sun is 400 times bigger and 400 times further away. But if the sun was 400 times smaller, 400 times closer, you would know the difference.
Yes, but how does it disappear in a flat Earth? How would the sun disappear from and appear in
So
another
as
place?
things above your head move away from you, they move down in your perspective, right?
So it's not about the sun is getting further.
Yeah,
he's
it moves
talking about
away
it.
from you. Yeah, it moves away from you. As it gets further and further away,
Yes,
it
but my argument was
it
when
reaches
you
a point where it's no longer perceivable.
yeah. So my argument was like when you climb to the top of a building, the distance would be much further than the sun.
Are you, when
It's
you
not going to be
go
closer.
higher up, are you looking through more air or less air?
What's the sun hiding behind?
Well, he says it's the curve of the earth. I'm just trying to show
Well, it's not, is it? This needs to be addressed first. He's got a misconception about what's actually happening. His claim is the sun is hiding behind the physical curvature of the Earth. That's horizon
Yeah.
at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why you keep going up, because you're trying to extend the distance to your geometric horizon to make the sun appear to rise again. Unfortunately, when we try to observe the geometric horizon that the mathematical equation stated, we don't observe a horizon there. What we do observe is a horizon extending out into the distance, depending on the technology that we use, the binoculars, telescope, high power zoom camera, and the weather conditions. If it's a nice clear day out or foggy, is going to depend on how far we can see. So you're going to need a measurement of the curvature of the Earth to depict a geometric horizon distance. You don't have that. We've tried to measure it. We can't find it. The reason why when you go up to the top of a building you can see further is just simply because your optic, your eye, has changed its angle away from the surface. Due to this angular relationship, you can perceive more.
So you're saying the distance will be much smaller in a flat
No.
surface, right?
So what?
Between you and
Say
the
that again?
sun.
I'm not talking about a distance to the sun. I'm talking about your claim that it's hiding behind the curve of the Earth, and why actually when we go up in altitude we perceive more. I haven't mentioned anything about the distance to the sun.
No, that's right.
I haven't either. You just made a claim that like it could only happen on a globe, and then you have this idea that the sun is much closer on the flat Earth. So if you're looking out at the horizon and you watch the sun go down,
Hello, how are you? I'm fine.
hey Babar,
Hey guys, please don't mind.
no, why did you have to interrupt though?
What are you doing?
Talking to somebody else and then you interrupted. So would you mind just putting yourself on mute and then we can get through to you? Wow, these people, dude.
Anyway, so Photon,
Very hot.
right? Talking to
Hey,
you, right, Photon?
just very hot.
Hi, Babar. Photon, I'm talking to you, right? Okay. So you understand that as you rise in altitude, you increase the angle to the surface of the Earth, right? On the horizon.
Can you say that again?
As you rise in altitude, you increase the angle from your eyes to the horizon.
Yes. That's what I
Right.
was saying.
Whether it's a globe or it's flat, you're increasing the angle to your eye. Right?
If it's flat, yeah.
Regardless, it doesn't matter. You're increasing the angle to your eye.
Exactly.
So again, now you can see that it works both on a flat Earth and a globe. That limitation of vision is how that works. See how that works.
I heard
If you are lower to the ground, the angle from your eyes to the horizon is much narrow, and when you go higher, much wider. You understand that, right?
It's further, like the point of the horizon, and you on the bottom of the building is much smaller. You know that triangular thing. Like.
Right. That's
So
how
it's
it works
much
on
further
flat
from
Earth.
the top than the bottom.
That's also how it works on flat Earth. Now you have to determine where the curve of the Earth actually is, right? So if you're like a 6-foot observer and you're looking out over water, how far away is the horizon?
Well, there is like I didn't do any experiment myself, but there is like if you took a globe and you put a dot in the center and you draw that triangle, you're gonna get the distance to the horizon.
what if the sun is setting behind the curve of the Earth? How far away is the curve of the Earth from your eyes if you're 6 feet tall?
I'm not sure. I'm not really educated on it.
Well, you can Google it, but I'm going to tell you the answer anyway. It's about 3 miles. All right. If you're standing out at water, you're looking over the water, you're 6 feet tall, 5.5 feet tall, it's like 2.7 miles. And so you can look out to these observations, and then you can find things that are off in the distance and determine whether or not the geometry of the Earth is where they say it is. Because the horizon, from what we understand it, is just a limitation of your angular resolution across the surface of the Earth. Because the surface of the Earth, where the surface of the Earth and the sky meet, apparently, is the horizon. It's not the geometry of the Earth. But if you think it's the geometry, like, we can continue discussing how I think it's the geometry. We can go through all that.
What are you guys talking about now? Yo guys, other than what you've told me so far, right? Is there anything else to prove that the Earth is flat? Like other than what you've given me so far? Like, is there anything else that other than what you've given me, like to prove the Earth is flat?
All right, we have some people jumping in. Who's this right now?
I'm CrypticNet.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait, dude. We've spoken to you before. We're gonna talk to some new people.
Oh,
We got a lot of new people that are joining us right now. We got Jay that's in the chat right now. I guess saying that we're stupid for thinking this, but Jay, if you open up your mic, we can engage and have a conversation with you. This is a challenge for you guys who come in here who think that the Earth is a globe. I understand the confidence, the reason why you guys believe that, but it's not really what you've been told. So, yeah, the actual fact, you guys don't know if the Earth is a globe or not. You just believe it.
All right, so I'm sorry for saying that. Let's have a conversation. So,
okay,
can you kind of explain that? Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah, we can do that. I don't know, Jetta, if you're here. If you're here, you can just run down with them if you want. Because we got some people in here that are very knowledgeable on the subject, including myself.
All right,
and
so first I gotta apologize. I said something bad, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're fine, dude. I appreciate you taking it down a tone. But we're gonna give you it's kind of a lot of information, so I want to break it down as far as in categories, right? So we can talk about just the Earth for now, and if you have questions about the sun or anything else, Jupiter, or anything, we can go to that. But for now, I just want to focus on the Earth, which was the nature of our reality right now. So we're gonna maybe ask you some questions, or if you'd like, you can ask us some questions and we can respond directly to your questions.
All right.
So what main question do you have for us? It doesn't matter how silly you think it is, just ask it and we'll be honest with you.
Let me think.
Because this place is a place for education about the topic. So even though it sounds provocative and it sounds stupid to some, listen, bro. I know how it sounds to a lot of people because I know what it sounded like to me when I first looked into it. So I'm not like beyond not understanding why you guys think it's really dumb. Okay, I'm not beyond that. So you have to be in an atmosphere where you feel confident enough to ask questions that sound silly, because it does sound silly. Okay, just put that out there. But you got to kind of look past that and then ask your serious questions. In the meantime, Jay's going to think about some questions. Does anybody else have some questions? If you're brand new to the channel, this is 24/7 Flat Earth. We have a Discord. So we have a channel here in the English Hub. And this is mainly for intermediate to advanced English speakers. So if you're, checking your English out, you want to, kind of work that through within the conversation, you can do so. So I'll have a question for you guys. That way, if Jay's thinking about what he's going to ask, I'm going to ask you guys a question. I'm going to challenge you. If somebody was to ask you how you know the Earth is a globe, what would be your response to that question? What would you tell them? How do you know the Earth is a globe? Is the question.
So, I'd say, because I studied physics, and I know, the gravity comes from, the spinning of the Earth, the rotation.
Incorrect.
You're going to be challenged, Jay, so just you got to take the challenge, okay? There's going to be a lot of people that will challenge.
Yeah, here's what Jay just said. If the Earth stopped spinning, everybody would fly off.
Okay, you've been challenged, Jay, so do you think that physics determined that gravity is because of the Earth spinning? Is that what you said?
Yeah, kind of.
Okay. Do you have any information that can give you the understanding that that's true?
And
anything.
The reason why we're not flying away is because we also have the inertia, so that's why we're not flying away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So
you have it completely backwards.
Where did you hear this information? First of all, was this taught to you in school, or did you read it somewhere online?
I was taught in school.
Okay, in your education system, they told you that because the Earth is spinning, that's why we have gravity. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that according to Einstein's theory of general relativity, that's incorrect.
Why is that?
Because it's the bending and warping of space-time due to the fact that the object's size, its mass, is so great that it warps and distorts time and space, which causes a gravity well. And that, in turn, pushes things into the Earth. So because it's so massive, the Earth, that the explanation is that it causes a gravity well, which is essentially it pushes things into the Earth. So it's not because it's spinning. It's because the Earth is so massive that it's causing this gravity well.
I just wanted. Go ahead.
No, I'm just checking to see if Jay's understanding what I just said, or.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's the mainstream explanation. I mean, we're still challenging that, but I'm just giving you what it is and what you said it was, and how it's not what you said it was. And so the correct answer would be Einstein's general relativity is the reason why things are being pushed into the Earth, as the Earth being a giant planet, like a space ball.
All right. How about the picture taken from the space? Do you think
hold on, man. Hold on. Because you also said something that you said inertia is the reason why things stay on Earth. Well, the definition of inertia is a tendency to do nothing or remain unchanged. And in physics, a property of matter by which it continues in its existing state of rest or uniform motion in a straight line unless the state is changed by an external force. So the Earth is not, based off of what you know of the globe, the Earth is not moving in a straight line. The Earth is actually moving in a circle around the sun, right?
Yeah.
So it's constantly changing its angular velocity all the time as it's spinning. So it's got two angular velocities going on at the same time. But yet, it does nothing and remains unchanged. See how kind of like absurd that kind of sounds? Did I break up?
I think so. I didn't really hear you.
So do you realize how absurd that sounds?
You mean my argument?
No, the argument for the globe. It's not your argument. You're just parroting it.
So do you? All right. So say the Earth is flat. Do you think like the disk is like spinning or it's not?
If the Earth is flat, then the Earth is flat.
So it's not spinning.
Yeah. So hold on a second. We have to kind of clear up a little bit of problems here with the idea that what flat Earth is in your mind is not what we're saying it is. So
Man, I just want to ask you something.
Hey, was there any reason that you needed to interrupt?
Yes, there's a really good reason.
yeah, but you hold on a second.
I doubt it.
You can't interrupt when there's a conversation happening. That's not. I don't know what channel. I don't know what channel you come from, but when somebody's talking, you need to have respect for the people talking and wait till they're done, or maybe interject if you in between what they're saying. So, just relax, sir. But anyways, back to Jay. The idea of cosmology has been given to you, like from people that are talking about it online, like what flat Earth is, like a big pizza disc or whatever. But that's not what we're saying in this room. So the cosmology aspect of it is all we're saying is we're the floor of the whole universe, everything that there is, and we're not saying that there's an outside to this place. That means like outside of Earth, like as it, if you think about it like a globe, like there's space, but we're not saying that for what we're doing in this room. I don't know if you can have some questions about that, but do you get what I mean? Like we're not claiming like a pizza disc.
That's not what we're talking about. All right. So I got another question, which is like if the Earth is flat, then why do boats disappear over the horizon?
They don't.
What do you mean disappear over the horizon? The boat's getting further away, so obviously it's going to get smaller and smaller until you or your optic can't see it anymore.
Yeah, I've never seen it go over some weird horizon. I've just seen it.
Maybe it's going to be
smaller and smaller.
Yeah, let me just clear something up, Jay. If you're being honest with me right now, you can be honest, right? Are you pulling these questions from online, like a list of them of things to say?
No, that's just like the question, like in the back of my mind. I'm not asking like any question. Yeah.
But and the reason I'm asking is because these are kind of like a line of questions that we get based on people asking them from an online source. They're actually looking up what to say to a flat earther, and then they're.
No, I'm not looking up anything. I'm just like
Okay, if you're being honest, you can keep asking your questions, man. I'm just checking to see that people always make this list to us, so we're used to the list.
Yeah. And I do want to. I want to ask a quick follow-up question to his. Have you, Jay, ever seen a boat go over the horizon? Like, not a video of it, but have you ever gone to the beach and seen it yourself?
Yeah, I do. Like, my city is like literally right next to the beach.
Awesome.
Okay. Go ahead, Jedi.
Do you use cameras? Do your eyes? What do you use? When you're making your observation from your city across the water to the boat, is it just your eyes that you're using, or are you using technology like binoculars or a telescope?
I'm just using like my bare eyes.
Yeah, I understand that, mate. So obviously we do understand that as things get further away, they appear to get smaller, don't they?
Sorry?
When things move further away, like the boat, it's sailing away. It appears to you to get smaller as it moves away.
Right. But, I mean, if I were to use telescope, I still wouldn't see it, I guess.
Oh, okay, sorry. This is why I asked what you'd done, because you said you just use your eyes. And now, if I brought out a telescope, is this something that you've done or something that you presume would happen?
Yeah, this is like something I believe would happen.
I getcha. So, right, I'm with you, buddy. No problem at all. So this is why I brought up technology, like zoom cameras and stuff. It's the same laws apply. Right, it's optics. Things are still going to get smaller, but we use technology to see it again. But the object's still going to move further away, still going to get smaller till the angular resolution of the optic is breached. Can't be seen anymore, right?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. This is the only limiting factor, apart from the air that we're looking through, as to how far we can perceive things. The limiting factor should be the curvature of the Earth. So when we look for that with the technology, we don't find that. What we do see is the boat again. What we see is the horizon that was in front of the boat that we couldn't see, beyond the horizon that we now can see, because we've opened up the angles with the technology. Because the horizon's the limitation of our perception across the surface. The more we look across the surface, it gets smaller with distance until we can't perceive it anymore because the angle's too small. That forms the horizon. So when we get the technology out, the horizon now appears further away and we can see the boat again until the boat continues to sail and disappears on that horizon. Then we get another bit of technology out and the same thing happens until we can't use any technology anymore or the weather conditions are too harsh, especially over distance.
Right. That makes sense. But how about the time difference? Yeah, that's what I was asking like earlier.
Do you know what solar noon is?
Sorry?
Do you know what solar noon is?
Yeah, I do.
Cool. So when it's solar noon for you, is it solar noon for me in the UK?
I don't know, probably not.
No, it's not. It's not lunchtime at the same time in the UK and Europe as it is in America. This is time zones, right? They're at different times. Let's say I have lunchtime when the sun is above my head. It's not above your head yet. The sun moves across the earth like a hand on a clock, to use an analogy, and as it moves over your location, it moves above your head, and then you know it's lunchtime.
All right, that kind of makes sense, you know.
Yeah, that's where we get times from, like sundials and stuff, right? It's due to the path of the sun across the earth. That's how time zones are divided, right?
But some parts of the world is still black. How do you explain that?
Say that again, sorry?
Some part of the world is still black, like still dark. I mean, it's still dark.
Yeah, that's because of the path of the sun. The sun is only able to illuminate a small portion of the earth as it moves across it, rendering the part that it was over in darkness. We also have to understand that light attenuates through the atmosphere. Same thing as when you go down to the bottom of the ocean and it's dark down there, even though it's daytime above the water, it's because the light can't penetrate the water. Same thing that we have with the air that we breathe, light diminishes. It's why we can look at the sun on the horizon, where we can't stare at the sun at midday, because the light is passing through that gas, so it distinguishes. It becomes duller to us. So eventually, as the sun moves away, because it's traveling across the earth, it reduces down towards the horizon due to perspective, because things above our eye line with distance move downwards like the ceiling in the corridor. So as the sun moves away, it takes its light with it, and eventually we can't see the sun anymore, and then eventually over time the light diminishes and then it gets dark again until we start seeing light in the dawn, and then eventually after a few hours the sun comes back into view. It's just the circular paths of the sun are above the earth, dude.
Right. How about, like, let me think. The constellation. Like, you don't see constellation, like the same constellation every season.
No, they move, don't they? At the moment, I can see Orion
Orion's belt and the constellation of Orion. Now, that's usually I'm able to see that in the winter. It's obviously a lot darker for longer in the winter, but that's a constellation that moves throughout the day. Tomorrow, when I look up at the same time, it won't be in exactly the same place. And as the days keep moving, so do the constellations. So the stars above are moving across the Earth in such a way that the patterns that we see up in the sky at nighttime change.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean like some constellations just disappear, because you can see like some of the constellations in winter, right?
Yeah, and the ones that you can't see in the summer, it's because the stars are behind the sun. It'll be daytime, that's why you can't see them.
Yeah, but that's the concept of a globe.
No, that's like, you know, I understand that's a concept of a globe, but it's still the concept of just looking up at the sky, standing on the Earth and realizing that the sun is bright, and even though the stars exist behind the sun, we can't see them because it's still bright. You can make up loads of cosmologies for this.
I'm still thinking. Like I can't.
You're fine. Think away.
Yeah.
It's always lots of questions when you come into this subject, mate. It's fine to ask them. Absolutely fine. We still have most of them, right? We're still asking the same questions. But fundamentally, everything is pretty simple. The Earth is measured flat. Really, in regards to the Earth being a sphere, that's all we need to know. You can only have two choices. The line is either curved or the line is either straight. If the Earth was a sphere, the line over distance horizontally across the Earth wouldn't be horizontal, it would be curved. What we measure is water to be horizontal on the surface at any and all distances. So that's really all we need to know. Anyway, whilst you're still thinking, my friend, just going to give a shout out to all of the people in the chat. Alpha Veritas, my friend, how are you? Hope you're keeping well.
Sir.
What are you up to today? You working? You busy? What's up? What's up?
No, I'm actually just hanging out and checking to see what's going on in here and trying to strike up a good conversation.
Well, you've done that. I hear lots of dings and bings in the background, lots of new people joining. See, Dixie Don has joined us again. What's up? Cider Filer is still in the house. Hello, my friend. How are you? Hope you're enjoying the conversation. Those who stick around usually do. Oh, my goodness. Fire Dan, by the way, it's because it's got BTW at the end of your name, my friend. So I think it's Fire Dan, by the way. Welcome to the channel, my friend. I buggered up saying it yesterday. Obviously, Jay's in the house. Who else have we got? Lots of our usual flat earthers. Lukaku's in the house. Hello, mate. How are you? Who else have we got in here? Miguel's here. What, Morvis? I'm not going to talk to the music, but Professor Triangle's in the house. He is the nicest flat earther. You should all have a conversation with him. He's so lovely and pleasant. Stark is in the house. Who else we got? Carr. And right down the bottom, we have got Sheepdog. If I missed out your name, that's only because I started halfway down the list. If you are new to the channel and you've got questions, Alpha Veritas is on the line. He is dying to take your call. Who is the gentleman we were just speaking to? Sorry, my friend, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, you're talking to me?
Yeah, is that Jay? Is it? Hello, Jay.
Yeah, Jay. Yeah. So,
how long?
One more question. Like, yeah. I want to know, like, how, like, is there, like, how? No, let me think how to rephrase it. Like, it's kind of complicated. Like, I want to know in your solar system, how does the Earth move around the sun?
Doesn't.
We're just talking about constellation, right?
Doesn't move around the sun.
It doesn't?
The Earth is, yeah, sorry. This is my fault. I do apologize. The Earth is flat and stationary. We're not moving anywhere, dude. It might be easy to understand our claim if I kind of break the idea that we're orbiting the sun with other, disc plates. It's not that. It's easier to term it as we see it. The Earth is flat and stationary under the sky. The sky being where the birds and the clouds and the blue bit and the dark bit are, where the sun, moon, and stars and what we would call planets, the wandering stars, where they reside. So they're above the Earth. The Earth is flat and stationary. The floor and everything else is above. Alpha Veritas, is there anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, the cosmology aspect of it. You might think of Earth as being in an embedding space. So, like the planet Earth, the idea that it's a globe is in a vacuum of space, right, with other ball planets. That's the idea that you have. And then when we talk about flat Earth, you try to replace the Earth being in that same environment, only flat. And that's a misconception. We're not saying that, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got it.
So what we're saying is that the floor of the whole universe is what you're standing on right now. Everything above you is all that there is. As far as like being outside of this place, there's never been an idea that we can go outside. There's been embellishments to the idea, like rockets and videos of live streams from like ISS and all this, or the idea that satellites can go to low Earth orbit. But this is only given to you as a belief system. And the reason why is because you can't do those things, right? Because if we were to ask you, how do you know that all that information is true, you'd be pretty upset, and you'd be like everybody else when we first started hearing about this.
Yeah,
you're
honestly,
like, well,
I think about it. I can't really verify it, but I mean, what's the point of like the government cheating this? Like, what's the point?
Oh, let me let you answer your own question, right? So, I don't know where you live, Jay. To be honest, what country you live in, but would you
Taiwan?
Okay, would you say that governments can lie, not just about the Earth, but other things?
They're always lying, I guess.
Okay. So now that you know that, why do you think they would lie just for whatever reason? Not for flat Earth, but for whatever reason. Why do you think they would do that?
I don't know. Maybe they're like covering up some truth, like that they don't want others to know. But
right,
like
not necessarily about flat Earth, right? But any others, like who knows? Like whatever topics you guys are dealing with in your country, like war or resources or whatever it is, right? But they're gonna use whatever they can to portray themselves as like morally good. Like they're always doing the best they can for people. But in reality, that they're conning people, right? They're doing things that people are aware of.
Yeah.
Okay. Based on that, then you can't put any information that whatever they say to a limit where it can't be looked at. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we can look at like them talking about us going to war, but we can't look at like space information. Like that we can't mess with because that's absolutely true. That's only just in your head as a bias. You only feel that way because of the information that's been told to you for such a long time. But if you were to look into it like we're doing now, we're reviewing it in this channel, then you'll find out that it doesn't have any merit in the physical world. That you can't verify any of those things. You can only just believe those things. So within that belief system, they can say whatever they want. You can't check it out. So it's like, oh, there's this and that in space, and we can do this in space, and the only thing you can do is go, oh, that's kind of cool. But you can never check it out. So it's easy to say whatever they want and get away with it. So this is the thing that we're trying to give people the critical thinking about. It's like governments can lie, and for whatever reason they're using the lie for, perpetuate more dollars into the government or whatever. You're not going to know the reason, like actual reason. You're just going to see the effects, and people are going to know that governments lie because we're not. All of us in this room we're under a government system that we know always like they have some agenda, right? You can admit that being wherever you live, and so we can't put any information above like, oh, we can't talk about that thing because that thing is for sure they're really doing that because somebody else will come around and say, no, they're not going to war for a moral good reason. They're doing it because they want to profit from this other country or whatever. So this is the reason why we're bringing this information to you so that you can answer your own questions using your own critical thinking. So being that now that I've shown you that governments can lie and your own government you've probably known in history to have lied before. You can't put any information above the reproach to where you can't look into it. That's all. I want you to just see where we're coming from. It's not like we have to give you a reason. I want you to see for yourself that governments already have been lying to to the public, and they're not beyond reproach that we can't look into the information. So I just want to leave it there, because if we get into the specifics, like what exactly are they lying about, then we'd have to know the mind of those guys as to why they would even propagate this information. You know what I mean? But we don't have to go that far, because we know that they do lie already. So that much we know.
But do you not think it's like a type of generalization? Like, because I feel like lying about the Earth being like a globe is too much.
Why?
I don't know. Like, it's the same question. I don't understand the purpose. Like, they lie because that's where their like personal benefits were like.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever reason.
Because it feels like we're going back into the same thing. So I'll put it to you like this. If they lied about going to some war, right? Like, you know that a lot of people in your country, they get enlisted, they get conscripted to go to war or whatever, and they don't have some of them don't have a choice, right? They go do their their duty. But the thing is, you don't know the reason why they're doing this war. You just participate in it because the government told you have to. So there's a lot of things that you just go along with. Even if you question, like, why are they making us go to war? Why do we have to fight against this other country? I don't think that's right. Even if you feel that way, they're still doing it. And you can have your questions, but you'll never know the answer why. You follow? You're never going to understand the reason why they're telling you to go to war, because they have their own agenda. And you might have your theories as to, well, they're telling us to go to war because, we need the resources or whatever. And you're going to make up something because you don't know the answer. And that's the same here. Like, you wouldn't never know what they were actually planning or plotting, the reason why they said the Earth is flat, or a globe. But you know that they're still saying that the Earth is a globe. So there's no truth in that, because we don't observe a globe anywhere. So that's kind of like you can ask many ideas as to why they would lie, and we could tell you many of them, but they would never be like the one that they're actually the reason why they're doing it, because we don't know.
May I ask you, like, your personal theory? Like, why do they want to lie about it?
Well, for me, I see it as a form of control. The form of control is controlling the narrative, which in turn controls your mind, which in turn controls your body. Wherever the mind goes, the body follows, right? So if you think there's climate change or there's a killer asteroid or something, then you're going to defend that idea for whatever. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you think it's real. You think that we are actually a spinning ball planet and the planet is dying. So you're going to be like, man, we need to clean up the Earth or whatever. Like, your mind is going to think this way, and your body's going to follow the action.
Well, we've only had 20 years left to live, about, in my lifetime, at around three or four times.
It's a form of control, Jay. That's my answer to you.
Okay.
And it's controlling the way you think about the Earth.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
And man, but the funny thing is, though, people defend it, and they don't even know why. Because we asked them, like, why would you defend something you have no evidence of? I mean, pictures and videos is all that they give you. But how can you test the Earth? Test it to see if it's an actual globe. We never have somebody that says, aha, I tested the Earth, and this is what you can do. You can test it as well, like me. We've never had that.
So do you think NASA is just like a big joke?
I mean, what does NASA do?
I don't know. When they're exploring the outer space.
Yeah, outer space. So if it's outer space, no, that can't be a thing. I mean, NASA can what? Make Velcro or something, or some kind of technology that, whatever. But if they're talking about space and going to the moon and all of that stuff, that's all bollocks. Do you want to know why?
Sorry?
Do you want to know why?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So we're told that the moon, Jupiter, Mars, and the sun, and the Earth that's a sphere, reside within a vacuum, the vacuum of space, right?
Yep.
Cool. Now, we have a small problem with this. We're breathing. We're breathing air. That's oxygen, nitrogen, all of the lots of gases that are produced on the Earth. We're breathing them. They're under pressure. They're still here. Now, if there was a vacuum, an available volume, then the gas that is uncontained from that volume will increase in entropy. That means it will move into that space. It's called the second law of thermodynamics, right? If you put gas into a container, you open the container, the gas comes out. Quite simple, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. So for this system to exist, for us to have a atmosphere, for Jupiter to be a giant gas planet, for those things to happen, there must be a physical boundary containing that gas, because gases don't take shapes unless they're inside a container, and by consequent of that container, they'll take a shape. So if Jupiter is to be a sphere of gas, it better be inside a football, because if there's no container, then the gas is going to expand into the vacuum. We wouldn't be breathing, we'd all be dead. So the vacuum of space can't be real because it violates that simple law of nature.
Well,
To have gas pressure, require a container.
Jupiter is like solid,
Sorry,
so that's
mate,
why
I
it has
was
gravity
say
to
that
like
again.
attract all like the gas.
Sorry, dude. Start from the beginning. What did you say?
Oh, so I was like talking about like the core of Jupiter. Like I think it's solid. That's why like it has mass. So like it can attract all the gas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that's bollocks, dude. One, that the idea that an amount of rock, we'll call it really dense, is going to stop gas that it's not containing from dispersing into an available volume, because for some reason it makes the gas that it's not attached to come back. Now, just that statement's a violation of that law. The reason why it's a law is because laws always happen. In this instance, the claim is, the law, but it doesn't happen here. That's interesting. So that's a violation of that law. So that law's null and void. That's interesting. To have a thermodynamic system like we have on the Earth, that's all of the matter and all of the energy, that's all of the heat, the gas that we breathe. To have it in the system that it is, the thermodynamic system must be closed. Because if there's an available volume, the energy, the matter, the gas will expand out into that available volume. So if we're flying around in a vacuum, we'd all be dead. Jupiter can't be an uncontained ball of gas. That's a violation of that law. Just because there's rocks underneath gas doesn't stop the gas from going away.
Right. But so you also like, based on your argument, I guess like you also don't believe the existence of black holes. Am I right?
Black holes are a mathematical consequence when you run equations beyond that limit, or to that limit, to use better terms. So it's a consequence of space. It's a consequence of Einstein. It's a consequence of general and special relativity. When you add lots and lots and lots and lots of mass into a space-time fabric, it could be distorted and bent. So it's a mathematical concept. Believing in black holes, belief is acceptance without evidence. I define belief as that. So I don't believe in black holes. I don't have the evidence really for them. I don't go there. But they exist within a vacuum space where the Earth is a ball and orbits around the sun. That story's not true because the Earth measures to be flat.
Keep asking questions, Jay. You're gonna keep finding out, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of good questions.
I don't know. I just like I have always been told that the Earth is a globe, so that's kind of like a new concept to me.
Take your time, man. It's not like we're not. One thing we don't do in here is wish that everybody becomes a flat earther in a conversation. We want you to take what we're saying into consideration. As a critical thinker, you can analyze, find out what we're saying, see if the research follows, like go and test anything that we're saying to be true. If it has any merit, then it would stand. If it doesn't, it will fall.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But we wouldn't we wouldn't be challenging people if we didn't know that people right now only have a belief in the earth being a globe. That's why we're giving everyone the challenge. Challenge yourself and your own ideas. Listen, it sounds crazy. And the one thing that we will all agree on in this room, that when we first heard about flat earth, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds off the wall and it's batshit crazy. Most of us at least would agree with that much. But you have to stick around. Otherwise, you won't find out whether or not you know what you think you know. And that's the most important part. You don't want to leave this discussion if you just, these stupid flat earthers and on. You can easily dismiss it, but you're going to miss the best part. And that's utilizing your own critical thinking into what you know.
Right.
Does anybody else in here have any questions? I know that we've been asking Jay, but there seems to be quite a few people that have joined us. We'd like to hear your questions, guys. Like I said, we've been invited here by Vivek, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel in the English Hub. We have our own Discord, however. It's a 30,000-man Discord. And we have a lot of information at the very bottom of that Discord if you're interested in finding out more about Flat Earth. And also, we are live streaming on YouTube all the time. So if you see the YouTube bot in here, there's two of them, should be two of them. We're live streaming on 2 YouTube channels for record keeping, because we want to have a record of all the conversations that we've had in case we want to go back to some really good conversations where, we have had with people in here.
Yeah, I would like to check it out. I'm actually doing it.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. The link is in the YouTube bot. Yeah, just click the bot. It's in there.
Yeah, I saw it. It's called like 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, right?
Yeah, Helioskeptic is the owner of that channel, and the other one is Flat Lloyd Wright. And they both have the 24/7 channel.
So what do you guys do on the channel? Like you guys are just debating people?
Yeah, you could think of it like a debate. It's challenging them, really, is what we do. Because we used to have debates like back in 2016, 2017, like huge debates, like 4-on-4, 5-on-5 debates. And that period or that time period is already past us now. Now we're just like handling just information and kind of giving people the reasoning to interrogate the globe claims. So now I want to hand you and everybody else who's listening the ability to interrogate globe claims. Now it's time for you to really find out what Earth you're on, what it is, asking the right questions. Challenge the narrative. That's the most important aspect of what we do here. Challenge the narrative. Because let's say this, if it's true, then the truth doesn't need a fear or to be hiding and not be discovered. The truth can be challenged and it will still stand as true, if it is true.
Yeah.
But if it's not, you're going to find out in your research. And hopefully one day, maybe you'll be sitting next to us in here, telling other people that. I remember one day, I came into the Flat Earth channel, that kind of stuff. But that's not the goal. The goal is just for you to critically think about your world and challenge the narrative.
How long was it ago? Like, when did you get into like this Discord channel?
Bro, it was like 2015 for me.
Oh.
And
2014.
Yeah, everybody, like, they can chime in too, because I think you need to hear, like, everybody. Like, I think Jedi, me and Jedi were the same. I think we were 2015. Was that right, Jedi?
Yeah, man, 2015. Yeah.
Yeah, we got quite a few others that are sitting in here that have like a long period of doing this. But at the time we came in, the algorithm for YouTube was really awesome. Like it was promoting flat Earth videos, and there was so much content back then. Now it's like there's a lot of shadow banning and stuff because they don't want to put that information out. And it's like people can talk about all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube, but the moment it's flat Earth, it's like shunned. But I'll tell you why, right? I'll give you the reason why. Because when you first heard it, Jay, it sounded like the stupidest thing you ever heard. Like that reaction.
Yeah, that's like the most childish thing I've ever heard.
Right. And probably it still might feel that way to you. And I'm not going to say that you shouldn't feel like it's not, but I mean, just the feeling, right? Because it's like, dude, like this is pretty crazy, right? Why are people saying this? But that reason, and so that fuels more of the kind of bias towards the globe on the algorithm, and the private company, which is YouTube, made it known that they're going to shadow ban flat Earth videos back in the day. So most of the great content was taken away from the internet. So now you don't know like a lot of the stuff people posted back then about flat Earth, like the fake NASA images and the videos that they put, bubbles in space. Dude, there's so much out. There was so much content that we had out there. So the remnants of content, we still have it, in our servers, and of course us, which we were, we went through that period of time, so we know the arguments. So it's a fascinating topic, man. Like I just want more people to be inquiring about it because you're missing out on like a lot of good stuff here.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if the flat Earth is true, why don't we just raise money and like build a rocket and just take a picture of the Earth? Then everybody would believe that.
No, they wouldn't.
They wouldn't?
Because dude, because you send rockets up into space and people think the Earth is a sphere, and that's the idea now. But there's even contrast with that idea because they go so high up and they can't see curvature. You get curvature of the Earth because of all sorts of reasons, mainly because of the lens of the camera. But people won't believe you with your anecdotal story or possible picture, especially as the days increase and so does the technology. Images today are very manipulated, so no, a picture wouldn't cut it. The problem is that the verifiable evidence, that would be the measurement of the surface of the Earth, which would be required to determine how it measures, also doesn't seem to be good enough for some people anyway. So it's crazy to think that a photograph would be the answer. The answer to figure out what the Earth is you measure it, dude. We're telling you that. We're telling everybody who comes into this conversation that they don't even believe that verification is crazy.
Did that make sense, Jay?
Yeah, it does.
You have to remember people are individuals, right? We can't always use general statements. Right? You're different to me and I'm different to Alpha. We all have different things that are going to catch our attention and catch our interest. So it's kind of hard to see what is going to get somebody's interest into this, what we call a foregone conclusion, that people think the Earth is a sphere. Because I guarantee you hadn't thought about it until somebody had brought it up to you. Same with me. I hadn't thought about it. I thought the Earth was obviously a sphere because that's what we always got taught, until I realised you can question it. The only thing that we hope to do here is to ignite your own personal critical thinking. You can validate things for yourself. You don't have to believe things that people tell you, especially when they're such grandiose claims as to where you live and how you got here. Right? You should test these things for yourself. You're the important one.
Yeah.
That is correct. That's correct. You are the important one. Your mind belongs to you. You don't have to outsource it to somebody who says, well, you have to be a scientist in order to know this information. They put the information out of your hands so that you can't verify it. It becomes unfalsifiable. But in all fact and reality, you can verify this information to be true. You can find out about the earth that you live on. You don't have to wait for somebody who claims to be a scientist to give you the answer. That's what they taught us how to think like, Jay. For the longest time, people have been like believing that certain people specialize in certain studies, like in certain research, and nobody else can know this information except for those guys. And that's true to some extent on certain cases, but not in this one, because you're standing on the earth. So it's like I could see your reasoning behind why, like, a doctor would need to be someone who specializes in that. You can't just walk in and do an operation. I get that. But in this case, for the earth, you're standing on it at all times. So you can go to a place like a large body of water and measure across the surface and see if the earth is curving. You can do that. That's something within your reach. So, and if that's true, if it's curving like they say it is and boats are disappearing behind the curvature, then you have nothing to worry about. Then it is a globe. But if it's not the case and the earth doesn't actually conform to a sphere like they told you over a distance on water, then you're going to realize the earth isn't what they've told you. And you're now going to walk in truth instead of being a blind believer like everybody else.
Yeah.
There's an old, and I don't know what religion you're from, but there's an old scripture in the Bible that says, "You shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free."
Oh yeah. I also believe in the Bible. You know, actually, I was thinking about like the one of the scriptures in Job. Like, I think it actually says that the earth is flat. Right.
Yep.
Well, yeah, the Bible
Job
has
38 and 14.
Yeah, the Bible has a flat stationary cosmology. It's built on pillars, it can't be moved, it's pressed out like clay beneath a seal.
Yeah, but it's only
it's basically depicting a flat earth. But regardless to what a book says, we should still be able to verify the claims of that book.
Yeah, but you know, actually, I've dived into the original language, like I think, like in Job, like I don't know how to describe it. I think the word that says the earth is like a disc can actually be a globe, like because in like ancient Greek,
Circle.
it's actually the same word.
Circle.
Yeah, circle.
But it's not a sphere, though, and they knew the difference between a ball and a circle. So
yeah, a circle is like, you know, 2-dimensional.
So anyway, yeah, the Bible's primarily a flat Earth book, anyway. But that's just like Jedi said, we have to always take the empirical evidence, like, you know, go outside and do a field test over things that are being written down, because the Creator, if you do believe in God and in the Bible, the Creator gave us a mind to be able to comprehend this information in such a way that we don't have to be confused about it, which is what they try to make you believe, right? Oh, the Earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. Oh, the Earth is so big, you know, it's a sphere, you just can't see it like that. So they confuse you by saying these words because it's outside of your perception, and it's not really that. That's not the case. You perceive the Earth as it is, and you're able to test and verify and you know, figure out whether or not it's what they're saying it is or it's not.
Yeah, but when you were talking about the Bible, do you think like it's a make-believe story? I mean, I'm not saying it is, because I'm a Christian and I also believe in the Bible, but I don't know.
Well,
have you ever tried to verify the Bible?
Yes.
In what way?
What do you mean, scrutinize it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
The truth that it says about morality and the way that we perceive the human condition, like about sin.
Yeah.
It's very apparent that they had a very spot on like reflection of that, of humanity, and also on how to deal with the subject matter of it. So like the problem of sin. So I mean, sin is like the word that's being used here is what's against God, you know, the thing that's against God. So God would decree his creation to be a specific way and do a certain thing, and sin is what stands against, you know, God's decree and his command of what he wants creation to be like. So it's something against what he has said. That would be sin.
Right. Right.
So the Bible has a good example of like the fallen human condition, and the reason why we even said it this way, Jay. Like even if everybody found out the Earth was flat and we all lived in like a society where everybody knew that was the truth, it still wouldn't turn this Earth into a utopia. It still wouldn't make it that way because we always have the problem of sin, that's a whole other topic I'm not going to get into. But I'm just telling you that it's like the Bible doesn't remove the fact that people still have this fallen condition of their
Like
thoughts.
our sin nature. You're talking about this, right?
That's correct. That's correct. And that doesn't go away just because everybody finds out the truth that the Earth is not a globe, right? That doesn't go away. So
yeah, like we got the sin from like Adam and Eve, so it's not gonna be removed.
So until the Creator does do something about it. But the issue right now we're dealing with in this day and age is the fact that people can be fooled by so many different ideas and thoughts. And I mean, even if you still think the Earth is a globe, that's fine. But you can see what I'm saying is like you have social media conditioning people to think certain things, right? And their mind doesn't belong to them anymore. Like it's just they outsource it to like wanting to be like right now I don't know if you're young or old, Jay, but the young people today, they want to be recognized as somebody that's popular on social media.
No, I'm not.
They want to get the likes. They want to get the shares. They want to see how many people looked at their photos and all that stuff, right? And that's important, right? And to some regards, that's okay to think that kind of stuff. But then there's an unhealthy way of like depending on it. Like everything you do depends on that. Like if you live life that way, you'll never know truth because you're always going to depend on what other people think, and you're going to be a part of groupthink. Which, what does the majority have to say about it? Oh, they like this? Okay, I'll like that too. Like you'll never think independently for yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's just kind of like homosexuality. Like a lot of people are saying it is right. Like it is like I don't know how do they say it. Like they say it's natural. Like that's something people are born with, but that's actually not.
Well, no, I'm saying like there's a lot of provocative things that can be said. I won't get into too much of them because of TOS. But like if you think about it, there's a lot of subjects that people just go along with based on like the majority of people agreeing with those things. So this is what we're saying. Being an independent free thinker is a very dangerous thing because you stand against what everybody thinks. And if you, like today, young person, if you like people liking all your social media comments and stuff, and if you go against, if you're just like a free thinker and you don't care what other people think, then it's going to go against getting your likes. You might get deplatformed. People might turn away from your words and so, you know what I mean? They might think you're crazy. And a lot of people, the young people, don't want to be looked like that. They want people to like them. So in order to do that, they will say the thing that everybody's saying, and you know what I mean? Go along with the crowd. So they're afraid. A lot of young people are very afraid to break out of that because they don't want to like be someone that people don't like on social media.
Right.
So and so this is the problem, Jay. People build their identity on social media, and based on what they say on social media, one tweet, one wrong thing could turn them like all their followers away. So they don't want that. They want to stay within the boundary of being liked. I mean, everybody likes that feeling, right, of being liked, and people liked your photos and stuff like that. And but they don't realize that because of that, it becomes an unhealthy attachment to what everybody thinks. Like for instance, right? Let's say you found it better to be a vegan versus a meat eater or whatever. I'm just using that as an example. Let's just say that was the case, and all the family and everybody you knew, they were all meat eaters, right? And the moment you started becoming your own independent mind and think something differently, everybody's going to come against you, right? And vice versa. Let's say you were a vegan before or whatever, and you started to become a meat eater, and you saw more healthy benefits because of that. Then everybody that thought who you were and all your friends, vegan friends, are going to be upset with you. You're like, yeah, this is what it is, man. It is what it's. People have always been that way, but more so now because of social media. So the topic of, I'm going to go back to flat Earth. The topic of flat Earth is so taboo that if you mention it within any realm of like your social, your social circles, then people are going to look at you and ostracize you away. Like, oh, don't talk to Jay, man. That guy's going to talk about flat Earth every time we meet up, and you know what I mean? They'll push you away.
No, just kind of like my church denomination. Like whenever I talked about it, like people just be, people would be like, "Oh, I'm a weirdo" or something. Yeah. So.
Yeah, you get the point. But this is the problem that we have to tell people about the subject that we're speaking of now with flat Earth. It's because it's so taboo. Like nobody wants to look. In other words, we've already figured this out, right? And that's what it is. People already figured it out. We don't need to go back and talk about the Earth anymore. Like we learned about it when we were in elementary school. Like for God's sakes, why are we talking about it? So it gets people emotional. But that's what we're trying to break through in this channel. Like because I know the problem. I already identify that. I know that's why people hate. They hate to be challenged. They hate to be going back to like where they learned in elementary school the Earth was a globe, and then we're talking about it in 2025. Adults are talking about it. It sounds silly, right? Like, what the hell are we doing?
Not necessarily. Like, I'll always speak for truth. So, like, if the flat Earth is true, I'm gonna say it. Like, I don't care.
Good luck, dude. I don't know how it's received over there in Taiwan, man, but over here in America, it's like it's really shunned. Like it's more open in America than it is in other places because we have our Constitution, which I'm going to put in air quotes, allows free speech. So it's different in like other countries where they don't allow that kind of stuff. But you know what I mean? Like,
if you allow Taiwan, like it doesn't even matter.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's fine, but I don't know the movement how far it's grown over there. But what'd you say? Should I?
Why China want to invade it? Too much free speech in Taiwan.
Yeah, I'm more concerned of like the people that come in this room. I want to give them the ability to realize that they have their own mind as a critical thinking mind. Because, man, Jay, I'm telling you, everybody is always saying, well, I don't know because I'm not a scientist. I don't know because I'm not this and that. But it's like they still believe it. They still believe the Earth is a globe. And it's like, dude, how do you believe something? And if, on the other hand, I ask you how it's a globe, you're like, well, I'm not a scientist. And then immediately disregard any ability to be able to tell me how it's a globe. You're telling me how it's a globe based on your belief, but then I ask you specific questions. You're like, well, I don't really know because I'm not a scientist. Well, then why were you telling me that you believe it in the first place if you can't even tell me because you're not a scientist? You see the problem? Like, yeah, so it's more like psychological than anything else, man. It's the psychology, right? Why do people believe the Earth is a globe? What reason do they have? Is it true? Because if it is,
that's just because they see the pictures. That's it, and they're gonna tell you like, I see the picture because that's like what I was gonna tell you.
Yeah, no, dude. Like I'll say, what do you think, Jedi? 95% of the time, I'm giving a weird statistic here. 95% of the time, every time we ask them, how do you know it's a globe? They always go back to images or video, like live stream stuff.
Yeah, it's 95% because what NASA says in pictures from space, and then 2.5% the other things in the sky, and then maybe 2.5% that boat went away. That's about it.
Yeah, so we're dealing with just people who use images and videos, and that's the reason why they say the Earth is a globe. That's it. Like that is it, dude. As far as any of the measurements or where they originated from or why they think, like, okay, I'll give you another example, like planets, right? They say, well, what do you think planets are? That might even be your question right now. Like, what do you think planets are? And I'm going to tell you. That when you look up at the sky, everybody sees something, right? We all see the same thing. You point at the light in the sky. It looks like what you say Jupiter is, right? You look through the telescope. You say, hey, this is what I see. I look through the telescope next to you, and I say the same thing. I see the same thing you're seeing.
And that's a bull. Like, actually, I'm not gonna like change, my opinion because I actually saw the Jupiter.
Yeah, you don't have to change your idea on that. What I'm saying is, it may look like something to you right here, right? It may look like whatever you're saying it is, right? And then I can agree with you. It may look like this, but we don't know if it actually is the thing you're saying it looks like, because looking like and actually is are two different things. It could be something else, but you can only see it from a distance. Yeah, so you're telling me what it looks like.
That aligns with like the pictures from NASA So that's why I believe in NASA. Because like what I see from the telescope is like that aligns with the pictures I see like from NASA.
Yeah, that's fine. Listen, whatever they're showing you, it's just an image of something. But what I'm telling you is that to verify what it actually is different. It's not the same. You can't tell me it looks like this, and then I say, okay, you say it looks like this. That's fine. Do you know if it's that thing you're saying it looks like? Your answer should be no. I don't know. You can only tell me what it looks like, and I can tell you the same. It looks like what you said it looks like. But you don't actually know it's the thing you said it looks like. Are you understanding what I mean? Like, there's a difference. So, and that's even separate from what they're saying it is. That's the other bad thing. So now they're telling you, okay, so it looks like, a sphere, right? It looks like it maybe have an atmosphere or something, stuff moving on the planet. And then you say, okay, well, what is it? And then of course, they give you the narrative that Jupiter's a giant ball of gas and it's made of, whatever, methane, or I don't know the actual compound or whatever chemical, but that's what they're saying that it has in the Jupiter, right? It's made of this and it's got this core and it's got all kinds of stuff. And they're giving you some information about it that you can't know and they don't know. So all of this stuff is like their best guess, and they admit it. They always.
But say that's their hypothesis. I wouldn't say. I mean, that's basically a guess. You're right.
Yeah. And so it doesn't move past that. It only stays there. So we can't, flat earthers, in good conscience, say that what element composition that Jupiter is made of. How are we supposed to know? But we'll be honest with you and say we don't know. And the part that gets people trapped is because we say we don't know, and they have an explanation. On the other hand, they go with the explanation. Because to them, thinking that they can know what it is better than not knowing what it is. You get me? Like, they feel like that's more scientific. If you can say what you think it is versus saying that you don't know what it is.
But I feel like NASA has already made it clear that, like, the composition of Jupiter is just their hypothesis. Like, there's no way you can prove it.
Well, like, that's what you and I are saying right now in this chat room. But I guarantee you there's people that believe that it's proven. 100%. So, okay. So I know that you're not saying that, but there are people that are out there that were saying, oh, what do you think planets are? They ask us, right? What do you think planets are? And we say, well, we don't know because we can't test or validate what the element is. And then they're like, well, I know it's a gas giant. They'll say things like that because based on what they've been told, they're taking that as the truth. And how can we fight against that? Their belief system that they think is true. There's no way. So what I'm saying to you is maybe you might not think that, but a lot of people will say that is the truth.
Right. I feel like that's like low-key their problem because NASA didn't even say that's the truth.
Yeah, I know. That's what, listen, we have the conversation in here about what you just said, but it doesn't go over well with the person who's fighting against us because they will say, well, you guys still think the earth is flat, so you possibly can't be getting it right. Not even saying that you don't know what the element is up there. At least I have all the answers from NASA, and I have all the answers from NASA showing me images and photos of the earth being a globe, videos. So we're fighting the ability that they have been believing for such a long time versus what they can test and validate on their own. That's what we're fighting. So people are going to walk away from this chat and never come back because they're like, those dumb flat earthers. Like, I'd rather just believe NASA telling me this. It's a comfortable belief. It's comfortable because you don't have to do anything. All you do is just wake up in the morning and believe somebody else figured it out. You're not using your brain anymore. Anyway, it's a difficult thing, man, but I'm going to check to see if anybody in the room wants to go ahead and chime in. So me and Jay have been talking about it. Jay's I don't know if he's just heard about it or not, but it sounded kind of like pretty silly when we first started talking about flat earth and he came in here. But since then, he kind of just rescinded that and be like, hey, you know what? Sorry about that. I'm going to have a conversation.
Yeah,
and it's been going well so far.
Yeah. No.
Got a few surprised people in the side chat. So, is this legit? Flat Earth voice chat. No way. That was Tanmay OP. Welcome to the chat. Lots of new people in Alpha.
Welcome, everybody. And as I said to Jay, I'll say to you guys, if you have any questions, we want to challenge your thinking on what the nature of the Earth is in regards to you believing it's a globe. Do you think there's any way you can prove that it's an actual globe? I want you guys to have the floor to be able to challenge yourselves and go ahead, and we'll also challenge you as well. And if there's any questions about flat Earth you'd like to know, we'll tell you straight up directly. We're not going to beat around the bush. We're going to tell you straight up what it is, what the answers we have. So, is anybody in here curious, or they want to engage? Listen, man, we try to open up this panel so that everybody can feel welcome. All right. So it might seem a little hostile sometimes, but I guarantee you that's not the look for here. We want you guys to chime in.
So, like I was saying, Tanmay is in the chat. I think they've just jumped in and quite surprised that there's a Flat Earth server in the English Hub. And he also says, and I invite you to open up your microphone, letting everybody know what you said, because it's kind of amusing. If Earth is flat, then I'm a 2D person living in a simulator. Oh, my friend, you need to unmute your microphone. The Earth being flat is just a surface description. My floor is flat, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any depth to my floor, or an extent to my floor, or an area above the floor. Flat is a surface description. You are obviously three-dimensional. You can swim in water, which is flat on the top, but you will be surrounded by the three-dimensionality of the liquid. So just because the Earth is... Don't worry, my friend, it's okay. You're not two-dimensional.
Would anybody else like to chime in? I think there's I don't know. I feel like a wave of like people feeling unsure about opening up the mic because they're not able. Maybe their English isn't that good. I'm not sure.
I mean, maybe, my friend, yeah.
Hello, Saren. Like, it looks like he wants to talk.
Yeah, go ahead. Unmute your mic. We can have a conversation with you.
So, Saran, 1976K. I think you might share the same birth year as me. They say in the chat, I am sure this has been asked many times, but if Earth is not flat, why do we have horizons? But Earth is not flat, why do we have horizons? Maybe, Saran, you can come off your microphone and ask your question, my friend.
I think maybe that was not worded. It seems malformed the way it's said.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Okay, so Saran says, sorry, amigos, I am not in a position, that's funny, to unmute, but I will try to reframe my question. Take your time, my friend. In the meantime, welcome one and all to the lovely 24/7 Earth 2.0. Do we still say 2.0? I can't remember. But the lovely 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server here on the English Hub. We welcome all conversation pertaining to the subject of the Earth and our reality. Is it what we've been told? Are we living on a giant sphere that orbits around the sun, a giant vacuum? Or is the Earth as we observe and measure? That would be flat and stationary. So the questions are along those lines. If you think the Earth is, do you think you'll be able to provide evidence for your claim? But like I said, we welcome all conversations. Welcome all to the channel. If you want to unmute yourselves, introduce yourself, say hi, tell what part of the world you're from, and ask your question, and we can get the conversation under. Lots of fantastic names in the chat, Alpha. We've got Cider Filer, we've got Dibs, there's someone called Dixie Don. We have, oh my God, there's Mama Daziz. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I'll just say it like that. Who else we got? We got Fidan, by the way, has been asking some questions in the chat. Obviously, Alpha has been talking to Jay along with myself. Bukaka's here. Who else have we got? Miguel's in the house. More here. We've got Rayleigh, Saran. Welcome, Saran. We've got Stark as well. And as we get closer to the bottom, we've got Taname, of course. Vitali. Who's this guy with these across your name? Your name is Nestro Pina. What's up, Nestro? How are you? And obviously, right down the bottom, we've got Carl. So the weekend is fast approaching, guys, and well, I'm sure. Let's get this party started.
Yeah, I would like to hear you guys talk. Like, it's a really interesting discussion.
Glad to hear it, my friend. And me and Jedi have been doing this for quite some time, so
Yeah, it's
I've
all
had
your fault.
thousands of conversations. I mean, we've talked to every academic you could probably think of that has to deal with this topic. Had many, 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 many debates. I just recently debated Blitz PhD like a month or two ago.
How'd it go?
Well, he doesn't know if the Earth is a globe. He was trying to use a neutrino example, neutrino detection example, and he didn't even know what that was, to be honest. Okay, it got so bad with his solipsism that he was proposing that he couldn't even tell you if he has hands or not. He couldn't make a good argument for actually being able to tell you logically that he has hands.
Really?
I am not kidding you. Like, that's because when you get the high level of academia, they'll say that science doesn't work in proving things. So he
What does
can't
that
prove. He can't prove to anybody that he has hands. I am
Wow.
not even kidding you. In higher learning, like in college, level, which is what he teaches. Yeah, that's what he was proposing. He's like, he told me, go ahead and give me a logical. What did he say? I don't want to misspeak, but he said somewhere in the realm of give me like a logical reason why I would have hands. Some statement or something.
He really said that?
Mm-hmm. And the funny thing is, when he was talking to us, he was actually live streaming. So he was talking with his hands. Like, you know how the people move their hands when they talk?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And his hands were going in front of the camera when he was speaking.
He pretty much just roasted himself.
But the problem is, though, we deal with types like these where we can't prove anything, so that our point is invalid either. Because if we live in a framework where you can't prove anything, then how am I going to prove flat Earth to anybody? You know what I mean? So he has to go on like a solipsist worldview so that nothing can be proven. That was his tactic. It didn't go over well because he didn't have a point. I asked him several times, provide evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I kept asking him over and over again. He would deny me many times. and he went to his neutrino example, and it's something that he knows a little bit about. So he started talking about it, but he didn't really know exactly like the test that they did, the field test, because it wasn't a field test. They did a test within like an algorithm. It was a simulation that they did with this in this test, the neutrino test. So it wasn't an actual field test, like, you know, out in the field somewhere.
Oh.
So at the end, he didn't have any evidence that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which was, I'll always come in with that because I want the audience to know for themselves that even academics aren't able to prove that the Earth is a globe in any way. And of course, it was worse for him because he said he can't even prove he has hands. So there's that bad situation, you know. He actually said that it was me and Indio 007, which is another guy from the 24/7 server, and he went first and I went second. But he said that when he first started talking to Indio, like 5 minutes into the debate, he said, "Yeah, we can't know anything. Like, we can't even know if we have hands." So he told him that, and I was like, "Golly, this is gonna be easy."
Wow.
Because when you say that, you sabotage your position in knowing anything. So now, how can you tell me even know if the Earth is a globe? You just said you can't even prove you have hands.
So, like, actually, in a sense, he actually proved that, like, the Earth is not flat because, like, he can't prove anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
which is a tactic in debate. If you can show people that the other person in your own worldview can't prove that the Earth or your
It's
point
like,
can't be made.
Self-destruction.
Yeah.
You know, just a sidetrack. Do you think we experience free will?
Dude, I'm glad you asked that. No.
Oh, you don't think so?
Mm-mm. Not in the sense of actually thinking that we're free agents. I think we live under laws, and all the laws govern our reactions.
Yeah. But in the Bible, like, we experience free will. So that's
yeah. There's a mixture, right? There's a mixture. Free will and predeterminism they work hand in hand. Although you might not know how it works hand in hand. I'll give you an example, right? The Creator knows what you're going to do tomorrow, right? Do you agree with me on that?
Yeah, that's actually the Bible.
Yeah, but you don't know what you're going to do tomorrow, right? I mean, you could plan to do, let's say you have an itinerary, right? I plan to do this and this and this tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Do you know that you're going to do this, this, and this tomorrow when tomorrow comes?
I don't know. Like, probably I will procrastinate or something.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You made my point. That's exactly what I tell people. It's like, so we know that the Creator might know that information, but we only know so much as what our limited minds can actually like tell us. Because let's say you plan to eat a hamburger tomorrow or whatever, and your friend comes over and he says, "Hey, I'm gonna eat some fish and chips tomorrow with you. I'm gonna buy you a free lunch," and you're like, "Dude, free lunch? Let's go." So you didn't eat your hamburger like you planned to. You ate fish and chips. You get me?
Yeah.
So your plans were, you didn't know that was going to happen. Your friend just dropped by uninvited. Like he was just stopping by. You know, you didn't know he was going to come by. So it was like a surprise. And thereby it negated the fact that you planned to eat a hamburger because he was going to buy you free lunch. And who's going to say no to free lunch? So that's, do you get what?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Just like Peter. Do you know Peter betrayed Jesus?
Yes.
Yeah, and before that, he actually told Jesus, like, he was not going to betray Jesus. But Jesus told him, like,
exactly.
Yeah, you're going to betray me 3 times before the sun rises.
Yeah, it was already, he told, this is what predestination is. It's predestined to happen already. We don't know that. Peter didn't know that. He was like, no, I'm not going to deny you. He's like, I'll fight for you even if to the death.
We actually did. Like, he bailed.
Right. Because God knew his heart. So that's the other thing too. God knows everyone's heart. And I don't want to get too far into it, but just to kind of tie a bow in it, that's the reason why it gets more in depth, right? We can talk later about it, but it gets more in depth. But yeah, needless to say, to us, free will is like a reality. Like we live in that kind of, like, you make your plans for tomorrow and you say, hey, I made these plans for tomorrow, but God knows exactly what's going to happen. Like you don't know that, you know what I mean? But he does.
Yeah, I do. I know what you're talking about.
So in that sense, it's kind of like it's both in a way, but not really.
Yeah.
It is because you don't know, but it isn't because he knows. It's a bit complicated. It's hard to get it.
That bothers me a lot because, like, I don't know. If my future is already predetermined, then I don't even know like what's the purpose of my life.
Well, that's the issue. It's the discovery of that. So instead of asking God, why is this happening to me? You should be asking him, God, what are you trying to show me in this that I'm going through? What are you trying to show me? Like, I want you to reveal what you want me to, what lesson is that I need to understand about life. Like, that's the real question you should be, instead of like, God, why? Because that never gets answered because in everything there's a lesson, right? Everything.
Yeah.
So life is a great teacher, but we need to be the student absorbing and asking the questions.
No, I'd rather not to be born. Like, this world is just so wicked.
I can't disagree with that.
Right. I don't even want to have everlasting life. Like, I just don't want to be born. Man, that's it.
Well, it's too late, man. You exist in the realm as well as everybody else, so you're here. You can't undo what's been done. So you can only proceed forward with the knowledge that you have. All right, we got Hummus that's joined us in the chat. Hummus, welcome to the room.
Oh, lovely. Our Sophist Thomas is back. This will be fun.
Is that anti-flat earther?
Oh, just a Sophist.
Uh-oh. We got Azzy that just jumped in the chat. Welcome, Azzy. We got Cider Phyla. Cider Phyla, welcome.
Hi there. What are you guys talking about?
The nature of the earth. Do you think it's a globe, Azzy?
Are you Chinese? Yeah, I know that's not related, but I'm just asking.
We've gotten some more people from China lately. Are you from China?
No, I'm not from China. I'm asking like Azzy.
We had a guy in from Beijing the other day.
Ooh. That's low-key illegal in China because, like, you're not allowed.
Know that.
Really? I'm actually not from the Earth.
We know that. We know it's, yeah. That's why I told him, I was like, dude, how are you even here? Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
Who said they're not actually from the Earth? Did I hear that right?
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Okay, maybe their PSP mind link has been severed. Fair enough. Oh God, sorry. I do apologise, Alpha. Tanmay, this is awesome. So we've been talking about gravity in the side chat, and I would appreciate it if you can mute yourself, especially when people say things like this. All right, so we've been talking about, like I said, Einstein and Newton. So the Einstein theory, in fact, proved that Newton's gravity worked. The space-time blanket itself proves that the ton of gravity works. Nobody's thrown under the bus. Right, I'm going to stop you right there. Just so you can hear me, Tanmay.
mass attracting mass, Newton's gravity, has a completely different mechanic as to how it works as to Einstein's gravity. Now, Einstein didn't prove that Newton's gravity worked. Einstein based his theory on the same observed phenomena, the same thing happening. He was coming up for a mechanism as to what caused that to happen. This has been the formation or the curving of straight lines in the four-dimensional coordinate system known as space-time. Due to the size of the planet's mass in the four-dimensional space-time fabric, it distorts and curves those straight lines, which is why things appear to rotate or fall towards objects, because the lines in space-time are curved. This isn't the same thing as mass attracting mass, also known as the instantaneous magic at a distance. The reason why Newton's gravity violates special relativity is because of what I've just described, the instantaneous action at a distance. Einstein has a time coordinate. So no, Einstein's mathematics supersede Newton's mathematics because Newton's mathematics violate special relativity. So you might need to get your textbook out again. But being as our friend doesn't have the ability to unmute themselves, we can maybe strike up another conversation with somebody else. I see Silvana has jumped into the chat. Good evening to you, or good morning, or good afternoon. Welcome to our channel. Sarana is still here.
Yes, hi.
Hello, my friend. How are you? Not a problem at all. Where do you come from?
From Austria?
From Austria. Oh, okay. And what interest do you have in this particular channel, the Flat Earth channel?
I just came in.
Oh, okay. So you're just inquisitive and wanting to listen to what's going on. That's fine. No problem at all. I'll carry on reading through the list of contenders that we've got in the chat. We've got Miguel, we've got Lukaka, obviously. Latu is here, myself, Jedi. Jay is still here. Hummus, my friend, welcome back. How are you?
Are you from Australia?
No, I'm from England.
England? Okay, sorry.
What the hell? I see somebody called Fu Yu's in the house. What's up? Dixie Dawn is still here. Dibs is still here. Cider File is still here. Blue Jumper is still here. Lots of people in the chat. It's good to see you all.
So what was the topic before I came?
The topic was the Earth and it being flat, and ideas that things in the sky that are spheres like Jupiter mean that the Earth is flat.
Okay, and why was the topic if the Earth is flat?
Oh, the topic is the Earth is flat is because that's the way that the Earth is measured. We're told that the Earth is a sphere, which would mean when we measure over the surface of the Earth, we would measure curvature, a rate of change of slope over distance, for it to be a ball. But when we go out and measure the Earth, like me, you, people who build on the Earth construction, when we build upon the Earth and measure the Earth, the water lays horizontal on the surface, and that's a straight line. So we're telling people that the Earth measures to be flat in contradiction to the idea that we live on a sphere.
I think the measurement band is a short
Sorry.
Short item in
When you say short, what do you mean, like 4 foot, 2 meters?
Yeah. There are different dimensions, like
Yeah, we're talking miles, kilometers.
Yeah.
Yeah, expanses over the sea.
that if we were to be living on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, there would be a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. That's a rate of change of slope from horizontal over miles. When we measure and observe over miles and miles, we should observe and measure that curvature. We don't. What we always measure is water to be horizontal on the surface for miles and miles.
Okay. For example, I am a microbiologist, and and if you look at the bacteria and viruses and so on, we can say they are different dimensions measure compared to people, for example, and our entire skin do live those bacteria and viruses and fungi. So
What has this got to do with curvature of water?
wait, I'm coming
Okay.
to that.
Okay.
Or I think if we were bigger than the Earth, we would see that it is round. I mean, we cannot.
This is weird. All I'm trying to tell you is that when we do measure water, you seem to be thinking that we can't measure water for some reason because we're small and the water's so big. It's weird to me. We survey the land, we measure the land, we know the distance from one place to another in miles and kilometers. We know the heights of mountains, the depths of the sea. These things are very much within our capability. We build swimming pools, we build dams, we build lakes, we build bridges, we build tunnels, miles and miles and miles. So we do measure the surface of the earth, don't we?
Yeah, but the
Good. So we can measure the surface of the earth, can't we?
No, 1 meter is too small.
No, excuse me.
Yeah.
We can measure the surface, can't we?
Of course we can.
Of course we can. So why are you trying to talk about being a microbiologist and the small scale compared to the large scale? And we're so small and have to be really, really big to measure it. No, that's complete nonsense.
Why?
Why? Because we measure on the surface of the earth all the time. Large constructions over kilometers, not 4 foot.
And how can you explain if we look at the mountains and the mountains are far away from us? So, and
But they look smaller.
They are small. Wait, they are small, and
Yeah.
when we approach more and more and more, they grow bigger. So
Okay, stop. Put your arm out in front of your face. Now you notice that your hand at the end of your arm looks smaller. Now slap yourself in the face. You notice as your hand comes towards you, it appears to get bigger. Please don't be surprised that things that are far away appear to be smaller than when you're standing close to them and they're bigger. You're a microbiologist. How the hell did you get that qualification? Are you confused why the mountains far away look smaller?
I mean, if a bacteria would have
No, shut up with your bloody bacteria. Mountain. Are you confused why the mountain that's far away looks smaller to you?
Shouldn't somebody in microbiology understand completely angular size? What do you do with a microscope to increase an angular size?
This is why I'm absolutely baffled.
Holy cow.
All right, so I'll ask again, because I want to be clear and I want to help you understand. Are you confused why the mountain that's far away appears to look small to you?
No, I'm not confused.
Okay, so why did you bring it up?
This round.
No, whoa.
So if you're not confused and you understand that that's because of the distance between you and the object based on the angular resolution limit of your optic, it's basically just how you see the world. Why did you bring it up?
Okay, something else.
Something else?
Yeah, you have seen pictures
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
going to the
My friends, I do apologise, but now you're being rude. I asked you a question. We're having a line of conversation. And now, midway through that line of questioning and conversation, you want to change the subject again?
Oh, yes.
Whoa, why? I don't think you even understand this point of conversation. Why are you moving on to something else?
Yeah,
We're
because
talking about, hold on. We're talking about our ability to measure the surface of water. I managed to get through to you that, yeah, we can definitely do that, can't we? After it sounded like, because you brought up being a microbiologist, that scale was really important. And because of the size of people compared to the Earth, there's no way in hell we could measure the curvature on that surface. You understand that we definitely can, right?
I think there are different dimensions and
Right. I think you're very confused. Do you know the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
yeah.
Cool. If you measure one, let's make it easy for you, a curved line, then it can't be a straight line, can it?
No.
If I measure a line to be curved, it's not straight, is it?
Yeah, but
How the hell did you get through university? This is a very simple geometry question. I've got to start at the beginning. Do you know what a line is?
yeah,
Good. Do you know the difference between a straight line and a curved line?
of course.
Good. So if you measure a curved line, it can't be straight line, can it?
In small dimensions, no.
No, over distance. Like, please be intellectually honest. I'm talking about a line. A point from point A to point B. Now, the shortest distance between point A and point B is a straight line, right?
Yeah.
That's different to a curved line, isn't it?
It's
Isn't it?
dimensions. It's still dimensions for me.
At the moment, we're just talking about a line.
Okay.
Because I want you to be able to understand, so we can all move on, the difference between a straight line and a curved line. Because at the moment, I'm going to be talking about a two-dimensional surface. Notice how we're increasing from one dimension to two. Eventually, we'll get to three, but it appears we've got to start at the beginning for you. So you understand the difference between a straight line. You must concede that if you measure a straight line, it's not a curved line. Do you agree?
Not, of course.
Of course, yeah, it's obvious, isn't it? So when we measure the surface of water, right, over miles, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 45, 50, when we measure over the surface of water with lasers, when we measure the water to be horizontal, that's straight upon the surface. Now, we're told we should measure a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. That's over miles and miles. When we measure the surface of the water, it's a straight line, horizontal line. So by consequence of it being horizontal, what?
I got that. Okay.
Good. So I didn't want to feel like I was repeating myself, but you become frustrating.
Can I say something?
Yes, of course you can, please.
Okay, thank you. So if you imagine a ball a size of like 2 meter diameter, okay, this is big ball. If you take out a measurement band and you miss like 2 millimeters on the ball, 2 millimeters is straight, right?
Okay, and is the ball curved over the surface?
Yeah, but if you measure
Good.
2
So over
millimeters,
distance, you would measure a rate of change of slope, wouldn't you?
you don't let me finish. If you measure on a ball, like 2 meter diameters,
Mm-hmm.
and if you measure 2 millimeters,
Mm-hmm.
those 2 millimeters are straight, but the ball is still curved. This is why I'm talking about. There are different dimensions.
Yeah, there's different lengths. This is why I'm trying to point out to you we're talking about miles and miles and miles, because it's based on geometry. If we know the radius, 3,959 miles, and we know the circumference, 24,901, there's a rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. That means over 10 miles, the distance away from where you measure is going to be 66 foot lower. If you measure over 100 miles, the point that you measure to at 100 miles away is a mile lower. It's a rate of change of slope. I understand what you mean on a very, very small scale. It would appear that a curved line could be straight.
Yeah.
But when we measure over miles of distance where we are told, according to the math, we should measure curvature, we don't.
On the Earth is
on the surface of water. Yes.
Miles or 1,000 miles, still like 2 millimeters on a big ball for me.
Right. Okay. I've told you the rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared. So how much do you think there is a rate of change of slope after 1 mile? It's in the formula. I'll say it again. 8 inches per mile squared. So if it's 1 mile, how much is it?
I measure in kilometers and meters, not in
It doesn't matter if it's fucking furlongs. It's 8 inches. It's in the formula. I just gave it to you. You biologists, oh, wow. What school did you go to? What university?
Vienna.
Okay. So 8 inches per mile squared. If it's 1 mile, it's 8 inches, isn't it? Doesn't matter if it's inches, centimeters, miles, or kilometers.
What are you trying to say?
Trying to tell you the amount of curvature over the distance of the Earth. You seem to think that we're not doing it over large enough distances. I'm telling you, after 1 mile, the rate of change of slope, it's 8 inches. After 10 miles, it's 66 foot. Over 100 miles, it's 1 mile. It's an exponential rate of change of slope because it's a curve function. So we're just doing geometry here. According to the mathematics associated with the radius of the Earth, we should be able to measure curvature as a rate of change of slope from a horizontal line over a distance of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles plus. We build on the Earth, don't we? Bridges, dams, constructions, roads, tunnels over miles and miles and miles, don't we?
Yes.
So we can clearly measure the surface of the Earth over miles and miles and miles, can't we?
For me, it's still dimensions.
Yeah, good. So when we measure the surface of the Earth over where there should be curvature, we do not measure any.
It's dimensions.
All right, that's just you coping now. You can speak to someone else.
Okay, how can you explain, for example, why is the climate on the equator not the same like on the poles?
Is it because the sun's directly overhead?
Why?
Why is the sun directly overhead? No, is the sun directly overhead and the spring and autumn equinoxes on the equator,
Again,
where it's summer and the sun's directly overhead. You're asking, why is it hotter when the sun's directly overhead? We're over there, further away from where the sun's overhead. It's colder. Are you asking this question? Am I confusing you with the answer? You said equator. You said North and South Pole. Well, the sun's directly over my head at the equator in the spring and autumn equinoxes, right? So it's over my head on the equator.
and
Are you confused with the observation?
So if the Earth is flat, where is the sun in your opinion?
In the sky.
Okay.
When you point up, where do you see it?
You mean the Earth is not turning either?
No, the Earth is stationary underneath the sky. Might be easier to term as the Earth is the floor that you stand on, and the sun, moon, and stars, their lights in the sky. I know, mind-blowing, isn't it? But this is what you experience, right? We all experience this. The Earth is flat, doesn't appear to be moving anywhere, and the only motion is the things in the sky, sun, moon, and stars. They move. We're underneath them. The Earth appears to look flat to us. You even mentioned that because we're so small, it would look flat to us. So it looks flat to us and it appears not to be moving. So that's how you experience the world. You seem to have your mind blown by this. It's amazing realization when you think about it. You've experienced this your whole life.
It's not logical for me.
It's not logical. Do you experience the Earth to be in motion?
Why are all the other planets round?
Whoa, there was a question there. Please don't start being rude again. You say that this was illogical to you.
I'm trying to be logical.
It's weird. So all of the other planets, what about them? Jupiter, Mars.
They're all
What about them? Okay. They're all round and they move, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you experience any motion to the Earth?
The Earth be different.
Because it measures differently. It's like you're asking me, why is a banana different to a car? Because they're different.
It's not logical for me.
It is. Things can be different. They have different identities. In actual fact, the law of identity is logic. If you're going to fit something into an identity, it must have the constituent parts to fit that identity. A planet is a sphere that moves. That means by consequent, we should observe and measure curvature and motion to the Earth. We don't measure curvature or motion to the Earth, so the Earth can't fit into the category of planet because it doesn't share the same identity. How's that not logical?
Because it is not logical.
How? I've just given you a law of identity.
How should the Earth move in the universe?
It doesn't.
Are you saying that all other planets they are sphere, but only Earth is flat?
I just explained this to our friend here. It fits in a category that would have an identity that is curvature and motion. The Earth doesn't measure to have curvature and doesn't measure to have motion. So it doesn't fit into the category because it doesn't share the same identity.
Why do you think it's not moving?
All right, I'll ask you again. Do you experience any motion to the Earth?
It's
Okay,
dimensions.
Stop it, my friend. Hold on. The young lady is speaking.
Sorry.
Thank you. So I'll ask you again because it feels like you don't want to answer. It's a yes or no answer. Do you experience any motion to the Earth?
Yeah, subjective experiences and
So I don't actually care, right?
most
Just answer the question yes or no, or we will move on to the next person. The question is, do you experience an emotion to the earth?
Why can't you just be honest and answer the question? Just be honest and answer the question.
It's these
She doesn't.
dimensions.
She's on to dimensions. At the moment, my friend, I do apologise, but it sounds like you don't want to answer because you're scared of the answer, because even though you're being honest and will admit that you don't experience any emotion to the earth, you think this is going to make your house of cards fall. Do you experience any emotion to the earth?
No, I do not experience movement.
Thank you. That's all.
What does it say? Nothing.
At the moment, you don't experience it, so it'd have to be proven, wouldn't it?
Okay, back to bacteria. If the bacteria on my
Fuck, are we going back to bacteria? I'm trying to help you.
Going around,
Even this claim that you are putting that the earth is not at all moving.
Right, now we've got a lot of emotional reactions. One person's going back to biology, another one's just interrupting. At the moment, we need verification of the claim that it is moving, being as it is outside of our experience to be so.
Listen, what I'm trying to say is that when
I'm
you
not
are
really that interested. I'm trying to have a conversation with this young lady and you keep jumping in.
You don't experience it. No one measures it.
She's talking about microbiology. Well, I am answering your question that you asked. I'm actually saying that when you are in a car moving at a constant speed, do you feel that you are actually moving in a car? It's simply inertia.
Is that car going in a straight line or is it going around in a circle?
When it's going, it's going in a straight line, but when it goes
Is
in a
the
circle,
Earth going in a straight line or is it rotating on an axis?
it's obviously Earth is rotating on an axis.
So why are you bringing up an analogy of something going in a straight path, which is not analogous to something rotating?
Because they both have a thing in common that is called as inertia. Have you not heard
You're an
inertia?
idiot. Stop speaking. It is not analogous for something to be going in a straight path to something that's going in a curved path. Different physics apply, don't they?
Rotational physics and linear physics, they both have analogous things in them. For example, angular acceleration and simple acceleration.
Angular acceleration. Good.
Yeah, but
So can you at least, if you're going to be putting us in cars, can you make the car go round and round, please? I'll hold on so I don't get flung out the window.
If the car,
you got to take the roof off of it too.
I worry about the world education system sometimes.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's working exactly as it's supposed to work. I mean, these fools can't think for themselves, just repeat whatever it is that they were told without any evidence. So I think it's working just fine.
Yeah, I think you're right, dude. You hit the nail on the head.
of the world is wrong to believe that the Earth is a globe.
What are you on about?
I'm saying that literally 90% of the world believes that the Earth is a globe. Only 10%.
Who cares?
Okay.
Who cares?
You believe the Earth was a globe as because when you were born, everybody started telling you that was the case?
No, it's literally proved. You can see the photos.
Hold on, my friend. Answer the question. Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere because you got told it as soon as you were born?
No, obviously
you went to school, they told you about it. You turned on the TV, there's space stories about it. It was a foregone conclusion when you got here, wasn't it?
No, yes, it was.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. So you figured it out that the Earth was a sphere in motion around the sun all by yourself, did you?
Obviously not. There is a lot of physics in...
Obviously not. Because it's not your experience, is it?
By the way, I am a science student. I know a lot of...
Dude, you're not doing very well if you're a science student. You should be listening more than talking at the moment, student. So it's your experience that the Earth is flat and stationary. You had to be told the Earth was a ball, didn't you?
Arey yaar, you are not understanding.
The answer's yes. I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, dude. The answer's obviously yes. You were told that the Earth was a ball because it was outside of your experience. You wouldn't have proved this to yourself by your own admission.
Obviously, I cannot prove it, but there is a lot of physics that.
Okay, so you were told, weren't you?
Obviously, we were told, but does that
Obviously,
mean that?
there you go. Thank you very much. So you concede you were told. Thanks. That was a waste of 3 minutes.
Just because it is told by someone else, so it is wrong.
Okay, and what did they do to prove it?
See, first of all, you can do a first-hand experience yourself. If you ever go in a airplane, at certain height, you can yourself see a curvature.
What height did you go to see the curvature?
Well, very high height. I obviously don't remember the height. I was sitting in a
Very
plane.
high?
You can yourself check it out.
Right.
Not 10
I've been aircraft. My friend, shush. Right. I don't want to accuse you of lying. At best, I say that you've got some kind of confirmation bias. You think that the Earth is a sphere, and that's what the horizon is. And if you go up high, you will see that curvature. And you might have forgotten a few things. One, to turn around and observe the horizon 360 degrees around you. It's not going to curve, as in be higher or lower. It's just going to circle around you as you turn around. Also, you might have been looking out some kind of window. At the edges of the window, it might be more curved, which would distort the horizon line. Also, and you're going to hate me for saying this, mathematically speaking, you're not high enough in an aircraft at 40,000 feet to perceive the curvature of the Earth. You've got to be International Space Station high, if not further. Wow.
It all comes down to basic geometry.
And what is that geometry then?
At 1 mile, you can see 8 inches of curvature.
Sorry,
at 10 miles,
at whoa. At 1 mile, you can perceive 8 inches.
Obviously, that's not able to. You're not able to understand
So
that.
why did you say that then? You said you said you could see it, and then I said, "Can you?" And you said no.
That's not able to understand.
Dude, let's be clear. Can you or can you not perceive 8 inches a mile away?
You can not able to perceive 8 inches.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Obviously, there. From 10 miles, you can easily perceive 800 inches. Can you not?
No.
Yes, you can.
No.
No. He's saying.
No,
he's saying. He's saying
that.
The further 10 miles. Was it 10 miles?
We don't see any.
Feet?
Yeah, we don't see any rate of change of slope. That's the point. Right. You're claiming that we do. Can you show me that?
Yeah, in what form? In what form do we perceive 800 inches of drop over 10 miles?
Yeah, well, Sesu, this side SRK here. You wanted me to correct the things of your perceivance. Coming to the point, what is the method of we measuring this distance over distance drop? What is the method we are using it? Can you explain me that? How you are measuring the curvature?
A laser. How about a laser? Does a laser work for you?
It will work for me if you have two pinhole in between, because you can still have a straight degree. Let me finish it. You can still have a straight line between 2 points, so it will not prove you the drop in any distance.
Yeah, it will, because your target must be at a certain height according to the datum that you start off with.
Are you understanding my point?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Your thinking is illogical. Sorry, friend, your thinking is illogical. Holy shit. Hey, could you shut up so I can explain this? Your thinking is illogical. Yes, you can have a straight line between 2 points, but we are looking for the deviation between that straight line and the surface of the Earth.
Then do we provide aperture in between these 2 points? How many apertures have we set in between?
What?
How many apertures we set in between? Apertures, blocking and allowing a certain amount of light through a small hole, patch hole.
What the fuck's he on about? We're losing laser targeting systems to target things at distance that we shouldn't be able to target because the Earth curve would be in the way.
Still doesn't prove any point. I can put a
Hold
laser
on,
in
it
between
doesn't
any 2
prove.
points. It will be
Hold on,
straight.
my bloody hell! I want to understand that you understand the premise.
I am
If there is a
understanding the
curved
premise.
surface, my fucking word.
I
If
am understanding the premise, but I am saying your method of
I don't
measurement is
understand your
wrong.
problem.
Your method of
It would
measurement is wrong.
prove. That's the point. Because if there was a curved surface and the laser line was straight, it would not, by consequent of the curved surface, have a direct line of sight if both laser and target were level. Now, if the surface was curved, stop talking. If the surface was curved and the laser was level, the laser would go above the target. We would not have a direct line of sight on a curved surface.
Okay.
Okay. When we hit the target at distance that show that we should have a curved surface, we have a direct line of sight to the target, demonstrating that the surface between the laser and the target.
Jedi, I want to save your energy. Even now, what you are saying, it is between 2 points. How are we ensuring this is perpendicular, is or tangential to the surface?
Right, so we have leveling tools and we have measurement, so we can level the height of the object above the water. We can also measure the distance between the laser and the target. Say the distance is 20 miles and the laser and the target are both 2 meters above the surface of the water. According to the claim that the Earth is a sphere, there would not be a direct line of sight between the laser and the target over this distance of water. So when we perform the test, we think that we shouldn't be able to hit the target, but we do, demonstrating that there is a direct line of sight between the laser and the target, and the water that we're passing the laser over is obviously horizontal and not curved.
How I can going to explain this? The point I am saying is you can connect 2 points through a straight line. Are we ensuring this is perpendicular, tangential? How are we ensuring
Yes,
that this
it's
laser
inbuilt
line
within
is
the laser
tangential
leveling
to the surface
device.
of the Earth?
It's already
Did you
built
get
into
my
the
question?
laser level. The word is leveling device.
No.
You're talking about
Did you get my
perpendicular.
question?
That's vertical
Before
and
going to the answer.
horizontal at 90 degrees. Yes.
What is tangent? A line
What is a
which is
tangent?
perpendicular to the
That's a
circle.
horizontal line that touches a curved surface at a point.
Exactly. Which is
Yeah, I know.
perpendicular.
Yeah, I know.
Clear? So I am requesting to the flat earthers, have we put an aperture in between just to make
No,
sure?
we don't need to.
Then it is again connecting 2 points. We can
Yeah,
change the angle.
we're checking if that thing that we see is actually there. Because we shouldn't see it and it shouldn't actually be there if we're on a curved surface.
Can you share me any videos of 20 miles distance where the laser guided
No
point
problem.
has
2
been shown
minutes. Yeah.
in YouTube so that I
Yeah.
can just go through it?
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you.
I'll let you know when I stuck it in the side chat for you.
It's one short video in the side chat. I'll go and get a few more as well.
SRK, this video in the side chat that Jedi's just posted, right? The Great Salt Lake laser test. Okay, this is 21 miles across a lake. Okay, so first he does some observations during the day and during the night. And he sets up a camera just above the surface of the water, 5 foot high. And he's able to zoom in all the way across the 21-mile lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake during the daytime and during the nighttime. Okay, after that, they set up a laser, and they actually set up 2 lasers, one on each side of the lake, and they shoot the lasers towards each other, and they're both able to see each other's laser beam across the surface. Over 21
because
miles.
that's a refraction.
Oh, it's refraction, is it?
Yeah.
During the day, during the night, and it's just perfectly flattening out the entire lake and allowing the shoreline to be lifted up 221 feet.
Flattening out.
Yeah, DJ. Thanks for it. I will come back to you after watching the video. Thanks for explaining.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Appreciate that.
So he's not filming
in there. But now we can get to this guy. DJ, I'm glad you're here, buddy.
What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man? What's
This
this about
guy's not
refraction?
filming this laser at sea level. His camera is not at sea level.
At sea level? What, at sea level? What, on the surface of the water? No, it's just above the surface of the water. It's level, which is parallel to the surface below. Based on the height of eye of the optic or the laser will determine if the Earth is a sphere, because it will give you a geometric distance to the horizon. Have you got any other complaints?
Yeah, the engineers in the FE core test that Jedi posted have a 180-page PDF document that goes along with it, which I'll post in a second. And they show you they accounted for refraction. They covered all bases when they did this. Okay, they had weather stations set up. Okay, this is a group of field engineers using a $30,000 laser, right? Doing 5 different laser tests over different distances. This is a very technical test that was done. 0 curvature detected every single test. Okay, we have hundreds of, if not thousands of laser tests, long distance observations.
This guy is using that Earth curve calculator, which is trash. It's like it's even in the calculator, I think it says like we cannot account for refractions or anything. It just calculates the curve on its own, like it's constant. Earth curve constant. You cannot calculate it by measuring the drop off with like formula 8 inches per square mile or nothing like that. That doesn't work when you put it in like action. When you get 21 miles between you and other thing, and you put the curve, the Earth curve calculator, that it starts from your position, it cannot calculate the curve exactly, because the drop-off doesn't begin from the first mile of your eyesight. And this guy is holding a camera at his eyesight, not sea level. And he's seeing a blip of laser that is refracting across the lake.
Yes, can you give us the correct math then, please? Sorry, this is going to annoy me.
The better question is why.
No, the better question is, can you provide us the correct math?
Footage, right?
Hummus, you just said a whole bunch of bullshit, dude. You just said a whole bunch of incorrect bullshit, right? We need to correct that, so you need to stop and listen now. Okay, so in the Earth curvature calculators, we're accounting for the height, the eye height, right? Or the height of the laser. That's accounted for in the calculation. Now,
Are you accounting for the refraction?
They are accounting for the refraction separately, okay? They're using the Earth curvature calculator to gauge... You don't talk while I'm talking. Okay, so the Earth curvature calculator is just going to give you how much curvature there should be geometrically over that distance. Okay, so over that distance, there should be a certain amount in reality, okay? Then after that...
No,
okay,
you're wrong.
No, stop. Don't interrupt me, because you butcher everything you're saying so far. Okay, so that is just the raw geometry based on the size of the globe. Okay, so if you have a sphere of a certain size, you can calculate how much drop there should be over a certain distance, whether it's a basketball or the globe Earth or anything like that. Then, right, we have the atmospheric conditions. Okay, so they have a weather station set up. Shut up. They have a weather station set up at each end, at point A and point B, where they're calculating or measuring, right, the temperature gradient, the vertical temperature gradient, and then they're accounting for how much refraction would be present over that distance. They then add that into their results, which you haven't even looked over yet.
I did.
Okay, and so they're accounting for this.
Bullshit.
This is being done over and over and over again. Zero curvature is detected every single time. Okay, and you don't have a single test where your side has validated any Earth curvature where you've accounted for these things that you're so, talking about right now. So I'm going to post the PDF document for you so you can have a look at it if you want to.
So he said he'd read it. Did you hear him? I've seen it.
Listen.
And him posted it yet.
Let me explain something to you, DJ. So you think by that formula, when you position your eyes at sea level, let's say you lay down at the shoreline, and at your sea level, you think at 1 mile there should be an 8-inch drop in curve of the Earth. You think like the thing
you need to
which
take
is
the
2
height,
miles away
the eye height. It needs to be taken into consideration. Okay,
Yeah, but
like the raw drop.
No,
the raw drop.
we're conflating things. So the curvature rate is different from the height of eye. The curvature rate doesn't give you a geometric horizon which is based on the height of eye. The curvature rate on a sphere with a radius is approximately, why is this cunt talking, 7.98 inches per mile squared, approximately. Now, there are other mathematical equations that you can use, and they spit out pretty much exactly the same numbers. There's about three different mathematical formulas you can use. Same numbers, though, right? Yep, good.
Yeah.
So we have a rate of change of slope of approximately 8 inches per mile squared, and a geometric based on the height of eye at 1.225 multiplied the square root of that height of eye. We agree now?
Okay, so judging by that logic, does that mean when
That's
you
not
position
logic, that's math.
Listen, when you position a camera at sea level, at shoreline, exactly sea level, there should be an 8-inch drop off for things that are 1 mile away from the camera, which are also at sea level.
No. Fuck the camera. The surface would curve at a rate of, after 1 mile, be 8 inches lower than point A's tangential horizontal.
So you're saying yes?
The surface of the Earth 1 mile away is 8 inches lower, approximately.
So you're saying yes to what I'm asking. So
yeah, I just don't want you to get fucking confused because you don't need a camera.
So you can basically take a camera, put a measuring stick 1 mile away from it in sea, right? And have a measuring exactly some measure a type of thing like on the stick. Put your camera on the sea level, like on the shoreline. And if at 1 mile the measuring should be that it's 8 inches below what you can see, right? It should be an 8-inch drop off. You think that happens?
We can use a lake.
You think? Okay,
Well,
show me
fucking hell,
experiment.
dude, I'm trying to
That's the
appease you.
easiest way to prove it. That's the easiest way to prove it.
Yeah, we know. We can also get a lake where we can use the shore either side of the lake and stick.
No, bro. This is
I'm not going to talk to you. Stop it. You're becoming intolerable. You seem to be confused. I want to help you, but for some reason it feels like your ego is not letting somebody educate you. You're wrong. We're trying to help you. It's a fucking idiot.
I'm listening.
No, DJ, he's back to you.
Yeah, DJ, what did you want to say, DJ?
Yeah. So that's what we're doing, man. We're going out and we're testing for that curvature. We're testing for that horizon that should be at a certain distance. Hold on a second, bro. You gotta wait till I finish talking. I just started. Okay, so when we go out and test for that curvature over longer distances, 1 mile, right? You're not going to do it over 1 mile. We want to do it over, say, 10 miles. or something like that, or 20 miles. Okay, so if you want to see a test, right, where there should be a huge amount of curvature, but there's zero curvature, I can show it to you right now.
Great. And what I'm saying is, okay, I'm saying you see a refraction, but you won't believe me. But listen, another point. We can come back to this. I just want to ask you one thing. You know the Chicago skyline from the Michigan shoreline photo, right? Where you can see like the skyline of Chicago.
What, the inferior
this
mirage?
It is
What?
an inferior mirage, yep.
Yeah. You can see only the top part of Chicago's skyline, right?
Right, because it's an
But why
inferior
is the Earth
mirage.
flat? Hold
Because
on,
it's
but
an
why is the
inferior
Earth?
mirage.
But if you have enough of zoom, like enough of zoom, you could see.
Listen.
You can see the bottom of the skyline, right? You could see the.
Dude, you're a jerk. Are you not listening? They've already told you it's a mirage. Are we supposed to be measuring a mirage now?
And
What
if
do
you
you mean a
zoom in, you
mirage?
can't
I
see
mean,
any
if you
more of
say,
the bottom of the
but why do
buildings.
then? Okay, so let's simplify this. Why do then things like drop off over the horizon? Why do they like
That's what
disappear?
That's what we're
inferior
asking
mirages
you.
cause. They cause things to be obstructed bottom up. That's what an
Yeah,
inferior
exactly.
mirage does. Yeah.
Also, that's what a curved surface does. You
No,
agree?
hold on. Sorry. DJ, would you mind getting the definition for, was it sinking, the inferior mirage, whatever it is?
Yeah, sure.
Because my friend, at the moment, you don't seem to be understanding the words that are coming out of our mouths. Right? The thing that you're pointing at, the Chicago skyline, DJ and I have been jumping up and down going, yeah, that's a superior or inferior mirage. It's a mirage, dude, right? And you're asking, well, why? We're trying to
Let's
explain
say
it
it's a
to
mirage.
you.
And your explanation is a mirage.
Yeah,
How about this, Jedi?
Same thing can be said with like
Hummus.
VOR signals for the planes. You know what VOR
Hummus.
signals?
Hummus. Hey, brother. With the Chicago skyline, since the Earth is measured flat, can you tell us why we can't see the buildings in entirety?
Yeah, because of the curve.
No, I said it's measured. Remember, it's measured flat. There's no curve. So why are we not seeing all the buildings?
Because of the curve, like the Earth curves. And
Friend, I'm sorry. If you're going to claim that there is curve, I need you to show me the measurements of the curvature.
The measurements of the curvature, bro. Okay, I'll find you the measurements of the curvature.
Thank you. No problem. Yeah.
Hey, on to this SRK because this guy here is just being obstinate. That'd be my vote, but you guys have been running the road.
They're all obstinate. I mean, if we were talking with people that were honest, be a different story.
Does anyone else have any questions about the topic?
Yes.
You know, SRK was trying to break in.
I didn't want to jump into the conversation since you guys were having one. I don't want to be impolite.
Thank you.
You're good.
Brother, sorry to break this out. I don't say it is totally wrong, but I saw all three videos which were shared in the side chat. The one common observation is these videos, these observations were made from the ground level. It would be nice if you can share a video where there has been two ships being used 21 miles apart, and we know the ships are floating, or we know the water level. If we have a fixed elevation, say for example, 8 meter with a horizontal water level check, or through any measurement being reflected on the second ship, that would be nice.
A shoreline or a ship or any object that's a certain distance away that should be hidden. It doesn't need to be a ship. It can be an oil platform. It could be a shoreline on another side of a lake. It could be a windmill tower out in the ocean, right? If you shouldn't be able to see it on a globe and you can see the whole thing, right? Then obviously it's not working on a globe, right? So look, let me just quickly show you one that's very, very clear, very good conditions. Okay?
You are getting my point, right? I'm not trying to be policy.
No. Have a look in the side chat. Okay, so this is taken over the ocean. Okay, and he's looking out at a windmill farm. the furthest windmill that you can see is 11.2 miles away. Okay? Can you see it?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
so
I can
he
see
has
it.
he has his camera set up at 3.5 foot height, which is approximately 1 meter. Okay, so
Okay.
that means that we can now calculate how far away the horizon should be from that height. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, so because we have the windmill farm, we can calculate the distance to the horizon. If the windmill farm wasn't there, it would be very difficult to say, oh, that horizon is too far away or too close or something like that, right? But we have the distance markers, which is the windmill farm. Okay, so the windmill farm is 8 miles out. Okay, but the furthest windmill is on the right-hand side. That's 11.2 miles away. Now, the horizon is what's in question here, because it has to be there if the Earth's a globe. Okay, so the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away, but it's not there. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water past the horizon line. Okay, and the bottom, 52 feet, that's about 16 meters, I think. The bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. So whether it be a boat, right, or a windmill tower, the bottom 52 feet should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right, and behind that horizon. The horizon is what would be blocking it. But it's not happening. In fact, we can see water going flat all the way out past the 2.3 mile mark, and then past the windmill towers, we can see the bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. There's zero obstruction. We can see orders of magnitude beyond where you should be able to see on a globe.
Yeah, it seems fair. It seems fair. The
It's a
thing is,
great
I'm a
observation.
mechanical engineer by profession, and I've been a mechanical engineer for the last 19 years. I need some additional evidence for this. Say, for example, what is the tower elevation? I mean, the length of the tower. What is the distance between the platform in the tower to the water level?
I
And
have
how
all of
much
that
is it
information.
actually visible to me?
Okay, I can give you that information here. I have all
You
of
are
that
getting my
information.
point, right? I'm not just
Yeah, I have all
trying
of
to
that.
dodge the.
I have all of that information, right? I was just showing you a small clip. Okay, the clip's it's out of a full-length video that goes for an hour and a half, where he goes over all of the details. He goes over all of the temperature details. He goes over everything.
Yeah.
Right. The guy's a very smart guy. He's Dr. John D, PhD. Okay, so here's the mathematics here. Okay, the basic. This is just a screenshot from the Earth curvature calculator. Okay, so the distance to the object is 11.2 miles. Okay, the eye height is 3.5 foot. And then it calculates the distance to the horizon, 2.29 miles. That's where the horizon should be. And the object obscured part is 52.9 feet, which means the bottom 52.9 feet on a globe must be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by that amount.
I don't deny any of these calculations. All these calculations are perfect. Yet, my concern over here is the angle of the visibility. I mean, what is the angle we are looking at? Is it still tangential to the Earth? How are we proving it? It is tangential to the Earth. That is, I'm
Okay,
not.
so he's just got a camera. He's just got a camera set up at the shoreline. Okay, and he's just pointing the camera out into the ocean.
Exactly. This is my. I mean, what is? I am curious about this one thing. Is it set at perpendicular to the Earth, or is it at 6 degrees centigrade? Say, for example, if it is in 6 degrees,
it's just sitting on a tripod, facing out into the water, facing outward into the ocean.
Still, this tripod is mounted on the Earth. I mean, the Earth. On the surface, it can be uneven.
It's just sitting on the shoreline, 3.5 foot high.
I am not sure whether my language is right because I'm an Indian. My accent and my English is. I'm not a native speaker. Yet I'm trying to put it in a better words.
Are you asking if the camera is perfectly, if the camera is horizontal?
Exactly. This is the question.
Yeah, it's not a laser. This is not a laser test. This is a camera. Okay, so you can see everything in the field of view. So whether it's perfectly horizontal or not, it doesn't make a difference. The horizon isn't going to appear at 2.3 miles just if you pan the camera around up or down. Okay, the camera is roughly horizontal, but it doesn't make a difference. If you think about it, it's just an observation. It's not going to, right? It's not going, just because the camera is pointing slightly up or slightly down from horizontal, it's not going to make the bottom 52 feet of the windmill tower hidden, that should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth visible, right? Just tilting a camera doesn't allow you to see over physical Earth curvature.
Yeah, I agree to that. I agree to that point. Yes. I mean, just tilting some degree, it should not be allowing me to see the 52 meter, 52 feet, which should be hidden. But still, I would like to request the Flat Earth team, the whole admins or whoever are handling these experiments, to conduct one experiment with 2 boats, where with the laser with 21 miles, we have the same setup.
We have done that, right? You don't need 2 boats. You just need a laser at one point, and you need a target at the other point. Boats are not required.
My point again is why I am requesting a boat is it is not fixed to any position in the Earth. I mean, it is not fixed to any surface. I don't have any surface irregularities. So,
holy cow!
There's no surface
What would that matter?
irregularities. Yeah, the windmill, right?
Because
it's attached to the Earth under the ocean.
Why does it matter?
Think about what you're saying.
Question.
If you're an engineer, you should be able to think about what you're saying right now and realize it's illogical.
Let me finish it. Someone asked a very fantastic question. Why does it matter?
Why would it matter?
Exactly.
Yeah, why does the nature of reality matter? Why does being lied to matter?
Let me answer it, DJ. Let me please answer it. Why does it really matter? Say, for example, I am not sure. See, we are engineers. We don't just rely on some videos. We need scientific proof. When it comes to scientific proof, I am not sure what is the elevation the observer was mounted. I mean, the camera is mounted.
Sorry, you can see. You can do this yourself, by the way. The first thing, hold on, brother. If you're an engineer, this is something that you can do yourself. Set up your own. I mean, it doesn't have to be us. If you don't like the way that we do it, then you do it. We'll see if your way is making any sense the way that you like to do it. Hooking it to 2 boats, that's a great way to have a level, steady surface, to find your level, to measure with a laser. My goodness, man, you're an engineer. Get a hold of yourself. Be humble and understand that we're trying to measure over water, which is supposed to be curving along with the surface of the Earth. And it is not doing that. It's a very simple test. Using something solid like the Earth or the ground or a tripod and measuring to fixed objects stuck in the ground at certain locations. I don't know why you're talking. We need to find things that are reasonable distances from each other, that we know the distance, and then we have solid foundations to establish a level. Please don't tell me you're an engineer, because this is not a scientific topic. This is geometry.
Are you anyways connected to mathematics or engineering in any way?
Is any of this connected to mathematics or engineering?
That makes sense. Let me explain you then. Just answer my question. Yes or no? Are you anyway connected to mathematics or engineering?
Yeah, I'm connected with mathematics and engineering every day, all day. It's part of my everyday life.
Good. So, how about physics?
What?
Physics.
What about physics?
I am not familiar with the physics and the lens refractive index, all those things. I go with simple.
Oh, okay. So why are you arguing with us if you don't even have a clue as to how the optics might work?
Yeah, I have laser. That is why I'm asking this. If you can show me in a laser kit, simple laser with 21 miles apart on a water level, same water level, floating boats.
Are boats steady? Simple. Are boats steady? Tell me, are boats really steady?
I can have gimbals. I don't have issues. For
Sorry,
steady
friend. Are boats steady? Yes or no?
boats are not steady, but I can use.
Oh, okay. So why would we be using a
Can
laser
I
on a
use the
boat
gimbal? Yes
when
or
it's
no?
not steady so that we can have an accurate measurement?
Because the relative distance between the water level and the light source will be constant.
Yeah, the same way it would be if we had a fixed distance above the water, let's say at the beach, and a fixed distance above the water, let's say 21 miles away. It's the same damn thing, except in our case, our test is better because we have the steady earth that's not moving and there's no earthquakes and it's not on water and it's not rocking a boat. Our way is better, your way is hot garbage.
No, it is not tangential. This is the point.
Of course it's tangential.
Your way of measurement is not accurate.
So our measuring across the surface of the water with a known steady height above the surface to a known steady target on the other side of a lake is not good?
Not accurate.
Why would that not be accurate? Explain.
Because I can change my elevation and I can still see the light. I will not observe a curvature then.
What do you mean you're going to change your elevation and you can still see the light? That's the whole point. We're trying to see the light at a low height above the surface of the earth. So we can, take away any margins of error. We're trying to get the drop over distance from a laser. Are you out of your mind?
I think you are.
Oh, I mean, I'm making plenty of sense. You're telling that we should put lasers on rocky boats, and somehow that's more accurate than the solid foundation of a tripod. My goodness, man.
You are not an engineer or not connected to geometry. You are just good at English, so you are shouting.
No, it's not that. We put lasers on boats. This is obviously a mind-blowing fact to you. These are early warning and targeting systems used by the military. They work on the premise of a direct line of sight between the targeting system and the object being targeted. We're using this technology to measure a rate of change of slope over distance that we don't, because we shouldn't have a direct line of sight with the object at distance. This technology is used by the military to blow things up. You're quibbling with this for some reason.
I agree with you, Jedi. Then usually if you see in seashores, we have lighthouses. Why have they keep it at an elevated location? Why don't they keep it at a low elevation? Since it can be visible at a farther distance.
It is. I don't understand what the problem is.
I mean, if this is the case, even after 20 miles, you can observe at the same elevation, then I should be able to see a lighthouse light from a boat 20 miles away from the shore.
Depends on how big the lighthouse is.
I mean, again, why are we depending on the elevation, height of the lighthouse? If this is the case, we can observe the light in the same elevation, even at a farther distance. Then I should be able to see the lighthouse light, even if it is placed at the ground floor. I don't have to keep it at a higher elevation.
No. So this is a problem because when you get to a higher elevation, by consequent, you're separating angles. In this instance, from ground level to upper mountain, for example. You're separating the angle between your eye level and surface level. When you go up a mountain, by consequence of you increasing this angle, you see further. So when you're down low, you have a limited angle that you can resolve across the surface. Obviously, a lighthouse occupies a small angle also. So if you're low to the surface, those angles are going to merge and you're not going to be able to angrily resolve them until you start bringing out technology, like zoom cameras or telescopes. But if you were to climb higher, because you have a longer or higher angular resolution, perceive surface as your further away, then you're going to be able to see the lighthouse.
So
it's like I have to explain
you are
to
understanding my point,
dude,
right?
Dude, lay down and look horizontally across your floor. You'll notice that as you look across the floor, maybe if you've got square tiles, the square tiles appear to get smaller and smaller and smaller the further you look across the floor. Stand up, and you'll notice that angular relationship has changed.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree to that. I am not disagreeing. Yes, there is a difference in observation when we change the angles. Then, in that case, even with a simple this example, can we place lighthouse or light some light? Oh, still we are coming to the same points. Anyhow, if there is a planned experiment, next experiment, I would like to request the admin group to conduct it on a boat or floating. Yes.
Yeah, so we've had a group. This has been done many times. Okay, so when these people set up the laser, they need the laser to be perfectly horizontal.
Steady. Yeah,
okay,
I
and they need it to be perfectly still. Because if you're shooting a laser over 40 kilometers, like they did in the test I'm about to share for you, the laser has to be perfectly stable and still. Putting it on a boat is a terrible idea. Hold on a second. Whoever's trying to talk, hold on a second, please. Okay. It needs to be perfectly still, right? They need to use levels to make sure it's perfectly level as well. Okay, so they're shooting the laser all the way across a 40-kilometer body of water, and it's hitting a target 40 kilometers away, where there should be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance. Okay, they're accounting for all of the variables. I'm going to put this test in the side chat for you, because the test that you're suggesting has already been done. Right, this is done by a team of field engineers, a whole team of field engineers using a $30,000 laser. Okay, so I'm going to put it in the side chat for you. Oh my God, dude, go look up what a field engineer is. Right, I'm getting the test and putting it in the side chat for you.
Yeah, DJ, thank you. I'm not against the concept. I want to make sure if I am trusting something, I should be clear of that basics.
Okay.
I guess. Sorry, DJ. I guess with all things, you should test them yourself. If you want to be sure about something, then it's going to come down to you. Sorry, that was a massive.
Oh, you're right, man.
Apologize.
We got some lag on my end, probably. My internet sucks.
It's all right, probably me.
All right, here we go. All right, so here is it's an hour-long documentary showing everything that they did. Okay, and then underneath you'll see Google Docs. Okay, that's a 180-page PDF going over all of the technical details of the experiment. Right, I'll post a couple of diagrams to go along with it as well.
Thank you, DJ. I will go through this. I will come back to you. Thank you.
Good stuff. Did you have somebody else trying to jump in? I see Bella's light flashing to and fro. Are you trying to speak, Bella? I guess not.
Versus fine, the sun goes down when we technically being food because.
Bella, are you trying to speak to somebody in the room, or are you hot micing? Because we can't understand anything that you're saying. You're way too low, and it sounds like you're mumbling.
It's just the concept of cooking fire or heat source or a bottle or something returns fine.
Okay, so guess what? We can't hear you. You're whispering or something, and it's nearly impossible to hear.
you have an intelligent, say, an 80-year-old, is that what you're actually asking us to do here?
I'm so confused. DJ?
Yeah, oh yeah, I definitely understood all of that.
Okay, but that was confusing for a moment. Look, welcome everybody to the channel. Somebody called Dawn has just jumped in. What's up, Dawn? How are you? We got Dixie Don in the chat. Hello, my friend. What's up?
Doing good.
So what brings you by our little channel today?
I'm just curious if anyone's debating.
Well, not at the moment. The last conversation we had seemed to have reached a point where somebody was going to go away and watch some videos and have a look and revise some information. So that conversation seems to have a pin stuck in it for the moment. If you want a conversation, you're more than welcome to have a debate if that's the way you feel about it. Just bring up the topic and make a claim, I guess. The subject is always regards to the Earth. So anything regarding its shape or its motion or any other attributing factor?
No thanks, I haven't studied on this topic.
Okay, my friend, no problem. Well, I'll help you study. Maybe you can study how water, the liquid, when contained in a container and at rest, is horizontal on the surface. So if water is horizontal on the surface and 70% of the surface of the Earth is water that's horizontal on the surface, then the surface of the Earth can't be curved. Now, curvature on the surface is a necessity for a sphere, right? You need a curved surface for a sphere, curved line for a circle.
I suppose.
Cool. So water's horizontal on the surface, so the Earth can't be curved. You can start there if you want to research the subject, mate. Pardon?
Did that man just disconnect? He was using an abusive language. He said it in the Indian language. Did he disconnect? I don't understand. People don't have balls to just talk normally in English. They gotta abuse in a different language. That is so ridiculous. It only shows how weak their mindset is.
Yep.
Mano, if you are mentioning me, this is SRK here. And when you are saying you call someone fool, then I will definitely object it, irrespective of the language or the origin or the native.
No. Listen, that person you said chudio, which basically means calling someone dumb in the Indian language.
Oh, sorry. I will come back to the server. Thank you. I will go through the videos and I will be back.
Okay, man.
All right, wonderful people. Have a good day. God bless Godspeed. All children. Amen.
Take care. We're not running an event, are we, DJ?
We are, yeah. I just checked that. Yeah. So, do you experience a flat or a globe Earth?
Oh, is that the question of today? That's awesome. Well, I guess I'll kick this off then. I experience a flat, motionless Earth. I go outside, the world it seems to extend into the distance, no matter how high I rise, and I don't perceive any motion to the Earth itself. It doesn't act like it's moving. It's not water sloshing up all over the place. I'm not holding on for dear life. So, yeah, I experience a flat, motionless Earth. Anyone else? Hummus in the side chat thinks he's going to be proving the Earth is a sphere by flying planes and looking down, I think. I don't know, maybe he almost wants to have a conversation about planes. It's always an interesting conversation.
Yeah, bro. So where I come from, like, just follow my logic, yeah. So let's say you guys fly from Perth to Cape Town, so from Australia to South Africa. So you guys claim there's no curve, Earth is flat. So on a flat plane, I wonder how you guys would arrange continents in a relation to one another. Because if you go any other way than the globe model, the land you see when you fly does not match. You understand that? If you put Earth in any other model than globe model, and you go with your own eyes in a plane and look below you when you fly, everything matches globe model, not no other flat Earth map or any other arrangements that are available only on a globe model. It's a simple test.
This is I don't know how to describe this. Weird. I'll go with that.
How would one confirm this?
Yeah, I guess that was my first question. You confirmed this, right?
What?
You confirmed this. You went everywhere.
Do you mean I flew a plane? If you ask me, yeah, I flew a plane.
What? Once?
No, a lot of times.
5 times.
No, I lived in Cape Town.
Okay, so that's telling me where you live. That's not telling me how times you flew, and it hasn't told me if you have specifically flown over every inch of the Earth to confirm your claim.
No, I flew from Europe to Cape Town 20 times.
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's only one trip.
Okay, bro, but why are you asking me for my subjective? I'm asking,
dude, you're telling us that everywhere we go, so I'm presuming you've been everywhere to make the claim this is what happens.
Bro, why are you being exclusive? Like, people travel with planes every day in every direction in the planet.
Okay, so people travel with planes every day in every direction. Yeah. Okay, and
if they weren't, if the model of globe wasn't correct, people wouldn't see land below them. That is only possible to project on a globe.
You're in Cape Town, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Does that have a longitude and latitude coordinate?
Yeah.
Cool. Does Sydney, Australia have a longitude and latitude coordinate?
Yeah.
When the plane flies, are they using longitude and latitude coordinates?
I don't know what planes use when they fly, but let's say, yeah.
Let's just say GPS to keep it simple. Some kind of positioning system so they know where they are. Mm-hmm. Right? You said it would match the globe model, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the way that we navigate is based on the coordinate system that's used, longitude and latitude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clarify so we understand before we move on. I don't understand why I said this to you yesterday. Why are you so surprised it matches?
I'm not surprised it matches. I'm surprised. Okay. I'm surprised that you guys would think any other way fits because...
No, we understand the coordinate system that's used.
No, but I'm not talking about the coordinate system. I'm not talking about the coordinate
system. I told you this yesterday. Let's see if you can remember. Where is longitude and latitude derived from?
GPS, yeah.
No, not GPS. Those are the coordinates. I'm asking you how we know and get
from the globe model.
It's ridiculous. The globe model. I'll give you 2 choices. When you say globe model, sphere model, do you mean celestial sphere or terrestrial sphere?
You can pick both, but let's say terrestrial, yeah.
Okay, so the terrestrial sphere is a horizontal plane with that's projected into the terrestrial sphere. The celestial and the terrestrial sphere are pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you don't understand.
No, I do understand the coordinate system. The coordinate system is spherical.
Yeah.
The
Okay, but
Earth
let's not.
isn't spherical. The coordinate system is spherical. You think the sphere is terrestrial. By definition, it's celestial.
Okay, listen. If you claim Earth has no curvature, right?
Yeah, it's measured flat, even for you to get your coordinate system.
The Earth measures flat.
Yes,
That
even
means
for you to get your coordinate system.
that means the Earth is flat. If we know a land, like we survey land, right? You agree? Humans surveyed all of the continents. All of the continents were surveyed by humans, right? And if the plane we live on is flat, how does it make? How would you
confirm any speculation?
No, how would you range continents? How would you range continents?
I'm trying to answer you. Trying to answer you. I can't arrange continents for you on a map.
Why not?
Because I can't experience all of the Earth.
Well,
I wouldn't be able to confirm. It's like, shut up. I wouldn't be able to confirm any map to you, would I?
Okay. But do you agree pyramids exist?
Yeah.
Were you at the pyramids?
Sorry?
Were you at the pyramids? Did you see the pyramids in Egypt?
Yes, when I went to Egypt, I saw the pyramids, yes.
Okay. Do you agree 24 sun exists?
Yeah.
Were you at the North and South Poles to see the 24 hour sun?
I haven't seen them with my own eyes, but I agree that they exist.
Why do you believe they exist if you didn't see it, if you didn't experience it?
Because it's measured through nautical almanacs and celestial navigation.
But humans measure it. Humans measured it.
Yeah, we measured it. I measure it. You measure it. We can all measure it. It's in the sky.
No, but you didn't measure it, but the other humans measured it.
Yeah, other humans measured it, and with that methodology, I can measure it.
There you go. So with the methodology of other humans surveying all of the continents, we surveyed them. You understand? People went out there and saw all of Earth, all of continents.
Yeah. And when we survey the land, what do we measure?
Listen, don't let me finish. So when people
you're bringing up humans surveying the land, I'm asking you what we measure when we survey the land.
Well, let's say, for example, we measure it flat. Let's say we measure it flat.
No, not for example. I'm asking you what we actually measure.
I'm saying we measure it the curve, but you say we measure it flat. We disagree. But hold on, we can disagree.
How? How do they, Thomas? How do they measure the curve?
We can go back to this, but chill, guys, chill.
No, we're chill. You said they measured the curve, not the flat.
I don't want to...
Guy, slow down. You said they measure the curve, not the flat. How do they measure the curve?
Why are you interrupting me when I'm making my point? I want to make a point about something.
You bounced across the pyramids, planes.
Bro, let me finish. Listen closely. So, let's say the Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, and the Earth is measured flat. How do you arrange the continents? We know the question.
Yes, and what is that? You answer, I don't know, but people know. People know.
Yeah, I don't. I literally, I mean, what do you want me to do, mate? I don't know.
You don't know. Me and you don't know a lot of things other people know. You understand that?
Sorry, no. So again, we're going to ask you to confirm all of this. You know this because you've confirmed it. Excuse me, I'm entertaining you. Shut up. Shut up. I'm being honest with you. You're asking the question, if the Earth is flat, how are the continents arranged?
Yeah,
I'm telling you I don't know.
But that's not an answer. You can just go, I don't know.
You just don't like it. It's an honest one. I don't know.
Okay. It is honest, but we have a good explanation.
I don't care about explanations.
Listen, bro, but you don't know, but other humans learned humans.
So you don't know either then?
Listen, but learned humans know how to...
No, you said other humans know. I'm just getting clarity. So you don't know either then?
I know.
Oh, how do you know?
Because you can arrange them on a globe, just like you said. You can measure.
How have you confirmed that this is the true reality? Have you been far enough away from the Earth to confirm this?
Just as you said, you can use methodology to measure 24 hours.
Okay, what methodology? Because it obviously isn't going into the sky to confirm it's a sphere.
I can use also like that methodology to confirm.
Like
you
what?
can arrange continents on a globe model.
No, dickhead. No.
But you see.
No.
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
This is fallacious reasoning.
No,
right?
it is not
This is not
fallacious
logical. This is affirming the consequent. Would you like me to point out the illogical form to you? Or are you just going to cry
This is
going,
not
no?
logical, No.
It's affirming the consequence. You know what that is?
Just like you said, you can use
Sorry,
methodology.
that's a question. This is affirming the consequent. Do you know what that is?
I want to wrap this up. Just like
I'm going to mute you, for fuck's sake, dude. This is not how a conversation goes. I'm trying to point out to you, your logic is broken. You want to continue talking to avoid it being pointed out.
Okay, here, show me the flow in my logic.
So you're affirming the consequent. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
You can take a methodology of people that use it to measure, to arrange continents on a globe, and the same methodology that we can use to measure it, just like you said with 24-hour sun.
Now, I'm asking you to describe what an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy is. You said you knew what it was. So tell me what it is.
What are you talking about, mate?
I asked you if you know what affirming the consequent is. You said yes. I asked you to describe it to me. You then started waffling on about not what I asked you.
We're not talking about philosophy, mate.
No, we're talking about logic, mate.
Hey, audience here, just from the audience, we heard you say you know what that fallacy is. He's asking you what it is. We're waiting.
I'm not talking about no fallacies. I didn't hear even what he asked.
All right, so
what I wanted to say.
So you're dodging. Just want to get it clear. You are dodging the question, then.
He doesn't understand. That's.
I never said I know what that thing. What he said. I don't even know.
Yes, you said. You know this is live recorded, right?
I don't care if it's live recorded. Why do I care if it's live?
So you're getting cooked live in 4K. Just want you to know that the audience sees that. So
okay, brainwashed American, chill. Nobody's getting cooked. Okay?
Bro, you're getting roasted in 4K.
Roasted, but come on, bro. Are you more than 15 years old? Chill, bro. But listen,
dude, you're basically saying, stop talking. You're basically saying that you can arrange continents on a sphere. I'm trying to point out. Shut up. I'm trying to point out that logically, do you know what logic is, right? And a logical argument, this is bad logic. It has bad logic because you can define the words that are used and they fit into a particular form. That's why it's called a formal logical fallacy. It's got form. If P, then Q. If Q, therefore P. It's affirming the consequent. I'm trying to point this out to you. I asked you, do you know what affirming the consequent is? You said yes. I asked you to describe it to me, and you've been wittering on for the last 2 minutes about nothing.
Okay. So, what is the difference between you saying you can use your methodology to the confirm 24-hour sun and using my methodology to confirm arrangement of continents on a sphere? What is the difference between?
Because in both scenarios, you will be begging the question that the Earth is a sphere and affirming that consequent to reach your conclusion.
But you use methodology of other people to confirm 24-hour sun,
I use the methodology of measuring surfaces to see how they measure.
So you're using methodology to measure surfaces so you can see there is a 24-hour sun, right?
No, I'm using the measurement of a surface to see if how the surface measures. I don't need to look up at the light to see what it's doing. I'm measuring the surface.
But didn't you say you use methodology of other people to see if there is a 24-hour sun?
Didn't you say
Dude,
that?
I was agreeing that the observation was observed and indeed measured. I know how it's measured.
So
I
you're
haven't
saying
been, let me put it, I'll be honest with you, I haven't been inside the Arctic or Antarctic circles in the summer to see the phenomena. I know people in this live stream that live in places like Iceland inside the Arctic Circle that do perceive this.
Okay.
Fuck.
Okay. So you agree we can use methodology of other people to prove something, right?
Depending what that methodology is, but there better be a method and I better be able to repeat it. At the moment,
simple,
because I'll ask you, have you been and seen the 24-hour sun?
No.
No, okay. Neither have I.
I believe learned men about it, yeah? Men who have learned about it.
So we accept that the observation exists, yes?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So can we accept that observation of when you're in a plane to the land below you fits the arrangement of
coordinate
continents
system
on a
that you're
globe model?
using, yes.
So we agree that it fits the
No,
arrangements
he
of
missed that, Jedi, because you spoke at the same time. He missed that. When you said yes to agree to the coordinate system, he's taking that as agreement to the positioning of the continents on a globe.
Let me
Again, he's been
repeat.
surprised that when you go from coordinate to coordinate, the landmass is going to match that coordinate.
But
he
you
seems
still
surprised
didn't.
by this.
Okay, so explain to me. I'm asking you now a question. Why would I not believe in a spherical arrangement of continents when you cannot give me any examples in other ways?
How
that
did you
it would
validate
work?
it?
Huh?
Your spherical arrangement, how have you validated that they are true and or correct? How have you personally
I've flown in a
validated
plane.
that the globe map is correct?
Yeah, I've flown in a plane, and the globe which
So
is
you
shown
followed
on the
direction?
That's not good enough.
I flew on a plane,
that's
looked
not
at
good
the
enough.
land below me, and it matched completely the projection of the map mid-flight.
There we go. Thank you. The projection of the map.
Yeah, but reality and projection.
No. The projection of the map.
Look, when you fly in a plane and
the projection of the map.
When you
Why are you so fucking surprised the map works? It's what maps are designed to do. You can have many different types of maps. They can be circular, they can be rectangular, they can be cubed, they can fit around fucking velociraptors. They will work. They're designed to do so. Why are you fucking surprised? Do you think that it only matches one reification of a sphere? No, it will match all reifications of any map. Dummy.
Yeah, but on a flat plane, if the Earth is
on a flat map.
Yeah, on a flat plane, Earth. On a flat Earth, it doesn't work.
Earth.
On a flat Earth, it doesn't work.
I'm sorry. What? That would be a flat map. That would be a coordinate system. The map will be flat. It will match that.
I said on a flat Earth.
On a flat Earth? No, it's on a flat map. You're comparing it to a map, aren't you?
No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
Plane.
So what the fuck are you comparing it to then?
Can we see this flat plane, please? Can you post it in the chat?
I want to know what he's comparing it to. He's been talking about spherical maps, but now we're not comparing them to maps anymore.
Well, let me ask you this: if Earth
no,
is
don't ask me this. Think, man. The stuff that's coming out of your mouth is fucking stupid. At least take a breath and think about what you're saying before you say the next thing.
Does the Earth have the end, the wall, or the?
Dude, I don't know the extent of how flat it is.
But it's flat. All the land is flat, right?
All the water's flat.
Yeah, all of the waters are flat, right?
Yes.
And is Antarctica like a wall around all of the oceans, or
no?
So you can go around the Earth somehow on a flat plane.
You can
right?
travel in circles on flat things, yes.
So how does that make sense?
This is perplexing to me. You seem blown away by
But how does that
circling
work?
on flat surfaces.
If Antarctica is not a wall all around the ocean,
shut up. Are you blown away by circling on flat surfaces? That's
No,
why
man,
you've
and
asked
I
the
didn't
question,
say
right?
that, but
Because
you
you're
did.
confused how it works?
No, bro, you said that. But
Okay,
listen,
so you understand how going in circles on flat surfaces works?
bro, I didn't even say that. You said
Okay,
that.
good.
But
So
listen.
carry on then, because you're not confused, obviously.
So listen. So if Antarctica is not a wall surrounding all of the oceans, right? It's not the wall. How does then a flat Earth work? Why is that not like being explored more? Or where is the edge of the flat?
Sorry, you are
Where is
asking
the
me.
edge of the flat Earth?
Hello? You're asking me. I haven't explored this.
Bro, come on. You're saying humans have not explored all of the Earth.
I don't know what. I don't know what other humans have done.
There you go. There you go.
What do you?
Okay. Okay. So you're saying you only believe in what you can test.
Hold on. Stop. Do secrets exist?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you know everything that everybody's done?
No.
No. Have you been aware of every single military operation that's taken place?
No.
Right. Why are you giggling like a little fucking girl, you prick?
Because these questions, these are like bullshit
You're asking about all human people. You're asking if I've known what they've done. Obviously, I don't. Do you? Of course, you don't.
No.
No. So I don't know what other people have done. Why are you asking me?
Okay, but I can ask you this: what do you believe? Only what you can like test yourself.
So I believe that's acceptance without evidence. The things that I can evidence myself.
Yeah.
That's again malformed.
What do you mean? But
do I trust things that I can measure
do you
myself?
trust things?
Yeah, trust. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I can verify it myself, I can trust it. If it's a story that someone's said, I can trust them so far.
So what about microscopic things? Do you believe in microscopic things? Like
I can get a microscope and look at them.
But you can get a telescope and look at a moon, look at a sun with solar lens.
Yeah, and I can get a telescope and I can see things in a distance I shouldn't be able to see on a curved surface.
Yeah, but you can look at the moon and
That's not
calculate
going to
how
tell me
far
what the Earth is, though, is it?
Yeah, it can, but you can calculate how far away the moon is.
How?
What do you mean, how?
How? You said you can calculate it. So how?
I mean, you can find it out quick. I don't know exactly the formula.
You seem to be want to impart in knowledge onto me. You said you can calculate it. Asked you how, and you don't know.
But Jedi, you can find out quick.
Yeah, you can find out quick. You don't know, do you?
Okay, bro. So you're saying microscopic
okay,
things
bro.
are
No,
true.
it's not fucking okay anymore, bro.
So you're saying microscopic things are...
Yeah, I'm saying you're an idiot. Maybe we should talk to someone else. You should stop.
Yeah, great, bro.
Stop calling me bro. Me and you have reached that limit. We are no longer buddies, bro. The fuck? You're an idiot.
Yeah, sure, mate. You're not.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, sure, mate. Yep.
But I thought we were going to find out quick.
I thought we were going to calculate distance to the moon.
Quickly.
I'm just asking you to back up your claims, and it's but bro, something else.
Yeah, sure. You can use eclipse. I know about that. You can use
what type of eclipse?
Yeah.
Lunar, solar?
Lunar, yeah.
Okay, so lunar eclipse. Okay. So what about the lunar eclipse?
I think you track the like Earth's shadow on the moon by drawing the changes and time the eclipse. And I think what did you use your measurements to determine the moon's distance? Then
you've done this, have you?
No, I didn't. But you can.
Okay. So how do you know this?
Just like you can take a microscope and zoom in on the subatomic
Not like
particles.
a microscope, dude. What the fuck? It's like
It is
have
like a
some bloody integrity.
So how do you know, like,
dude, I'm going to give you some free advice, dude. Stop talking for a moment. Listen to this. I guarantee you 99% people in this call think you're an idiot.
I don't care
you keep
about
talking past the
that,
point.
bro. I'm talking with you.
I can't give a shit.
Okay.
And?
All right. So the lunar eclipse, that's going to give me a distance to the moon, is it?
Yeah.
How?
I just told you, bro.
No, we need to know some actual numbers first.
Numbers.
Yeah, actual values that we plug into the fucking equation.
Oh, you want equation now?
No,
But
dude,
when
you're
I
giving
give
us
you the,
calculations. What
when I
fucking
give
thing
you
do you think
equation
we're
for
going to be
curvature of
using?
Earth, you don't believe,
I
right?
presume you were going to be using mathematics, right?
So when I give you equation
No,
for curvature
it's
of
like
the
it's
Earth,
not listening to a word I say. When we calculate a distance to the moon, and I want a yes or no answer, are we going to use math?
Yeah.
So why are you so fucking confused when I ask you for values in an equation? Why is
Because
that perplexing to you? Did you
I
go
gave
to
you
school?
I gave you an equation for curvature of the Earth, and you said that's not valid
Okay, what's the
because it
equation
takes
for the
in
curvature of
account
the Earth?
it takes in account that Earth is a sphere. So how can I give you an equation if my model
Thank you.
for the curve?
That's the point.
What?
That will be begging the question that geometry exists. For you to prove that geometry exists, you need a measurement of radius, circumference, or slope.
Yeah, exactly. And I posted it again in a side chat.
No. You've given the question, or sorry, the formula that begs the question the Earth is a circle, sphere, right?
Yeah.
Now, for that to be true, it needs to be measured first. One of those things is the rate of change of slope of 8 inches per mile squared, or a geometric horizon at 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer making the observation. We've been here. DJ took you through this. We don't have that. So the mathematics, the equations can't apply because we don't have the measurements to make it apply.
We do have them.
Okay, so we do have a measurement of drop over distance, do we?
Yeah.
Give it.
I gave it in the side chat.
No, give it right now in the side chat. Where
I gave it in the side chat.
No. That's not a measurement.
That's a formula.
That's a formula to the distance to the horizon.
For the curvature of Earth.
Okay, and do we measure that, do we?
You put in the numbers and you will measure it. Yeah.
No. So show me it being measured then.
You can do it yourself.
No, oh my God. Have you done this?
No, but other people have.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
They measured the goddamn curve, Jedi. I'm telling you, man.
No, they didn't.
I'm
Not with
telling
that.
you, it's curvy, man.
Yeah, that's the problem, Hummus. It's just you telling us. You're not backing up with anything.
I gave you already proof. The Chicago skyline from Michigan, but you say it's a mirage.
No, they say it's a mirage.
Oh my goodness.
No, you guys say it's a mirage.
Blow the box of rocks, bro.
Now listen, the
Hey,
Chicago
Hummus,
skyline. Okay,
Hummus, please stop talking for 20
I'm
seconds.
I'm listening, mate.
No, you're not, because your gums are flapping.
I'm not flapping, I'm listening.
Please,
I'm listening.
Hummus, stop. Please go and watch the news report when that event happened. They put it all over the news. We even got to see the news in Australia about it, how it was a mirage.
Listen.
My God.
Why then you don't see the whole skyline if the Earth is flat? That's what I'm asking you. Why?
Because the Earth that you currently see right now is the flat Earth, ding dong. That's what's not
Okay, hold up.
clocking to you.
CB, hold up. I'll post a little picture up for him so he can, when my thing loads up. Sorry.
Yeah, so why is not every building the full size?
Because the Earth that you currently see, that is the flat Earth. You gotta
It's
clock
to do with
that,
optics.
dude. You keep saying that, well, if it's flat, it must be like this other thing. No. All these flat earthers in here are saying that the Earth that's outside right now, that's the flat Earth. It's not some different thing that should be different.
Okay, Hummus, can you
Please clock
see
it, bro.
Can you see the black image with the pretty coloured lines on it?
Yeah.
Excellent. what those lines right up the far left-hand end, that vertical stick represents you. At the opposite end, as you can see, the ship there with the mast on it, you can imagine that's a building if you like. I'm good with that. The yellow line is your line of vision, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, the white line is from your line of vision down to the surface of the ground or the water, yeah?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that generates an angle between those two lines. Now, there's a purple one up the top. That's the top of the building or the ship, and that has an angle between it and your eye line, yeah?
Yeah.
You can see the yellow one, the purple one, and there's an angle thing there. If you zoom in on it, I think it says 14 degrees, and the other one says 2 degrees. Now, what happens is, as you get further and further away from an object, those angles decrease. Because of perspective, things get smaller as they get further away, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, what happens, as you can see, the top one is bigger than the bottom one?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So, with angular resolution, once you get down to 0.02 degrees, you can't resolve that image anymore. Your eyes won't see what it is clearly. Okay?
So, how did you get that? How did you get that?
How did I get what? It's a little picture right there, mate. You can see the angles are bigger. You can look up, hummus, you can look up Rayleigh criterion. You can Google all this information yourself and confirm it yourself. At what angle does your eyes not resolve something? And it will tell you 0.02. Anything less than that, you won't resolve it. So as you get further away, you understand that those angles will get smaller and smaller and smaller. Yes?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Excellent. So eventually those angles, the bottom one is going to hit 0.02 before the top one is. Excellent. And that's what's happening with your buildings. And then on top of that, we can add weather conditions.
Oh, weather conditions. But wait, bro, wait.
Hold on. Hey, stop. That wasn't an introduction for you to sidestep off to some other red herring. Hummus. You've got a big stupid grin on your face. I can smell it from here. Seriously, mate. You're laughing. You're laughing for whatever stupid reason. All you've done is you've attached one word. You forgot the first fucking 10 minutes, and you've picked one word. Weather conditions. That's all you heard.
Son of whore.
Can you mute the retard, please? Chat. Thank you.
Who's yapping?
Say something if you love when you're.
Man, such a Russian ass.
Go away.
We're listening, man. We're listening. Continue.
So, anyways, Hummus, as you know, you get further away from things, they get smaller. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that angle gets smaller. You can't resolve the image. So now, go and have a look at your buildings again. You're too far away from them. You can see the top bit, but you can't see the bottom bit because of how compressed that information is there. You can't resolve that image. That's all it is.
Okay. So why over longer distances we cannot see objects? If this is like 51 miles, let's say 200 miles.
Because that angle gets smaller. Remember, as you get further away, that angle gets smaller. That's why you can't see China
I'm saying with
from the United States.
I'm saying with the zoom, with the camera. Why cannot camera pick up like objects 200 miles away from sea level?
How far, sorry?
Like 200 miles, let's say, from sea level.
Right. Why can't you see to the bottom of the ocean?
Oh my God, man. We're talking about air here. Let's say perfect
I know
conditions.
we're talking about air. Well done. So it's like, dude, shut up. It's the same thing then, isn't it? That's why I'm bringing it up. It's analogous. You can't see to the bottom of the ocean because the water, right? Even though it's daytime, the light can't penetrate all that water. Same with an object 200 miles through the thickest, densest part of the atmosphere. Same thing applies. The light that's reflecting off of that object 200 miles away has got 200 miles to travel before it gets to your bloody eye. Do I need to carry on?
So what's the longest mileage you can spot an object at distance with like perfect weather conditions?
Okay, so at altitude with infrared, dude, everything's at fucking altitude.
No altitude, sea level.
You asking how far we can see something, right?
Yeah,
good. So the furthest we can see is approximately 200 miles with good infrared camera from around good average height. From higher elevations with infrared filters, about 1,000 miles.
So that means you can shine a laser from Ireland to New York.
No. Because if you'd understood and had your ears open, you'd have heard me explain that light attenuates through the medium of air. So why the fuck you would say, oh, so we can definitely send a laser, which is light, over 3,000 miles through the air? Are you listening?
Who is on the mic yapping, man? What is... I didn't hear the last part from this guy. You said why laser can travel? Why laser can be picked up from 1,000 miles? Why not?
Weird. I have to start the whole conversation again. I told you that light attenuates through the air over distance, right?
What do you mean? It attenuates? It scatters or what?
Yeah, scatters, diminishes, gets duller. It's why you can look at the sun. Fucking hell, shut up. It's like why you can look at the sun on the horizon through the densest part of the atmosphere, but better not stare at it during the day when it's above your head, right? The light is being diminished through the air. Obviously, it's why I brought up looking to the bottom of the ocean. I thought you were following along, mate. But then you asked, so we can send a laser from Dublin or Ireland to America over 3,000 miles away. Are you? You obviously wasn't following, right?
I am following, but
so we can't do that then because of the air. Stupid question, right? We can't do that because of the air over 3,000 miles to the Atlantic and all the different weather conditions and dust in the air and particles and moisture and so on. It's going to make the light scatter, isn't it?
Let me check something.
Isn't it?
No, I'm checking something. I think you're wrong. Hold on a second.
Really?
Yeah.
Rayleigh's extinction coefficient. Look that up while you check.
I looked at that.
No, you didn't.
I did it. It's like
really. What's the Rayleigh extinction atmospheric coefficient then?
Yeah. Let me.
What is the Rayleigh?
Let me give you a definition of a thing I looked up 5 minutes ago. Yeah, sure. Man.
Yeah, you're just fucking talking out your ass, dude. He needs to ask Google why the mountains far away look to be blue.
Yeah, you're yapping. You can definitely shine a laser that's strong enough from Ireland to New York. If you, if there,
sorry, hold on. It's you can definitely do it, can you? 3,000 miles, can you?
Yeah.
Show me.
You can beam a laser to the moon and back. Not let alone.
No, fuck's sake, dude.
New York to
first of all, in your story, is there a vacuum between the density gradient of the air that diminishes with density between the Earth and the Moon?
Yeah, it's a vacuum.
Yeah. Shut up. Is that analogous to shining a laser through the densest part of the atmosphere for 3,000 miles?
Jedi, listen, man. I'll be back in 20 minutes, man. You hear me?
Is that equivalent? Is it?
It is an equivalent because it travels for millions of miles. Come on, man. You gotta be
Millions of
true.
miles. You think the moon, that's a 250,000 miles away, is a million miles away? How
It's
fucking
coming
stupid
back.
are
It's
you
coming
without telling
back.
me you're stupid?
It's coming back.
It's coming
Bouncing
back.
like crazy.
What are you talking about, you blithering idiot?
So you don't believe we bounce lasers off the moon?
No, I'm trying to get through to your fucking thick skull that shining a laser through a vacuum isn't the same as shining it through air.
But you're saying we're not shining the lasers from the moon and back.
No, I'm trying to point out to you that shining a laser 3,000 miles because of the air, the light is going to diminish.
But answer me
Can
this:
you
Are we
fucking
shining a
follow
laser
a
to the moon?
conversation?
All right, man. I'll go grab something. We'll be back on
Yeah,
this.
you go away
I'm
and
on your
fucking deal
ass.
with your anger pains, mate.
I'm on
You're
your
obviously
ass,
hungry.
bruh.
Your brain
I'm on
isn't
your ass.
working. Go away faster.
He's only got reset, bro.
Bloody Nora.
Isn't it interesting how he was linking random things together? Because we shine laser to moon, therefore we can shine one across the Atlantic. Like, holy shitballs.
That's someone who hasn't got any intelligence and just get triggers by unassociated words. By associated words to non-associated subjects. They're not actually following, but it triggers something in their brain and they think what they're thinking is fucking relevant.
I mean, to be fair to him, if Earth didn't have an atmosphere...
It's this idiot.
Didn't even said anything to you. Crazy.
You said
So
to be
you
fair to
started
him.
by to be fair to him. He wasn't following the conversation, to be fair to him.
Oh, that's why I'm not on his side.
Can you not speak with him, I thought?
He just wants Jedi to be wrong.
You know why he started laughing, Matrix?
What was that?
When you said the air, because he already wanted to jump in and say refraction. He already wanted to jump in and say, but you guys deny refraction. That's why he started laughing.
I was off channel, and that's right when that other one cut in too. That was that random drop in. I was looking at another
He was
screen.
like, "Oh, weather conditions. Oh, that's funny you say that."
Yeah. So here we go.
Yeah, it's like as if he's, like you said, he just grabs one word out of each sentence and then he just puts his own little thing together out of that. Wow.
Yeah. I spent ages with him yesterday talking about refraction and the different refractive indexes of the different wavelengths of light. And 24 hours later, he wants to jump in and say, you guys don't believe in refraction. Just fucking defined it to you, dude. What the fuck?
I want to know, and this happens quite a bit, why is it when we say that's not refraction, what they hear is, I don't believe in refraction?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And there's other things that they say that also. When I say, no, this is incorrect, all of a sudden it's flat earthers don't believe in. Flat earthers don't believe in the moon. Flat earthers don't believe in the planets. Flat earthers don't believe in the sun. It's like, hello guys, walk outside. Look, I see the sun. I see the moon. What? I don't believe in something that's there every freaking day.
Yeah. What, you don't believe in the sun? No, we're not illuminated at all. I walk around, I ignore the light, I close my eyes, don't want to accept it.
Like if I was wearing blacked out glasses and had a white cane, you'd have me, fair and square. But I don't. Sorry. Oh, shit.
All right, let's look through the list, see if anybody interesting has jumped in. Lots of people are still here. Welcome, everybody. DJ, are we still having our event? Is the question? What's the question? Is there a question? What's the question?
Do you experience a flat or a globe Earth?
That was the question, yeah. So, anybody would like to answer that question? Do you experience a flat, motionless Earth? Unmute your microphone, say hi, tell us where you're from, and give us your answer.
Hi, my name's Matrix. I'm from Australia and I experience flatness.
It's quite a flat country, isn't it, Australia?
Yeah, very actually. A couple of little hilly bits on the eastern side and a few little outcrops here and there, but the rest of it is eerily flat if you drive across it. It's like very off-putting. Why is this clown posting random stuff in our side chat again?
We upset someone.
Just the same one as before. That's why I love that image so much.
DJ, what's going on in the side chat? Who measured what?
I don't know. There's some Gummin guy is saying from USGS and NGS ground control networks. And he's saying there's certain distances between certain places, apparently. And he's measured the interior angles, and it doesn't work on a flat Earth.
I got it. Yeah, I know what we're talking
Planes
about.
aren't measuring tools.
No, we're talking about the 3 points, I think, on these triangles between locations, which is longitude and latitude points. So within the curved nature of the spherical system. Yeah, I think I get it. Yeah, flat Earth requires 180 degrees, yeah. So it's the interior angles of a triangle across a flat surface and then into the coordinate system, which isn't a flat surface, it's a curved surface. And saying that the angles don't work because it's a triangle, it should be 180 degrees. It is 180 degrees on the surface. You're using the coordinate system, that's celestial sphere, that's longitude and latitude. That's in the sky. That's where the curve is.
Spot on.
just to be clear, Grumman, in navigation, whether it's air, sea, or in your car, or you're walking, riding a bike, the coordinate reference system is longitude and latitude. Longitude and latitude, they're in the sky. We derive them from the celestial equator, the angles to Polaris, meridian lines to the sun, blah, blah, blah. So that coordinate system, that curvature, to be more specific, of the Earth isn't on the Earth. It's in the sky. Point at the horizon and then over your head and then down towards the other horizon. That's the curve. That's where the curve of the Earth is. It's in the sky. The reference system, the coordinate system, longitude and latitude are in the sky. That's what the curve is. It's measured from a horizontal plane. That's because it's an angle measurement. We all know what a protractor is, the half circle that you get out to measure the angles with inside a triangle. Yeah, that's because it's observer-centric, and it's the way that we observe from a horizontal plane the arc of the sky and the sun, moon, and stars on that hemisphere above us. We can measure them in angles, 45 degrees, 90 degrees at our zenith. That's what north is when you're under north, and Polaris, or the celestial northern rotation point, is at your zenith. So it's in the sky. The celestial equator's in the sky. The sun that you measure to for your meridian lines and your longitude is in the sky. The curvature of the Earth is in the sky.
How? What?
What do you mean, how? Everything Jedi just said is correct. The spherical coordinate system. What in particular? What specifically are you confused about when it comes to that?
The globe Earth is in the sky.
Right. That's the spherical coordinate system. Right. The WGS-84, for example, okay, comes from the sky. That's how the globe Earth came to be a thing in the first place. Okay, they had an imaginary spherical coordinate system in the sky, which they over time slowly inverted into a terrestrial coordinate system, which would be the WGS-84 that they use still to this day. Okay, all the way, this dates all the way back to from Pythagoras onward. And it was slowly crafted, right, as an assumption, essentially. From then, no one ever went out and actually measured anything, right? It's based off the way that we view the sky and the imaginary like, not that the celestial sphere is imaginary. Well, it actually is. I mean, if you go watch some like instructional videos on the celestial sphere, they'll mention the word imaginary quite a lot, because it's like a conceptual way of viewing the sky, right? And then turning that into a coordinate system, which is very useful, right? But it's what came to be the globe Earth over time. Right, it's not like the globe came first and then the celestial sphere came after that. Okay, so if you're let me.
Yeah, so if you're saying that the whole universe is revolving around the Earth, is that what are you saying?
No. The celestial sphere. The celestial sphere is a conceptual way, right, of mapping out a coordinate system in the sky. Okay, and over time that was turned into the globe. They inverted the sky coordinate system and turned it into the globe Earth.
So how do you explain that?
Think of it this way, Uzair. Think of it this way. When you look up in the sky, it looks like a bubble over your head, right?
Yes.
Based off of the way the sky presents itself to you. Well, the way you look at the sky and the way I look at the sky is going to look differently from each of us, because we're looking at from our own eyes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your bubble is going to be in a different location than my bubble. Even if it's a slight difference, it's still a difference. That's what the celestial sphere is. That's what the celestial sphere is. The celestial sphere is what the sky looks like from the observer. So your observation and my observation is going to look different, but from both of our perspectives, it's going to appear to look spherical above our heads.
That's fair enough, but how can you explain the movement or the revolving of the satellites around the Earth?
So you just jump. Can you acknowledge what I said and what DJ said?
I acknowledge that, but how does it make it any sense with the revolving of satellites?
They just move above the Earth. That's like, what else should I tell you?
Yeah, you can't confirm exactly. Like if I said pick a single satellite now and validate it, it's doing exactly what they're telling you it's doing. You're not going to be able to do that.
So it's fixed in the sky?
Well, which satellite are you talking about? And how did you validate that?
There are a lot of satellites that are revolving right now.
There are a lot of things in the sky.
How are you able to validate any of them?
A lot of people use telescopes to see it.
Yeah, okay.
No, you're not going to look up and...
There's lots of things in the sky. And
what?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. There's lots of things in the sky. And?
And what's this?
Waiting for you to finish. I'm agreeing with you. There's lots of things in the sky and waiting for you to continue.
I don't get what you're talking about. I don't get what you're...
You said there are satellites in the sky, yes?
Yep. Yes.
I'm agreeing with you. There are things in the sky. Okay, we agree. Now what? What else do you want to say?
Nothing, but I am trying
Okay, so there are things in the sky, okay?
There's the space station. It's revolving around the Earth. Everyone can see it with a telescope, and a lot of people did.
Yeah, we can see sometimes the International Space Station in the sky. Okay?
Yes.
And
how it's revolving according to the Earth is flat.
How is it circling above?
Yes.
I don't know what the mechanism that drives these things.
You don't even see that.
Isn't it a revolving because of the...
You don't know that. You don't know that, bro. You don't know that.
I don't know the gravity?
No, you don't know that it's revolving. All you see is you see a partial path of a flight of something in the sky that you identify as being a satellite.
It's
partial. You don't see the full thing. You don't see the full flight.
I don't see it, yes, but it's keep appearing at the same spot like every certain amount of time.
And
because of that, it's revolving.
No, because of that.
You can't conclude that. You cannot conclude that, bro.
So how can I conclude?
It's possible. That's one possibility.
So what other possibility?
Hold on. Why do you think the satellite, when it's gone out of view, is under your feet?
It doesn't make sense to say it's under my feet. It's revolving around.
Of course it doesn't. But if you're on a sphere, then it would be.
No, because the space is vast.
No, dude. If you're standing on the Earth and the satellite is orbiting over above, and it comes back later, well, it was obviously underneath your feet when it rotated around the circular path of a sphere.
Can you repeat that, please, and slow down? I'm not a native speaker. No.
Yeah, it's because you're not a native speaker. I do apologise, my friend. So, why do you assume the satellite is under your feet when you can't see it?
That's a point.
Because all we see is the satellite, whatever it is, come and go. So the best we can say is
it's above us. And then we can't see it. But to jump to the conclusion that it's under your feet when you can't see it is a huge jump in logic. So you're asking us to explain something, but at the moment we'll just agree there are things in the sky.
I want to know what this means, you know? I just wanted to. That's it.
Yeah, so look, this is what it comes down to. We see things in the sky. Okay, quite often things in the sky are moving in cycles, repeatable cycles. Okay, and then you're fed a big story about the things that you can't validate, and you can't validate the story that you're being told about it. What we can validate is that what would debunk all of those claims, right? That would be no Earth curvature. If there's no Earth curvature, okay, it doesn't matter what's happening in the sky when it comes to claiming a globe, right? Because it cannot possibly be happening above a globe or above a curved surface. It's happening above a flat surface, right? There's no evidence that it's not a flat surface, and we've got stacks of empirical evidence showing that it is a topographical plane as a surface. So I mean, that's what it comes down to. Otherwise, it comes down to whether you want to choose the stories you're being told about the lights in the sky. It's faith, then it's just a faith-based, belief.
But you know that the sun is spherical, Jupiter is spherical. All the planets we have discovered is spherical. Why Earth would be flat?
Earth is not a planet. We're not claiming that the Earth is a flat disk. Okay, I understand where you're coming from. Most people, when they hear about flat Earth, okay, they think about the globe Earth version of outer space. They think about a big giant vacuum where you've got all of these balls orbiting and whatnot. Okay? And then they hear about flat Earth, and then they try to change the globe Earth and flatten it out into like a flat disk planet. Okay? That's not what flat earthers claim that the flat earth is, or where the flat earth is located. That's trying to put the flat earth inside the globe model. You need to think about this from scratch. Okay? You could probably think about it like the earth being the floor or the ground of the system that we live in. Okay? We don't know the shape of the earth. We're not claiming to know the shape of the earth or the size of the earth, and we're not claiming the earth is an object floating around in a vacuum. Okay, we see the lights in the sky move in particular cycles above our heads like a big giant cosmic clock. That's what we all observe. Okay, when we go and test for the curvature of the earth, it's not there. And when we go digging for validation of the curvature throughout all of history, there isn't any empirical evidence whatsoever that the surface of water is curving over distance.
I thought you are saying that Earth is a flat disk. I don't get what you are mean.
No. That's propaganda put out by the media and by people that don't really know anything about flat Earth, right? Like the media, for example. Propaganda. So if you go and Google flat Earth and you hit images on Google, you'll see a bunch of flat disks floating around in space and that kind of thing. Flat Earthers don't claim that. Right, that's it's like a straw man argument. It's something that we don't claim that. Right, we also think that that's ridiculous. A completely different way of thinking about this system that we live in, where it's the Earth is the foundation or the floor of the system that we live in. We see we don't make objective claims about things that we can't validate. Right, we can't validate exactly how the sky works because nobody can go up and check and test that. Okay, what we can check is the surface of the Earth, right? It's accessible to everyone. And if it's a globe, then there has to be a certain amount of curvature over distance. And when we check for it, it's not there. Okay, there's no curvature detected. The surface of water is flat. Large bodies of water require a container. Okay, like a lake or a pond or a pool or a bath or a sea. Okay, it's all where the water gathers in a container or in the low spot in the ground, which acts as a container, and then there's no curvature on the surface. Okay, and if you have a look at what T-Dub posted in the side chat, right, this is not flat Earth. Okay, that's what people think that flat earthers claim, and that's why they think flat earthers are making dumb arguments because of that. And if that was what we claimed, yeah, that would be ridiculous. But yeah, that's not what we're claiming. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
No problem, man. Thanks for listening. Yeah, Gur or Jur, go ahead. What's your question?
Well, there we go. I just found out how our friend worked out that his ball-tard was arranged in whatever way. Oh, there's Gur. Go for it, mate.
Okay, this is going to sound a bit convoluted. I have an idea of what I'm trying to ask, but it's not going to be exact. I don't know what to call all these things. So, Hummus almost asked it in the side chat. I want to know if flat earthers, firstly, if this is even a fair question to ask. Secondly, if it is, what the answer is. The correspondence between so like when people are traveling from continent to continent and you see like the globe model and you see like what planes are allegedly doing or whatnot, if the globe is not true, then this arrangement of the land isn't true. So if there was, what is like the real thing that all of this is corresponding to? Because if you think about it, you can use a flat map to navigate stuff. I think like most people, their maps on the wall are flat or rectangular. It has nothing to do with a globe. But like, how is this stuff actually like on the Earth? If that's something that's right to ask.
Yeah, sure. So that's fine to ask. Okay, so quite often you'll hear people say the map is not the territory. Okay, and what you're seeing on the back of your plane screen seat, like on the screen on the back of the plane seat, is the path that your plane is taking plotted out on a particular coordinate system projection. Most often they'll plot it out on a Mercator projection, which is the big rectangular map. Okay, so you're going to see the path simply just plotted out on a particular coordinate system. You're not seeing the actual path that the plane's taking. You're seeing it just plotted out on a particular map projection. Right? These map projections have huge discrepancies between them. Right? There's a huge amount of different projections, but you know, if you look at that Mercator projection, like the one that you're talking about, it's going to look like the plane's actually taking a big curved path. Okay, if you plotted that out on a different projection, like a polar projection, like the AE projection, it's going to look like it's taking a straight path from point A to point B approximately. So you're seeing the continents mapped out on a spherical coordinate system, which actually is derived from the celestial sphere, from the sky. Not actually like a perfect map of the Earth. Okay, and there isn't such a thing as a perfect map where you can say this is the map where all of the continents are the right size and it's all perfect, it's been checked and the distances and everything check out perfectly. That doesn't exist. All maps are wrong. There's lots of videos. If you go to YouTube and type in all maps are wrong, you'll see a bunch of mainstream videos explaining what I'm talking about with the different types of projections. There's hundreds of different projections too. They serve different purposes.
I'll look that up. And what you mean by the coordinate system from the sky, are they taking like if you're, Chicago's not a good example because of light pollution, but like just some place and they're seeing how like the stars and whatnot, the things that are fixed look and then mapping that out from different places. Is that what's happening? roughly.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you know, the ancient Greeks started this, right? And they thought that a sphere was the perfect shape, and they imagined that we see the sky like a big giant sphere around us, 360 degrees around us. That's what they envisioned the sky as. It was just conceptual. They're not saying that that's exactly what the sky was. It's just an imaginary way of mapping the sky. Okay, and they called that the celestial sphere. Okay, and then over time, they turned that celestial sphere into a spherical coordinate system, okay, by taking elevation angles to Polaris and saying that, okay, when you're at 45 degrees north latitude, okay, that's 45 degrees, right? Based on where, like, looking into the sky and taking an elevation angle to where Polaris is from that particular point on the ground. Okay, and they've turned that into a spherical coordinate system based off the conceptual way of looking at the sky. Okay, so it makes like a big thing called the celestial sphere. Okay, and they're taking that celestial sphere and they're basically flattening that out into different map projections. Okay, and all of the map projections are going to have distortions because when you take a spherical coordinate system and you stretch it out onto a flat map, you're going to have distortion. So they have all different ways of stretching it out. Okay, so you've got different map projections, and that's what you're using. It's navigation is based off the way that we view the sky. That's what it originated from, and that's where the globe came from.
That makes sense. So, in reality, no one knows, like, for instance, the exact, let's say, like, dimensions and shape of Florida. We just know that it roughly sticks out from America and has these edges or whatnot, but, like, the map isn't going to display that as it is perfectly in a way that corresponds to the actual shape of the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult to empirically validate exactly, you know, the perfect shape of each continent and that kind of thing. I think, you know, that when it comes to what shape is Australia, what shape is, you know, different continents, you know, I think it would be something like what they're telling us, but we can't confirm exactly what shape they are, but the exact layout, right? Because most of the Earth is oceans. Okay, like over 70% of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water. So the distances between continents, the exact layout is something that we can't validate empirically. Like nobody knows that, in my opinion. Nobody can validate that. We just have the coordinate systems to go off of.
Right. That cleared it up, and I'll look up those videos. Thank you.
No problem, man. I probably could have explained it better, but hopefully it made some sense.
It did.
Wow, was that someone asking a question, actually listening to the response, and then saying thank you, I'll go and look into it? Wow. That's amazing.
Gotta mark that one down.
That's gotta be a first.
Subcyclone?
Not much. How's it going, DJ? All right?
Yeah, good. Yeah, so we're running an event at the moment. Did you see it?
No, what is it?
Do you experience a flat or a globe Earth?
Ooh, good one. Have you had any takers? Does anyone think they experienced the globe?
So far, everybody who's answered that question has mentioned that they experience a flat, motionless Earth. Now, I will say that the only people who've had the bollocks to answer this question are flat earthers, or with the globe earthers, as I did too.
I'm back.
Gosh.
I'm back. Yeah, we got.
You sound like you're struggling with the acceptance that the Earth is not a spinning globe. Is that right?
What I'm struggling with is a simple test you guys can do. And I'm asking you guys, when I describe it, what do you see flow in it? What flows do you see in it, right? It's a simple test which you can prove the Earth is round, yeah? Spinning globe, as you say.
Why would we try and do that? They're supposed to have already proven that it's a spinning ball. So yes, I can see you are struggling with accepting that the Earth is not a spinning ball. If you're asking us to prove it, which is supposed to be already done, and you just presenting that proof to us.
Listen up, fella. So,
dear me.
It's a simple test. Let's not even talk scientific ways to prove the Earth is round, yeah?
Oh, of course, you couldn't speak scientifically to prove the globe because science requires empiricism, and there's no empirical evidence for a globe. Of course, you couldn't use science.
Cyclone, I've been on here for like 3 days. We've been over the scientific ways, yeah? I don't know if you've been here.
For 3 days. Okay, in 3 days, do you understand that our position is there is no curvature of the surface of the Earth?
Bro, chill. I know we've been over
Right,
this.
so that's all you should be addressing. That's the only thing you need to address.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Who said
it is.
that?
It is the
You
only
say
thing you
that.
need to address.
So why did I talk about everything else with these guys in here while you weren't here?
Because you can't. Well, because this is why Globers talk about anything else but the curvature. Because talking about the curvature debunks the globe.
But I talk with guys in here about everything else.
Yeah, we'll humor you. Just for we've got 24/7 to kill here, but the fact is, you've been here for 3 days and you haven't been able to demonstrate that there's any curvature of the surface of the Earth.
I demonstrated it, yeah.
Oh, how did you demonstrate the curvature of the surface of the Earth?
I posted a formula in the side chat. You want me to post it again?
No, formula doesn't demonstrate a curved surface of Earth.
Yeah, you put your numbers in it and it will demonstrate it.
Right, theoretical, imaginary.
What do you mean imaginary?
Round and round and round we go.
Doesn't apply in reality.
But if you see a curved light,
Oh my God, you see a curved light. What are you talking about? What curved light?
If you see a curved light, if you spot a curved light, yeah?
Where do we spot a curved light? What curved light are you talking?
You don't agree? You don't agree the light bends?
Well, give me an example. Send me.
You don't agree the light bends?
In the side chat of the curved light that you're talking about.
You don't agree that light can bend?
No, you said you spot a curved light. That question doesn't sound very specific. That's why we're all giggling and Cyclone struggling to answer.
It doesn't make any sense, Thomas. Post your curved light in the chat, or I don't know.
You guys posted a curved light. It's the 21 miles late Great Salt Lake.
Right, where's the curved light in that?
Is the laser the guy was filming?
No, there was no curve of the laser.
There was curve. There was curve.
Show me the screenshot of the curve bit of the laser.
When you see like the point when the guy flashes the laser.
No, you don't see a curved light. You just see the laser light.
Yeah, but it's curved.
No, you don't see any curve.
You can see curve. You know why you can see curve? Because you can mathematically. You can mathematically.
You just see the light, don't you? You just see the light.
You can mathematically prove it. It's curved.
Right. So you're imagining that it's curved.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So you guys only believe what you see with like your own eyes. Only like physical proof is enough. Yeah.
He's going to mathematically backwards engineer his observation.
So you guys believe. So why you guys don't believe like satellite? You see that with your own eyes.
Thomas, that doesn't count. You're just claiming that it's curved because your globe religion requires you to, but you don't see a curved laser light.
You see satellites with your own eye, but you guys don't believe in those.
Why did the laser?
Same logic.
Why did
the same logic?
Reach the target?
Watch him. It will run away to other things.
Yeah,
If you're talking about lasers,
you guys use the logic, and I just
I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Cyclone. Cyclone's just jumped into the conversation. You've been here for 3 days, and my friend, you have to watch Cyclone. This guy is now talking about satellites. He was talking about lasers just a minute ago. He does this often. He goes from one subject to another. It's hard to rein him in. I'm just going to tell you this.
No,
great, but I didn't even want to talk about lasers because we've been over this for like 5 times.
Why does how can the laser hit the target on the other side of the lake?
Because the light bends.
Where do you see that?
I see it with my own eyes.
No, you don't see the laser bending in the video.
Yeah, you see it.
You just see the laser light. You don't see it bending.
You agree optical illusions exist?
What's the optical illusion?
A refraction.
What's the optical illusion in this demonstration?
Optical illusion is that you think that it's pointing straight at you.
Optical illusion.
But it's not pointing straight at you. It's bending over the.
No, you just said that we can see the laser.
Yeah, you can see the laser. Yeah, you can see
but you
it.
shouldn't be able to see the laser because there's supposed to be curve in the way.
The refraction curves the light, so it points at you.
Yeah, but you're
You
just
cannot
making that up. You're just making that
It's
up.
not. I'm not making it up.
You are
It's
just
a
making that
scientific
up.
fact.
What's your evidence for it?
We just Google atmospheric refraction.
Atmospheric
That's not
refraction gets
evidence.
broken down into categories, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not evidence for your claim. Well, you're not even really making a claim. We're seeing the laser being shot across the lake, right?
Yeah, and it's refracted over the curve.
Okay, so you're saying it's bending around a curve, but you're not seeing a curve or the laser bending. You're just seeing the laser, the light.
You're not seeing it curved, you're seeing the refraction of it.
No, you're just seeing the light from the laser. You're not seeing refraction
but it's
of
refracted.
the laser.
It's refracted of
No,
the
you've made that up. You've made that up.
What do you mean I made that up?
You're just saying it. You've got no evidence that that's the case.
It's when you plug it in the formula, yeah.
What
No, you
formula?
need the meteorological conditions.
Hold on, what formula did
you plug everything in, not just the dumbass
What
Earth
formula did you plug in?
with three things.
Thomas, what formula did you use?
I'll give it to you, alright? Here you go in the side chat. And I'll give you the link with Earth refraction, yeah? So you can measure it.
No.
Just plug the number.
Sorry, two seconds.
Take
2
the
seconds.
numbers.
Do apologise. What causes the refraction?
Hold on, I'm busy with something. I will answer you.
I
Just
know,
give me 10 seconds.
and it's fine. And we're asking you what
I'm
causes the
finding
refraction.
something to send it to him. Hold on, give
I
me
know.
10
I'm
seconds.
still going to ask you what causes the refraction. So what causes it?
Give me 10 seconds. Let me find something.
Okay.
And you understand this is all imagined, what you've just posted?
Yeah, there you go. It's imagined. It's imagined to you, but it's not to other people.
No, it is though, because you don't see any of
What do
this.
you mean it is?
You don't see any of this curved ball Earth. You don't see any of this curved light.
Hold on. But what's wrong with the formula? What's wrong with the formula?
It's theoretical. It includes an R value that you don't have.
What do you mean we don't have?
Value? Where'd you get the R
What do you mean
value?
we don't have circumference of the Earth.
No.
No.
Jesus Christ! Come on,
Where did you get?
This is the point.
Wait. Hold on. This
No.
is my clone.
No.
You believe the Earth is flat?
Okay, I understand you guys saying. Okay. I understand you guys say we cannot measure the Earth.
R in your
What about
diagram. See, it's marked R, the radius line.
Yeah.
Who measured that?
A lot of people, man. A lot of people. You can even do it at home. You can do it at home. Right?
For fuck's sakes, no.
I'll give you a tutorial.
A lot of people, you can do it at home, but you can measure the radius of the Earth.
Yeah.
What's the radius of a circle?
I will give it to you, yeah? Just give me a second.
Describe what a radius of a circle is.
Slight cone. You guys believe the Earth is flat? Or you guys
I
don't
need this
believe
guy
that
to
it's
describe
flat?
what a radius is because he said that we can all measure it.
Yeah, you just dig down to the core of the Earth and you just measure what? How much do you measure when you're digging down, Hummus? How far do you measure down to the center of the ball?
I'll tell you what, Cyclone, if you keep digging down, if you come out, you've got a diameter as well.
That's right.
We can all
Dig down
do
far
this.
enough, and you'll see the sky again.
Yeah, we can all do this.
Well, if you got circumference, you can have a radius. You don't agree?
Sorry, how do you get circumference?
I will give you a tutorial how to do it, okay? A tutorial. Just give me a second.
I need a stick.
Tutorial?
Yeah.
Right, sorry. Do I need a stick?
Journey through the wild imagination of a globe believer. Here we go. Tell us all about it, Hummus. So you sit in your room. You sit in your room, and what do you imagine first to be able to ascertain this?
It's a 1 minute video, okay?
No, just tell me, Hummus. We're not watching a video. It's an audio channel. People are listening. You need to be able to describe it. And if you can't, don't talk about it. This is retarded anyway. You're just trying to get away from the fact that the laser debunks the globe.
Listen, mate. Let's
You said
agree.
we'll measure radius, dude. You've been talking nonsense.
Yeah. Okay, listen. About the laser.
You're already
Bottom
cooked.
line,
Yeah.
you guys say it's not curved.
If
We say
anything,
it's curved.
you're overcooked.
That's it. Listen, I gave you the formula. I gave you the link.
No, stop. We agree that the formulas and equations to do with geometry exist, like the ones for a circle. And we all agree this. The thing is, to confirm that this geometry is actually true, we need to measure it. Bloody hell, child. What the fuck?
Yeah, Hummus, it's made up. It's imaginary. It's theoretical. It is not real. That's why you've posted a pencil sketch instead of any actual evidence for the globe.
This is weird.
Yeah, it's
With an
because the
Ipsy
laser-
Dixit.
It's the laser. I mean, if you see the laser, then no curve, Hummus. And you saying, oh, the
If you
laser
see the laser, no
bends,
curve.
it bends around the globe. You don't have a globe. You don't have a radius. You don't have a curve. You don't have a curving laser. You don't have any of it.
Sure, bro. Yeah.
No, you don't.
You just got.
You don't, and I'll tell you why. Because you haven't got a measurement. You haven't got a measurement of radius. You obviously, because you want to measure a circumference. Now we're going to ask you for that methodology. We're going to put a pin in it, but we're going to guarantee every single stretch of the way we're not going to measure the curvature of the Earth. We're not going to measure the curvature of the Earth because you're going to start screaming refraction all the time, which means we don't actually measure the curvature of the Earth. We're measuring the apparent deviation of light and have to backwards engineer all of our observations to fit the curvature of the Earth that we can't measure. So you're in a quandary, my friend.
I'm not in nothing. You guys.
You keep talking about refraction.
Listen. This laser thing you guys are talking about. We cannot agree.
Okay, Hummus, let's just break this down one step at a time. Do lasers shoot a straight line? Yes or no?
No.
You're a fucking idiot. You're not qualified for this conversation. Get out.
He's really not.
That's his entire argument.
Great. So light is not the way.
I beg you to go on YouTube. I beg you to look at the royal. Shut up.
Light cannot bend.
Shut up. Look
Light is
at
not
the
a wave
royal.
or a
Be
particle.
quiet, or I'll mute you. Look at the Royal Navy Dragonfire program. This is a direct energy weapon. That's a laser. That laser goes in straight lines. It goes in straight lines because it blows shit up. If it didn't go in straight lines, it wouldn't be as accurate as targeting things at distance. Lasers go in straight lines. What the fuck?
Yeah, when you say refraction, that means you've given up the globe. So, thank you.
Yes. So let me ask you guys this: a laser beam, can it be altered by atmospheric refraction, gravitational bending, or other mediums?
Gravitational bending?
Yeah.
No.
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 Well, can you show it? Can you show it to do this? Can you show it to do this?
Agree.
Okay, Hummus, this is how it's going to work. If you're going to claim gravitational bending, atmospheric refraction, and whatever else you want to throw at that laser, I have no problem with any of those, but there's one condition. You have to provide us evidence, either film or photographic evidence, of one of these or all of these events happening out in the open air. So someone's got a laser, they've set it up, and they've filmed this gravitational bending or this refraction. So when you show that, then we will agree with you.
Okay. So you guys, do you even believe atmospheric refraction exists?
When you show this, then we will believe you.
Okay. Do you see the stars twinkle in the sky?
Yo, dude, I went through this with you yesterday. I even went a pain's length to explain, and still talking, the different refractive indices of the different wavelengths of light. Is this me admitting that it doesn't exist, or is this me describing it to you?
So you're saying refraction in atmosphere exists?
Oh my God.
Hummus, are you saying that a laser is curving downwards at around 8 inches per mile squared in air?
No, that's a curvature of the Earth. That's not atmospheric
I
refraction.
thought you said the laser followed the curvature of the Earth, and that's how it was able
I
to
never
be
said
seen by the
lasers
observer.
follow curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so how then did the observer in the video see the laser on the other side of the lake?
Because of the refraction in the atmosphere.
Well, how does that make the laser be seen behind a curve that's supposed to be obstructing it?
Because atmosphere refracts light.
Okay, so what trajectory is the laser going then in order for it to be seen at the other side of the lake, which is over a crest of curvature, according to you?
From the point of a laser, the laser beam is not going to the observer, which is picking up the light.
The observer sees the light. You already agreed with this.
Listen, are you going to let me finish? From the point of a laser beam, it does not go in a way in observer's sight. But
so you're saying it's curving around the curve.
Let me explain it to you. But from the point of the observer, the light refracts of the atmosphere and the observer sees it. You understand?
Okay, so from the point of the observer,
then it just refracts upwards. Then, yeah.
What?
Does it refract upwards?
Yeah, light also refracts upwards. Yeah.
So it's going upwards. So then
upwards and downwards.
It's going upwards.
You've got to be careful, Cyclone.
At the same
just
time.
So you know, Cyclone. Just so you know, what he does, he'll grab one word out of your sentence, and he won't understand the rest of it, and he'll just go off to some random spin-off.
What are you
talking
about?
So when
he's just going to start embarrassing himself and contradicting himself, which is what he's doing.
Well, he doesn't get embarrassed. He doesn't understand.
I want to ask him. Well, I want to ask him why he thinks that's happening.
Yeah, that's what we're getting.
He should be embarrassed that he doesn't understand.
What makes you think that is happening? What makes you think the light is doing that? The laser's doing that?
But the light is doing what? The atmospheric refraction
it's going
exists.
Up and down, you said. The laser is now going upwards, bending upwards, and bending downwards, you're saying, at the same time, yeah?
Because that's how light
that's how lights work. Okay, so
what makes you claim that?
Yeah, show us a demonstration.
What makes you conclude
of the laser going upwards and going downwards in air because of refraction.
Air has density and refractive index.
Okay, so
all air has density and refractive index. Do you guys agree?
Just show the demonstration in the chat, please. I don't need your rambling.
Demonstration of what?
I want to see your laser going upwards in air and going downwards in air so that it could.
You don't understand what I'm telling you. You don't understand how refraction works.
You just said it was
not like listen. It's not like laser will be pointing in three directions.
You just
said understand
it's going around the curve.
You're making a stupid analogy.
He's just talking nonsense. In the side chat is the
laser will not be pointing in like three directions, up, down, and middle.
Stop talking.
But from the observer's point of view, you see the bend.
Do I have to mute you?
Yeah, I think he does need muted.
It really, really does. So lasers are designed to be dual and tri-band in most targeting systems. This is because, as you keep pointing out, and as we agree, different wavelengths of light refract differently. This means, consequently, we measure the refraction. Because of the wavelengths of light, we can compare them. This idiot, dude.
Yeah. Hummus, you just need to give it up. You've not got any evidence that a laser is bending around a curve. Oh well. Easy dub. Man, that's some pathetic cope.
Yeah, it's been a weird performance by him over the last few days.
Give it 15 minutes, he'll reset and come back.
Yeah.
It's refracting up and down, which brings it around the curve, apparently.
What you've got to watch for with him, and I've noticed it quite a few times, you'll be explaining something to him. He will ask a question whilst you're talking, And then when you, like Jedi, for example, when Jedi says no, that's incorrect, all of a sudden he takes that no as the answer to his question, not you telling him that the whole statement was incorrect and that you're resetting him. He just takes that as the answer. So quite a few times he has misconstrued anything you have said because you have pulled him up and said no, and that's the answer to the question.
Yeah, he wants to bring it into some vague theoretical refraction discussion where I'm just keeping him to why is the laser observed on the other side of the lake, and that's going to hold him to a specific claim about how the laser is behaving, and then we're going to ask him, okay, like T-Dub was saying, demonstrate that that's how the laser is behaving, and he can't, which is when he has to keep obfuscating and saying, you don't know what refraction is, refraction this, refraction that. It's because he's being held to task to demonstrate that his specific claim about how that laser is working to get the observation that we're getting, that's his entire argument, but he knows he can't substantiate it, so he's going to deflect and duck and jive and try and get to refraction in general. So, yeah, it's obvious what they're doing, but yeah, you just hold him to it. Easy. Who else we got? Got loads of new people. Angus, Cider, Phila, Daddy, Jur. Who else?
Hi.
Susan. What's up, Susan? Yuki. What's up, guys? Say hello.
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 What's up?
Can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah. Got a funky Jesus Christ Saddam Hussein mashup PFP there. Pretty choice. What's going on? What brings you to the Flat Earth chat?
I just want to say that I think whoever thinks that the Earth is a flat, he could just go back to primary school and read the science book.
Primary school.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that's right. It's because the globe is a primary school children theory.
It just contradicts with basic science information, basic science knowledge.
You sound really intelligent, dude. When I go back to kindergarten, what specifically should I look at?
You should learn how do we get the 4 seasons, day and night.
Ooh, tell us about it.
Why is it
How do the 4 seasons work on the globe?
Sometimes. What?
Hey, Danny, yeah, just what was the best evidence that they gave you for the globe in school?
The evidence that, for example,
the evidence of the story.
Africa, and there is time difference between countries, continents. For example, it's 1 o'clock here, and other point it's I don't know.
Right. But what evidence did they give you that the Earth is a spinning ball in space? That's what we're asking.
The day and night, the moon.
No.
You can't see
Day and night. That's just like the sun moving. That's just day and night. We're asking what evidence they gave you that the Earth, the ground beneath your feet, was a spinning ball.
Day and night is not the sun moving. Day and night is the Earth moving. Okay, that's
day and night. You just see the sun moving through the sky. That doesn't tell you anything about the ground being a spinning ball. Really? Your school just said to you day and night, therefore you live on a ball?
Another thing that if you, for example, if you live in Australia and you look at the moon, you would see that it's upside down. It's not the same
down.
as if you.
So you've got upside down syndrome. I see.
Weird.
Not upside.
I think this person's got lots of stories and stuff.
But you understand, you understand though that all of these ideas that you're presenting here, you require to already assume that the Earth is a ball. None of it's telling you that the Earth is a ball. You have to assume the Earth is a ball. Yeah?
I'll tell you something. Because the moon is very small compared to the Earth. If you look, for example, at the moon from a point in the northern of the globe,
That means the sun is very small too. That means the sun is very small compared to Earth too, because they're the same size.
No,
sun and moon are the same size.
It's far away. That's why you can just. It's not small. It's just far away because, bro. What
Yeah,
how do you know?
you
Because, for
observe the
example,
sun and moon to be
if
the
there is
same size.
epilepsy, if there is
You
when
observe
there's
them to be the same size in the sky.
okay, I'll tell you something. When the sun eclipses,
No, Daddy, no,
goes
stop.
behind the
You're
moon.
going,
That's
no,
why
you're
like,
going to, no, stop. You're gish galloping. You're going to allow a response to take place at least to one of the things you've just mentioned. Okay? Maybe you pick which point you made that you would like us to respond to. Because if you're just here to preach, we don't want to hear it. Let's have a back and forth where you put forward a point and then we'll counter it or respond to it. And then you can respond in kind.
Okay.
Yes,
I wanted to
none
respond
of what you have said is evidence for Earth being a ball, because all of it requires you to assume the Earth is a ball. Right?
Now I have a question. Honestly, if the Earth is flat, then what's in the borders? What is the borders of the Earth?
I don't know, dude.
What do you see in the
The Earth is flat, but I can't answer you what the borders are. Just because I can't tell you what the borders are or where they are, doesn't diminish the fact that the Earth is measured flat.
I've got a question for you. I've got a question for you, Saddam. So, if the Earth is a ball, why is there no detectable surface curvature?
What the hell?
What does that even mean, bro?
So you know how a ball has a curved surface. You know how a ball has a curved surface.
I'll tell you something. About 15 to 1600 years.
Do you know how a ball? Right, we'll give you a chance. Do you know how a sphere, has a 360-degree curvilinear surface? It's a curving ball, so the ground would be curving down and away from you, yeah, to be a ball. You understand that?
I understand your point. I understand it. Okay.
So,
I believe that there are
given the Earth
some
is
methods
supposed to have that curvature.
Okay.
Can you explain why it does not have it?
I'll tell you something.
No, could you answer my question, please?
I'll tell you something. I'll answer your question.
Tell me
I'll answer your
something.
question. Okay.
Answer my question.
I'm sorry. I'll answer your question, okay? But just let me complete it. For example, if you put a stick on a certain point,
No, we're not putting sticks in the ground. Next.
proven.
No.
It has been proven.
Just every time. Every time.
Proven.
No. I'm muting you again because you're not answering my question and you're lying to me by saying, I'm going to answer your question. Imagine putting a stick in the ground. No. You've just agreed that for it to be a ball, there must be a curved surface. I'm telling you, there is not a curved surface, a spherical curved surface. So how can it be a ball? So you need to address that. There is no curved surface. Why not?
Have you ever flew on a plane? Have you ever ride a plane? Have you ever been in
why
the
is
sky?
the surface not curved?
It is. If you go up in the plane, you would see that there is a curve. It's completely
you don't
visible.
see curve from a plane. Okay.
I've been in
so you
planes
need
for
to be able to measure. So why can no one measure this curve? Why can no one measure this curve?
I haven't seen curvature in a plane.
No, there's no curve on a plane, Saddam, you idiot. Why can no one measure this curve?
Okay, thank you. I was just about to tell you that it has been proven that there are curves for the globe.
Okay, why can no one measure the curve?
It was proven by the Romans in ancient Egypt.
The Romans in ancient Egypt.
No.
He's just throwing anybody in there. It's Romans in ancient Egypt, and they had a stick, and now the Earth is a ball.
The sticks ain't going to work, Saddam, because the stick assumes the curve. What I'm saying is there is no curve.
Actually, I don't know what to tell you. If you think like that, it means that you're a dumb
That's right. You don't know what to say.
You don't know anything about it.
Because if you ever flew on a plane, you would see the curve.
Hello.
And it's completely visible.
No.
I have been on planes for dozens of times.
My friend.
And
No. No. Calm down. Thank you. So I've been in an airplane, 40,000 feet, and I don't see the curve that you're talking about. In actual fact, when I look out the other window, I still don't see the curve that you're talking about. I understand that the horizon is just going to circle around me anyway. I wouldn't see the curvature. Right? Come on. You couldn't see it from an aircraft. If you turned around 300, why are you talking? If you turned around looking at the horizon, 360 degrees, it wouldn't have one part higher or lower than the other, which is what you think you see. You wouldn't see it. Stop being silly.
Yeah, Glober, have you never heard them say...
How do you fly from the USA to China?
Glober, stop.
How do you do it?
Glober, they're telling us that the Earth is too big to see the curve. Glober?
What?
They say that the Earth is too big to see the curve.
Okay, that's actually one of the reasons that it's kind of difficult to see it from.
Yes, so let's conclude you don't see curvature then.
Yeah, so you don't see the curve then. But it's too big to see. That's what they're telling you, you idiot.
You don't see the curve completely. You see like there is a slight curve.
Shut up. This is what's annoying about you guys.
No, you don't see a slight curve.
You're not even... Sorry, dude, Jedi, go for it. Yeah, you guys, you're not even representing the globe argument, which says that you do not see curve. There is no position in your life that you are ever going to see the curve. Yet you come in here acting like we're idiots because we acknowledge that there is no curve detected. You guys are in here telling us, oh, we see the curve. No. NASA is not telling you that you see the curve. NASA is telling you that you will never see the curve. There's no altitude that you, as a member of the public, can go to observe the curve. So don't come in here saying, you guys should have went to school. You guys should have went to nursery. I see the curve, you idiot. That's not even what the mainstream are claiming is the case. So Glober, settle down and try and find some actual measurements, some actual evidence.
Why would... Okay, I'll just ask a simple question, and please just answer this question. If NASA is hiding that the Earth is flat, then
they're not hiding it. You can go outside and see for yourself.
Yeah, it's not hidden.
Okay, anyways, if NASA is claiming that the Earth is a ball, then why would Russia, why would China, why
we don't know.
Any other country
Why doesn't my dog brush his teeth? I'm not sure.
Yeah, if the American government lies, why would the Russian and the Chinese... Hey, Glober, you're literally saying if the American government is lying, why would the Russian and the Chinese government also lie? Because they're liars.
Okay.
Glober. Think.
Okay, I'll tell you something. During the Cold War in the 70s, the 80s.
We don't want the textbook stories. We know them all.
Okay.
We know the stories, dude. It's bullshit.
Okay.
You know what this needs? This just needs NASA bloopers. We just need NASA bloopers. There's nothing that's going to get through to these guys other than debunking the government space cartoon.
You have to bring those out again, do we? Bloody hell.
During the Cold War, during the 70s, Russia or the Soviet Union launched the first rocket to space.
They put dogs in space. There was dogs in space flying around.
Yeah,
so it must be a globe. Because the Russians put a dog in space. You know they just lied to you. You know they just lied to you, Glober. You know
this is going to be confusing. Right. I'll agree. My friend, I'll help you. I'll help you. I'll agree. Rockets go into the sky. Why is he talking for me? Is he rude? Have you got parents or something? I'll agree with you that in the 70s, a rocket went into the sky. The sky. Now, what else are you going to tell me about this rocket that went into the sky?
I don't know what to tell you, honestly, but
what are you talking about it then?
I'm just telling you that if NASA's lying to you, or you're claiming that
No,
NASA's
they're
lying to
lying
you,
to
or
you,
to the
dude.
people,
They're not lying to us.
or
We already
they're
know
hiding
it's
something
bullshit.
for some reason. I don't
No,
know
they're
what
not
is the
hiding
reason is that. I
anything.
don't know. Maybe they're.
They're just
I don't
lying to
know.
you because because you're gullible, because they get billions of dollars for it. They're just trolling you. I don't know. Go and ask them. We don't care. The Earth measures flat, so it
Okay,
can't be a globe. That's it.
and how do satellites work?
No, it's
God.
it's on fucking repeat today, isn't it?
Over a flat surface, because the surface measures flat.
And how do they fly over the Earth if it's the
They
if
just
the Earth
fly
is
over
flat?
a flat Earth because the Earth measures flat. Okay.
I don't know. Do you want some kind of
How do they fly?
technology?
How do they fly?
I
If
don't
the
know.
Earth
There's
is
lots
flat,
of technology that can fly.
but if the Earth is round or a ball, they can just simply fly by self force. When they go into the space, the Earth
that
keeps
can
spinning
help.
them around
It's
it.
like you don't want to listen to your answer. You want to answer your own question. There are lots of
Okay,
things
how does it
that
work?
can fly
How do
above
satellites
the.
work?
He's obviously a wanker.
Yeah, it's funny. He's gonna say if the Earth is a globe, the satellites can fly up in the sky using that force that pulls everything to the ground. Like the
Yeah,
contradictory
that's
nonsense
simply
you guys
how it
believe.
works. Because
Yeah, so
they keep spinning around. I'll tell you
so the
something.
thing that
Because
pulls everything to the ground, so your phone falls to the ground, the rock falls to the ground, it hits the ground.
they
You're
reach.
saying
I'll tell you
that's
something.
what's making satellites fly in the air and not hit the ground.
I'll tell you something. They reach a
Oh, I
point
tell you
where
something. I tell you
their
something.
force
I tell you
equals.
something. I tell you something.
Just let me complete.
I tell you something. No, I tell you something.
Okay, go ahead.
Earth measures flat.
Okay, I'll go back to that point. Satellites reach a point in the sky when their force is equals to the Earth to the
Okay,
Earth's
whatever your question
force as
is,
well.
whatever your question is, I'll just refer you back to my previous answer. The Earth measures flat.
Okay, if that's what you think, then I
Okay.
don't know what to tell you honestly.
Well, if you
Because
disagree,
my brother who's
just
5
show
years
me
old,
a measurement of it being curved.
oh my god, I just have told you. 1800 years ago, the Romans have done an experiment in Egypt.
They measured the curve.
They measured the shadow of the
A shadow. So not the
of
curve.
two sticks.
Two sticks.
Of two sticks
Okay,
at the
so they
same
didn't measure
time.
a
At the
curve.
same time, one in the
Okay, at the
south,
same
one in
time.
the
Okay,
north.
so they measured two shadows at the same time, but they didn't measure curvature of the Earth, right?
And and the difference between the length of these shadows, it tells you the curve. How to say
No.
the curve measurement
There was no
for this
curvature of the
point.
shadow. The shadow wasn't curved, was it?
The shadow wasn't curved, but the
No.
difference
So that
of the
would just be
length.
flat then. So that would be a shadow on a flat surface. So that wouldn't be a measurement of any curvature.
You understand? I'm just
What about the
saying
Chinese?
that
What about the Romans and the
length
Chinese?
of the shadows were different. For
No, they
example,
weren't.
a shadow was
Of course
10
they were.
centimeters high,
Hold on.
long,
2
and
seconds.
another.
2 seconds, my friend. Stop. In your room, in
Mhm.
your moment, have you got a light
Okay.
on your ceiling?
Yeah, I
Is
have.
there a light on your ceiling? Go and
Yeah, I
stand
have.
under it. You'll notice that you don't cast any shadow. Now walk away from being under that light. You can watch as your shadow increases in length in front of you. Now, your room, I would presume, is horizontal on its surface, your floor, right? And the light is above you. If you stand underneath a light that's above you and then move away from being underneath that light that was above you over there, you're obviously going to cast a shadow because of your new angular relationship to the light source.
Okay, I understand your point.
Oh, good.
I understand it. It's a nice point, honestly, to be honest. But I'll tell you something. If you think like that, if the Earth is flat, or if you believe like that, and the sun,
right? The Chinese did
at some point,
like the Chinese did when they did the same thing with the sticks and the shadows. You mentioned.
Okay, I'll tell you something.
My friend, I'm helping you. I'm helping you.
I didn't interrupt you. Just let me complete.
Time, shut up.
Stop talking over him, bro.
What shut up? Don't tell me to shut up.
Dude, at the same time that you said the Romans and the Greeks went to Egypt or whatever, the Chinese did the same thing. They put sticks in the ground and they measured shadow. Guess what their conclusion was? It was flat. Because it's a stick.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a stick in the floor and the lights were casting shadow.
But what was the distance between the two sticks? What was the distance? Do you know?
I don't remember, but there was a difference in the
in Aristophanes' example, I think it's 500.
There's not going to be any difference if it's a short distance.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you keep talking, a few hundred miles.
I just joined. Okay. A few hundred miles.
That means that you shouldn't talk
even
through
fucking
me.
see the stick at 100 miles. Are you stupid?
I was saying that if the Earth is flat and the sun is above us, you can see the sun from any point in the Earth. Literally.
No.
You can't miss it.
Yes. That is exactly
How come it's not true? If you have a table and you have your
I think the Jaeger the Ferret guy sounds like he's going to be a more funny spiral than this other guy. So
I think.
Oh my god.
Right. Yeah.
Sorry.
Can you answer this?
Saddam Glober, just take a minute. We're gonna speak to Jaeger the Ferret in a sec. Jaeger, are you coming in of the position that the Earth is a big spinning ball in a vacuum?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What's your top 3 proofs for that claim?
I'll give you my top one. So, you know how the Earth spins as it rotates around the sun, correct?
No, I don't know the Earth spins. Where do we detect Earth spinning? You're saying the ground is spinning when we go outside?
Holy shit, I feel retarded right now. Okay.
When you start the conversation,
the Earth. Okay, the Earth rotates, right? The entire Earth as it orbits the sun. As it orbits the sun.
When I go outside, I don't notice the ground rotating. No, do you?
Are you special?
Are you?
No,
well,
you're special.
Are you special? Okay, so take the span of a year. Take the span of a year. Every time the sun rises and sets, is it going to be in the exact same spot in the sky?
Okay, so Jaeger, what you're saying is you see the sun moving.
Yo, what?
You see the sun move across the sky. You see the sun set at different locations on the horizon. You see the sun.
Did you not catch the entire sentence?
Yeah, but the moment you're describing the observation, the sun moving across the sky, rising and setting at different locations, the sun doing this.
Yeah, Jaeger, you're falling apart already, dude.
It's not the sun doing this. It's due to the rotation of the Earth as we orbit the sun.
Hold on. Right, so this is going to be a massive leap of logic. At the moment, the cyclone's trying to point out to just shush, please.
So as we orbit the sun, as we spin around the sun, we're spinning. We're spinning in different directions. Therefore, the sun is going to be in different spots in the sky every time it's every time it rises and sets.
Hold on, everyone. I'll tell you what. Scream if you want to go far.
What?
Right, dude.
Why would I need to scream?
Because this ride is shit. I don't feel any excitement. I'm on this spinning ball going around the sun. Like, go faster. I want to feel some excitement. Because at the moment, I don't feel or detect.
Well, if you're not even getting the first part of the explanation, then you're clearly too retarded to get the entire picture.
Why is this entitled American speaking through me? I don't understand.
Titled American?
Because he's triggered.
Because we won
I'm not even like...
We won the war, dude.
Hold on, Jaeger. So you started this whole thing saying, hey, we know the ground outside is spinning, right? No, you don't.
The ground isn't spinning, the Earth is.
Okay, so the ground is not part of the Earth then, no?
Yes, what?
What the fuck? Where are we then?
Let's see, I'm just going to extract little spirals from him with every question. So the ground outside, that's not the Earth, no?
It is.
Oh, it is. So you are
saying the ground isn't spinning. The ground isn't spinning. It's the entire Earth.
The ground is
just some parts of the ground.
You just said the ground is the Earth.
My house isn't fucking spinning.
Your house isn't spinning, right? So
No, his house isn't spinning. He's got to make up his mind.
On the Earth, either so your house isn't spinning. So either your house isn't on Earth, or Earth isn't spinning. Which is it?
The Earth is spinning.
Okay, so then your house must be spinning.
The ground is connected to the Earth.
Yeah, so then your house is connected to the ground.
The ground is not spinning. The Earth is spinning. Are you special?
Your house is spinning now.
That's special, buddy.
So Jaeger, is your house spinning?
No, it's not.
But it has to, because you just said it's connected to the ground.
The Earth is spinning, not my fucking house.
But
All right, hold on, Cyclone. Let me see if I can help him. Let me see just quickly. Do you know what a roundabout is, or a merry-go-round?
Yes.
It spins, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, if you sit on it, are you going and spinning too?
Yes, you're spinning on the Earth.
If you put a house on it,
No, you're not, because the roundabout is spinning and you're only sitting on it, remember?
Okay, so you're going with the roundabout, which is spinning.
Yeah, so the Earth, like the ground and your house, they are all in motion together, aren't they?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Yes. I hope
the
you
ground
mean
is not spinning.
Yes.
It's not visibly
So your
spinning. You cannot
house is-
see that it's
No, dude, we're just trying to get to some basic understanding, right?
Yeah,
by consequence of the house being attached to the ground and the ground the Earth, it's all in motion, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
I mean, it's not in motion, but yeah, whatever.
Right, you don't, it's like, seriously, think about the words that leave your mouth, dude. At the moment, the yes was the best thing that you could have said. Now be quiet and Cyclone can take over. My God.
Yeah, so you think your house and all that, and the ground are spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying at millions of miles an hour. That's your belief system. That's your kind of religious
I mean,
belief
yeah, the
in
Earth
globe.
is. That's
Yeah,
not religious
okay. So
whatsoever.
who's ever measured any of that?
Maybe the satellites that orbit our fucking Earth.
Maybe the satellites that orbit our fucking Earth. Are you sure about that, bro?
Yes, sir, bro.
Okay, because wouldn't they have needed to have measured that before they put satellites up there?
Do you know what an atmosphere is? Do you know what a gravitational pull is?
He's off again. He's right.
Is this
He's another one who jumps from subject to subject.
Yeah, he's going to ask us questions if we know things. Yeah, do you know?
Right, so is this you saying that you don't know who's measured any of these things since you just changed the topic?
NASA. NASA.
NASA. Okay, so what did they measure exactly? The axial rotation, the tilt, the wobble, which one?
The rate at which the Earth spins around the sun.
Okay, how did they measure that? How did they measure that?
Probably the displacement of.
Probably, dude. Why are you telling us this thing is what happened, and then when we ask you, you're like, I don't know, but probably this. You're just pulling shit out your ass.
Let me give you a question. How do you know?
How do we know what?
My God.
How do you know the Earth is flat?
Okay,
How do you know
so
the
are you
Earth isn't
conceding?
spinning?
So are you conceding you don't know any of those things you just claimed?
I'm not saying I do or don't know it. I'm just
Okay,
asking
well,
you a
if you
question.
do, then you need to substantiate them before you
I'm
start
asking
changing the
you
topic.
a question. Answer
Okay,
it.
well, if
No,
you're going
we're not here to answer your questions, dummy.
We can move on to something else, but you'll have to either concede that you don't have the information or the evidence for those claims, or
I don't know the exact words for explaining how the process works.
So you don't know.
But I'm not saying I don't know how it works. I can picture it in my
Well, then I
brain.
can tell you. So then I can tell you, no one's ever measured spin of the Earth, or orbit around the sun, or curvature of the Earth. No one's ever measured those things, which is why you don't know of any. There you go.
Cyclone. He can picture it in his brain, he said.
Yeah,
brilliant.
I wanted to ask him if he can go ahead and ask AI to draw his imagination for us, and then he can post his imagination in the side chat, and then we'll get a good idea, since he doesn't know how to use words.
Oh yeah, hold on. I got you.
Your imagination based on stories you were told as a child. You've never challenged it.
Not as a fucking child, but all right.
All right, stories.
I wasn't told that the giant Earth was a fucking sphere when I was 3 years old. I legit thought it was a flat Earth, but
we all do. Sorry, we all do. That's our basic.
But I also thought that I could live forever when I was 3. So,
dude, that's what our base experience is. Even as a child and for thousands, right? Our base experience is of a flat stationary Earth, isn't it?
Yes, because everything around us is flat, but it's a giant ball.
Yeah, no,
There's multiple miles and it curves around.
Dude, right? I don't need your caveats and explanations, right? I just need you to concede that that's what you see.
Flat ball. Okay.
What do we not see it?
What's
flat
a ball? What's a ball?
Yeah,
You
had a better understanding of where you live when you were 3 years old than you do now.
Really did.
What? When the fuck did I say that?
When you said you were 3 years old and thought the Earth was flat.
Yeah, you said you knew it was flat when you were 3, and then I guess
I didn't say I knew. I said I thought it was, but it's clearly fucking not.
So how do you know that the Earth is a sphere now? How do you know? That's first-hand experience and knowledge that the Earth is a sphere now, where you just thought, as a young child of 3, that it was flat and stationary.
Yeah, when I was 3, I thought it was flat, and the fucking sun rotated around us.
Okay.
Clearly it doesn't.
Okay, why? Clearly it doesn't.
It doesn't make any fucking sense. The sun is significantly larger than our planet.
No, it's the same size as the moon. The same size as the moon, dude.
Hold on. Dude, what, like, I'm looking for your logical process through life, and all of a sudden you've conjured a distance and size to the sun, and for some reason you're saying that thing that looks about the same size as the moon in the sky is now bigger than the Earth. How did you get there?
That's why you shouldn't ever be an astronomer. My goodness.
Dude, I'm trying to figure out how you got to what you just said. Massive logical
leap, mate. It's been measured. It's been measured as a sphere.
Hold on.
NASA is a big-ass company that explores space.
Stop. So this isn't you then, is it? This is someone else, isn't it?
Do I look like fucking Superman? Am I going to fly?
No, dude, I don't know what you look like.
Take a fucking tap, mate.
Have you got ADHD or something?
Well, Jager, if you were Superman, you'd probably be better off. At least you'd be able to get closer to measure the bullshit. So how was it measured? You've made these claims that these companies measure these things.
NASA.
Yeah, we heard that bit, mate.
You compare an object to the sun and then use the length of said object.
Okay, so you're a NASA junkie. So how did they measure this?
They use whatever object they want to use. They measure that object, compare it to the sun, and then you basically just
whatever object.
It's quite easy.
So
I want to use my
your
car.
mum's favorite candlestick holder.
I don't know.
Measure my car against the sun. My car is bigger than the sun.
Yep.
I think his brain's broken.
Yeah, your car is bigger than the sun, huh?
No, dude, we're trying to walk you through logically, and you keep screaming in the background like some rabid dog.
Mark.
Yeah, it's weird behaviour, dude. Did you go out in public like this? Do you need special care?
No.
It's not a joke, dude. This is the way that you're performing. I'm either concerned for you or I should go away. This is either going to be a good conversation or you shouldn't be here. Which one is it? Are you going to act reasonably or are you going to act unreasonably? Which?
I'm trying to act reasonably, but your claims make absolutely no sense. My brain is like folding in on itself right now.
I know. This is very shocking. Right, at the moment, you were 3, and then you thought the Earth was flat and stationary, and now the Earth is obviously a sphere. You said because, well, the sun is obviously bigger than the Earth. And then we found out that wasn't you, that was somebody else that told you that, right?
Okay, hold up. Which country do you live in?
I'm looking for agreement.
Just ask me. Which country do you live in?
The country I live in, England.
Okay. Can you climb to the top of a building or the highest point in your country and then look out and see the Eiffel Tower?
No.
Therefore,
the Eiffel Tower is too far away to see.
Too far away, exactly.
Yeah. What does that mean? Too far away to see, though.
The Earth is flat.
When you can't see an object and it's too far away to see.
Not Minecraft, okay?
No,
not a fucking fog in front of you.
The question here: when you can't see something, why is that?
Yes, there is a fog in front of you.
Obscurations.
Obscuration, that's right. Something's in front of you, or it's too far away.
So what's in front of the Eiffel Tower? And Why would it be too far away for you to see if the Earth is flat?
He's too excited to listen to other points, especially when I relate as or the object is too far away for you to resolve. For example, you do understand that things with distance appear to get smaller, don't you?
Yes.
Good. So the Eiffel Tower.
Also, Professor Triangle, that might be the reason why your car is bigger than the fucking sun.
I'm helping you. Stop talking. So obviously the Eiffel Tower for me in England is too far away. The angle is too small for me to see, right?
What angle if the Earth is flat?
Well, it's beyond 0.02, which is the angular resolution. Also, at altitude, what? The top of a mountain, the top of the White Cliffs of Dover, 100 feet or something. I'm still not going to see the 350 miles east of Paris through 350 miles, probably dirty air, because it's France. Light doesn't penetrate dirty air, does it? Like fog. So the light that's reflecting off of the Eiffel Tower, even if I could angularly resolve it, it was big enough, isn't going to reach me.
Let's use a smaller distance then. Take a plane trip to Michigan, going Lake Superior, I think it's called, right? Hold on. I might be wrong. I don't know if they changed it or not. Yeah, there we go.
No, they didn't change the names of the Great Lakes.
All right. Pretty much, yeah, just go on to Lake Superior, go pretty much smack dab in the middle. Can you see any land around you? The answer is probably going to be no.
It depends.
Why is that? No, it doesn't.
Oh, you can see Chicago.
On a clear,
you can see Chicago. You can see Chicago from Michigan.
Right. Question. What optic are you using? Are you just looking with your eyes? Have you got binoculars on?
Yes, your eyes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're using binoculars either.
Sorry, hold on.
Be able to see it.
So we don't need binoculars now?
No.
You said that it wouldn't matter if we had binoculars.
No, it
you
wouldn't matter.
understand
We don't need them.
Sorry, hold on.
You
You
still
understand
wouldn't be
what
able to see it.
like you fucking idiot. Stop talking.
Grr.
You're making claim, but you don't understand. Right? What? With your eyes? Well, no fucking shit. It's a limitation of view.
I've literally been on the Lake Superior. You can't fucking see any land around.
And fucking too much candy today.
Candy? I haven't had any candy. I just made
So, Jager, shut up for a second. Jager, let's link some things together. What has your inability to see due to optic got to do with you being Jesus Christ walking in the middle of fucking Lake Superior?
I never said I was walking on it. I said I've been to Lake Superior.
Walking, hovering, floating, sailing. I don't give a shit how you got there. I'm trying to link the two together. Jager in the middle of Lake Superior. Okay, he's a spastic. That's great. Jager is in the middle of Lake Superior. How are we connecting that to optics? One step at a time, kid. You can do this.
Define optic.
Lens.
Jedi was trying to.
Just mute him.
Lens, your eyeballs.
Yeah, an aperture and a lens. Yeah, an optic.
Your eyeballs.
Yeah, your eyeballs or a camera.
Now,
see how you're getting cooked?
No. Let's use a little bit of common sense.
And lens.
Say you are to take your little paddle boat, your little speedboat, whatever you want, your little pontoon, into the middle, like the point furthest away from any land on Lake Superior. You still will not be able to see any land.
What's the distance?
I don't know the exact distance.
Then I can't help you. I can't help you. You don't even want to get the telescope out or binoculars out.
You don't need them. We're talking about your eyes. It wouldn't matter if you had one.
No, child. You're going to have a limitation of view, aren't you? Based on that angular
it doesn't matter if you have binoculars.
You do, because you can see further, more or less. Right. The thing that you can't see.
Just because you have magnification,
let me surprise you, asshole. Let me surprise you. It's like, why are we bothering talking to him if he's going to keep talking through me? Do we have to treat you like a fucking child?
It's a conversation. It's a debate. It's a debate. You're supposed to talk.
It's not a debate. You don't have any arguments for it to be a debate.
Okay. Guys,
the Earth is not
just so
fucking
you
flat.
know,
You're
Jager,
retarded.
shut up for a second. Jager, something you could have done, making claims of Lake Superior, you could have clicked on Google Maps and measured the distance from roughly the centre to anywhere. So on the right-hand side, the big open area, I put the target in the middle of that. The closest land mass, 57.39 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So, now Jedi's got a number he can work with. How about you just settle down a little bit and have a listen?
Well, someone show him the Chicago skyline. Let's make him do the dance.
The fuck does that mean?
I'm on my phone, or I would have posted it already.
Do dance because we've got observations of the Chicago skyline across the Great Lakes that should be hidden. The Chicago skyline is supposed to be hidden beneath Earth's curvature, but it can be seen.
Curvature.
So
What does curvature mean?
believers like you, globe believers,
He doesn't
like
know
you
what
have
Earth
to come
curve
up with
is.
all these excuses.
It's pointless,
as to why
guys.
It can be seen.
Okay.
Pointless.
Here's
It's
the key
pointless,
word. Here's the
guys.
key word. You can't see as far as you're normally able to be.
He
Shut
doesn't
the
know
fuck
what
up!
the ball is. He
You would
doesn't
not
know
be able
what
to see
things
as
are
far
now.
as you
He
normally
wants
would
to
be able to
define
see
everything.
due to the Earth's curvature. Therefore, the Earth is curved.
But Jaeger, we can see the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan.
Did I say like?
Do you understand that? Right, and according to the globe model, the Chicago skyline should be hidden beneath the curve. So why can we see
curve? What does curve mean? What does curve mean?
Right, change the slope.
Look it up. Look up the definition of curve right now.
You think you live on a spinning
Look up the
ball.
definition of curve. No, I'm not going to listen to anything I do. Look up the definition of curve
You live on a
right now.
spinning ball now? Now you don't know what curvature means?
Look up the definition. No, I'm trying.
Why does he have to look up the definition of? Yeah, that's a good call. Whoever did that.
Because he no longer knows what anything is anymore. He's got classic broken glober syndrome, where they don't know what curvature is, they don't know what water is, they don't know what light is. Now they don't know anything. It's very simple. Just check out Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. Globe debunked. Simple.
I think it's about the same distance as well, like 50 odd miles, 60.
Yeah, 50, 60 miles. So, Jaeger, why can we see Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan when it's supposed to be hidden beneath the fantasy globe curve? Any answer? Is it dipped?
I think so.
There we go. Okay, so what? At what point
Jager,
are we
listen to me carefully. Before you start rambling, Jager, just breathe. You can do this. In through the nose,
I'm trying to
out
ask
through the
you
mouth.
questions,
Jager,
bro.
shut up before I nuke you. Jager, I'm going to inform you.
N-U-K-E.
Okay, yeah, that you're going to do this the old-fashioned way. Jager, if you spurg out and have a meltdown at Jedi, or you can run away, I don't care.
Let him go.
You obviously weren't here to listen.
I'm actually going to take the term muke. That's a combination of muting someone and nuking someone. I'll fucking take that, that's all.
Wow.
You let him off, though. You let him off with that. When we mute them like that and then they run away, that's letting them off. He could have got it much worse. So when he comes back, he needs to explain why we can see Chicago across the Great Lakes, since he brought up the Great Lakes.
Oh, who's talking about aeroplanes to this doormat?
Who else we got? Any other new people want to ask questions? Tell us they believe the ground is spinning and wobbling at millions of miles an hour.
We got Simon Says. Rion, I've seen that name before. Going up the list. Muhammad's back for another round. And going up the list, under list. Sid's in. Welcome back, Sid. Bombi is a flat. Or you've just been to that channel. Don't know. And welcome AI. Nice to see you this morning.
See how quickly that last guy freaked out when we just said, no, the Earth's not spinning. Started screaming.
Yeah, he really did go mad, didn't he?
He was barking in all shit, eh?
He was screaming like...
Yeah. That wasn't even taking his globe away. That was just saying you could live on a stationary globe. That's pretty drastic.
And then this, I love it as well when you're like, okay, so you're saying the ground outside is moving. No. What are you talking about? Well, did you just say the Earth's spinning? Yes. But the ground isn't. No. And your house isn't. No. Like, they're so discombobulated, these guys. Crazy. I hate it when you say the ground is spinning, because it brings it to their immediate reality, rather than just Earth that they're thinking of in a vague, nebulous way. The ground outside, you believe, is spinning. No! So what is spinning then? The Earth! And is the ground not supposed to be the Earth? No. You guys? Ping him in the chat. Tell him he can come back. So. Tell him we're still willing to educate him on his own globe belief. If he asks nicely.
Can't we charge people to come into this room that way? Because we are educating them. Like, give them maybe a yearly. They pay us, like $120, and they get a whole year to come in, or like
we could charge $10,000 a year, and we would still be a much better deal than what they're paying for whatever colleges they're going to, paying $50K or whatever stupid shit. It's funny. There's a guy the other day being like, "Are you guys scientists? Are there any scientists in this channel?" It's like, you wouldn't be able to find a voice channel that is more focused and discusses science more regularly or seriously than this channel. I'm putting that challenge out there to Globers. Find any space that's talking the way we are about empirical observations, measurements, experiments, science. Find one. And tell us we're not capable of discussing science. These idiots. They should be paying us. You're right, Radlin. You guys scared them all away, huh?
Yeah, so far, but they'll come scurrying back, mate. They always do.
Like rats from a sinking ship and then back on board for some reason.
Yeah. Like cockroaches when the lights go out.
See, Atom has joined the chat. What's up, Atom? You say hi. His name seems to be Fat Glob. Interesting. Jur, I heard you talking earlier. What's up, Jur? You were asking questions. Sounded like you could hold a coherent conversation. What's going on?
All is well. I looked up that I don't know if DJ is here. The thing about the maps on YouTube. He mentioned to do that. I did that, and this is an interesting topic. Basically, no one knows the course. Yeah, no one knows the exact correspondence. Not flat earthers, not globe earthers, not anyone of the land to whatever we're traveling over.
Yeah, no one can see the Earth. No one can see the Earth all at once in its totality to confirm any map of the entirety of the Earth. That's just logic, makes sense, common sense, and yet when we say it, somehow it's controversial. But we're just pointing out the obvious, like with everything else. So, how long have you been looking into flat Earth? You just new to it?
Hello? I actually turned my mic off. Relatively now. I've been looking into it on and off, and anytime I see it, for instance, I once recently saw a video, and they were like, this video will prove the globe Earth. But I know the flat Earth, at least, I think, saw the arguments, and I looked at it and did not prove the globe Earth at all.
Yeah, the globers are always
kind of
doing that.
Then there was another one, and it said this proves the globe Earth, and I don't know what you call it, but you know the cameras that have like the rounded edge effect on the video.
Fisheye lens. Yeah.
It was clearly that, because if you took 1 second of the video that allegedly proved the curve in that clip, then the Earth would be like a rounded.
Yeah, doesn't that make you suspicious? It's like either they're intentionally trying to deceive people into thinking this is evidence for a globe, or they're just dumb and they genuinely think that stuff that isn't proving Earth is a globe is proving that Earth's a globe. So does that not make you concerned about trusting the globe side if they're just wrong about all this shit?
It does. I also think presumably people are just not familiar with what flat earthers think, and so they think you know how the sun does the figure 8 thing, that weird shape over like a year or whatever. They think that proves they think that proves the globe Earth, but flat earthers know the sun does that. No one cares that it does that. That doesn't prove it.
Yeah, absolutely nothing proves the globe Earth. If anything proved the globe Earth, we would be happily still believing in the globe. There's literally nothing that proves the globe Earth. Everything disproves it. The only claims they can make is that 0.000000001% of the population claims to be able to go somewhere where they can see a globe Earth and take images of it. That's the story. That's the only claim that they can make. A tiny minority of some people are claiming that they can see the globe. That's literally all they have, because everything else just is flat, motionless. So their whole argument is actually an appeal to minority.
Yeah, that's something I want to look into, because people say that there's been images, from space of the Earth, and I don't think there's been that many, or at least the ones that I've seen are said by the makers of the image to not be the real thing. They say it's like in slices, and they stitch the slices together, and then that they like put it over a globe. And then
cartoons unphotoshopped. They admit it.
The one image that I did see that they said was of the globe, it didn't show the whole thing. It showed like half a sphere. And I mean, I guess I don't know what to think about that one, honestly.
Well, the same as the rest of them, since when we actually measure the Earth, it measures flat. So it can't be a sphere or a half sphere or any kind of curved shape because the surface measures flat when it's measured. That's the main thing. Did they ever try and tell you someone who measured curvature or motion of this Earth that they're claiming is a spinning ball? They never tried to give you any of that, did they?
They told me people who allegedly did that. One was, I think, a French guy. If it's continental Europe, just European, I don't know, who had like a table, and that this proved that it was spinning. I never looked into the details of that. To me, it's low status. And low status is in like, so people have a counter evidence and they say this proves the globe Earth. But if it's something like that, to me, it's like I'd rather focus on the central thing, the curvature measurement. Because that kind of has to be addressed before one gets into anything too speculative or weird. Like,
yeah, you're right. I mean, they can't even get to a motion of the ball if they don't have a ball. So yeah, you're right. They need the curve first, but they can't provide either. They can't do the curve. They can't do axial rotation. They can't do orbit around the sun. They can't do wobble. They can't do tilt. It all just has to be assumed. It's a philosophy, a religion, if you will. Are you on our home server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Oh, is that the thing with the people with the flat tag?
Yeah. So we've got like terabytes of resources, like articles, videos, documentaries, just resources so that you can research this topic without the bias that Google and YouTube are going to give you in their algorithms. So if you want to research the other side, per se, then you should join that server because there's loads of resources that you can check out.
I should join it. Because
If you scroll up to the YouTube bots, in the VC at the top, they should have links to the server.
I did. I joined it. Because I know there was like a censoring of Flat Earth on YouTube, and like, I don't know when, it was kind of recent.
Yeah, they're censoring us. Why would they have to censor us if we're just lying or being dumb? Why don't they just point out where we're wrong or being dumb? But instead, they have to silence us and hide us, like make sure that people can't hear what we're saying. Doesn't that give you a red flag?
Is on top, to me, the main thing is this. So I don't know if flat earthers feel about it, but to me it seems kind of low stakes or how emotionally involved people get into trying to argue against it. Because, you know, if someone thinks the earth is flat, they're not going to kill someone over it. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, but it's about more than that, though. It's about maintaining the public trust in the institutions that currently govern societies, right? Because if society was to understand that they've been misled about where we live and the nature of this place, then they would no longer have any trust in the government, in the universities, in the space agencies. Why would they have any trust in it? So it would be quite problematic for people who want to keep those institutions of power in place.
Is Flat Earth, in your experience, currently experiencing a resurgence? Because people always say these days, like, people's trust in anything is like at an all-time low, and then every year
definitely
it gets lower.
Well, this is it, right? Because the only reason people what people hinge their belief of the globe on is trust in these institutions, trust in NASA, trust in the governments that are showing us these images and videos from what they claim is space. That's where 99.9% of people's belief comes from. So if people are losing trust in those institutions generally, then yeah, there's going to be more people questioning that, and therefore more people coming to listen to what people like us have to say, saying, well, okay, if I only have images from this group of people that I don't really trust, what are these flat earther people talking about? Because they don't believe it, obviously, so I'm going to listen to what they have to say. And then, yeah, a load of people end up figuring out Earth is not a spinning ball.
Makes sense.
And yeah, I like to say it's not like a revolution, it's more like a revival, because the human race, let's say, since the beginning of time, basically has understood that we live on a flat, motionless plane. Right? They had maybe different ideas about what that exact nature of it was, but they agreed on that. It was flat, motionless, and contained. And so people now talking about it, it's not like a new thing. It's a very old thing. It's the original thing. But yeah, it's coming back. And because one of the coolest things about this is like the whole reason this modern wave of people realizing what we're talking about has come about is because consumer optics reached a particular point where long distance observations could be performed and shared easily, right? So Nikon released a series of cameras with incredible zoom capabilities for the first time, where you could film in HD, right? And this is coinciding with a time where we have platforms where we can share videos with everyone. So these two things allowed people to share the fact that there is no curvature observed, detected, measured anywhere. And we're seeing way too far, we're shooting lasers way too far, we're shooting radio way too far, all this stuff. And we can now record it and share it. So this is a big reason why it's now coming back and dominating the public scene. Before it was censored, like you say. Like, think about this. In 2016, when the biggest search term on Google was Donald Trump, because you couldn't go anywhere without listening to the political commentary about Donald Trump running for his first term, Flat Earth was higher in the search terms. More people were searching that up. And that is when the heads of YouTube, Google, whatever else got pulled in front of Congress and pretty much got told, you better start censoring this topic. And they did. But at that time, it was the most searched term, even ahead of Donald Trump in the height of his 2016 campaign. So that shows you the level of public interest that this topic receives when it's not completely shadow banned, censored, relegated. You know? That's crazy.
That actually is. I was 16, 2016. I was barely conscious of anything going on, but I do remember a Donald Trump thing, and that seemed to be everywhere. So that being more popular is kind of insane.
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's all about controlling the narrative. From their perspective, they're trying to control societal narratives because those societal narratives generally dictate how society thinks and behaves. And they want to be in control of that. And telling everyone what their world is and how it got here and how old it is and where it's going and what's going to happen to it, that plays a large role in constructing the narrative for societies. A lot of people trust that narrative and they'll trust whatever that institution tells them. So it's a great deal of power to construct the worldview of the globe. Give it to everyone and tell them that they can't access it. They can only view it through a screen where they provide the images or the videos. I think about how insane that is. Your entire reality defined by a third party who you couldn't even put a name to. You don't know any of them. No reason you should trust them. And yet they define what people think about the very basic foundational nature of their reality.
I just realized since we're now, about to in the era of image evidence to a degree, AI images, people are probably going to start relying on sense observation more.
Well, let's hope that might be one of the upshots coming from the internet being flooded even more than it was before with total bullshit and nonsense. Yeah, maybe people will start saying, hey, I'm just going to start thinking for myself and making my own observations and trying to figure out what this world is for myself. And yeah, a lot of people are doing that. They're realizing that is how they should be thinking, because we don't have the luxury. This is the thing about the globe. It was always too good to be true, right? It was always too good to be true that we would have all of these answers to every question in the universe. And we could just appeal to this unknown group of smart people somewhere at some point. They've done something which has told us all these secrets of the universe. That was always too good to be true. You understand?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know any of that shit. What we know is what we can observe, measure, and test in reality within reasonable, practical means. That's not to say that necessarily you have to do every single thing individually, but you have to apply a level of critical analysis to claims to say, right, could I do this in reality if I had, a reasonable amount of equipment, tools, resources? And there are other people doing it, a sufficient volume and quantity that I can say, yes, this is reliable. Because this is the disingenuous tack that people take with us. We'll say, like, Mars is not a desert rock floating around in a vacuum. You can't go to it. And they'll say, well, how do you know that? We'll say, well, show us proof that that is the case, and they can't. Or they'll say, oh, we can go to Mars. And we say, okay, have you been to Mars? No, I've never been to Mars. Okay. And then they'll be like, well, have you been to Egypt? Have you seen the pyramids? And if you haven't personally, then they'll compare the two and say, oh, well, then the pyramids don't exist. But obviously, you apply a bit of logic to that, and you can realize that there's a lot more practical evidence, universal evidence for something like Egypt that you can book a flight to and go and visit yourself than there is something like going to Mars that no one's claiming they can do, except this tiny group of people saying they can send a robot. So, anyway, it's just all nonsense. Good for you. Sounds like you're figuring it out.
Yeah, I'm looking into it whenever I see it. I came to this server I saw here, the Flat Earth channel, so I joined.
Well, we're here 24/7, and we're also on YouTube. So you can just go on YouTube and type in 247 Flat Earth Discord. And yeah, we're here talking to people 24/7, 365 days a year. We've got tens of thousands of hours of us talking about this. So this is a good place to come to and ask questions, listen to conversations. Yeah, if you're interested, that's what I would recommend.
Yeah, thank you. Also, it's real flat earthers in this channel, because I know some places are like, there's like a fake flat earth society, I think, which I really don't understand. I don't know if they actually believe it.
The Flat Earth Society, yeah, they're like trolls. They're like trolls, just...
Or some advanced troll. Their site is not even operative anymore. I guess they gave up or something, but yeah. So it's a lot of trolls out about it.
Yeah, there's a lot of globe believer trolls who, because they can't argue for the globe in reality, they'll just pretend to be flat earthers, pretend to be stupid, so that new people will think, oh, well, these flat earthers are stupid, I won't look into it. But that's only because they don't have an actual argument to make for the globe, so they have to resort to these kind of lame tactics.
That's what I meant by weird emotional investment. Because honestly, that's a lot of time, unpaid time. No one's paying you to troll for their model of the Earth.
Oh man,
and it's like,
if that gets you, you need to listen to the conversations here, because we have guys who will come in here for years, like going on 10 years. They'll be coming in these rooms saying the same shit, making the same lame arguments, appealing to NASA, gravity, just bullshit. And they're so emotional, you know. Yeah, you're right. There's a crazy emotional attachment because it's like a philosophy, a religion. It's not science. It's not just cold, hard reality. They've never seen it. They've never seen a curve. They've never experienced a spinning Earth. So it just becomes like a personal attachment philosophy, so that when we challenge it, they take it like we're challenging them, when they have nothing to do with it. No one they ever known has had anything to do with it. It's not like some family legacy they're defending. It's just a story that they were told like the rest of us. But yeah, bizarre. Like, it's in everyone's interest to challenge what we've been told, just to make sure, right? Even if you think it's true, you want to make sure it's true. You don't just want to be like, oh, well, they have those images on Google, so it must be true. Like, come on, you got to do more than that. But yeah, look into that curvature, because curvature settles the entire debate. Or lack of curvature, really, because there is none. The bodies of water lie flat.
The last time I got into the curvature thing, it ended with me learning a bit about refraction claim and how that's kind of, I don't know if I should say made up, but because like it's a real effect. Like, no one says it's not a thing, but
yeah, but the way the Globers are using it, that's made
the way
up.
it's used, it's kind of like if you know Dungeons and Dragons, the bag of holding of infinite space, it can hold anything or whatever. Like, that claim becomes a bag of holding in debate. You can just cover anything with it. It'll just go inside.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good analogy. And it's funny you mentioned Dungeons and Dragons, because that's an analogy I use when the Globers are talking about space and how things work in space and the bending and warping of space-time. That's all Dungeons and Dragons rules, right? That's all fantasy stuff. Doesn't apply or exist in reality, but they've got these deep books of lore, and they've got the numbers behind it. They've got the mechanics for how it works, but none of it's real, right? It's Dungeons and Dragons, just like you're saying. And yeah, the refraction cope is like you say. It's just it's like how they used gravity before. Anything that they couldn't explain, gravity, but now it's refraction, where they totally butcher what refraction has even ever claimed to be. Now they're basically just telling us everything we're seeing is a mirage. We're just seeing a flat mirage of water for miles and miles, and it's because of refraction. That's basically what they're saying. It's nonsense.
I don't know if the claim actually goes beyond refraction, because I've never heard the debate really get beyond that point. Even with
well, that's the end. That's the current end point of where we're at right now. I would say we present observations and measurements of flat water, flat salt flats, flat area, and the globe side just say the word refraction and hope that makes it all go away. So they say it is actually curving at exactly the rate we're claiming. It just can't be observed or detected or measured at any distance that it's claimed to be present. That's literally what they're saying. And then they just say the word refraction and hope that makes it all go away.
The obvious question then is, how is that different from it not existing? Like, how would you know that it exists, but you can't tell it versus it doesn't exist?
Exactly. I mean, exactly. And think about that. The thing that they're trying to prove in the first place, they're saying we can't ever prove that it exists. But we're going to use that as a geometric basis for our refraction claim.
To say how the light is traveling over this curved surface, or just saying we can't possibly detect, measure, or observe in any way. So they're begging the question of it in the math of refraction, whilst at the same time saying it can't be measured or detected. See how crazy that is?
Yeah.
So that's what we're basically dealing with now. We get to the point where we show them that there's no curvature, and then they just basically say, well, everything's an illusion then because of refraction. Refraction makes the light bend all over the place, and somehow it just bends it perfectly to look flat every time. When if it was just like an optical effect, it would be, it would be all over the place. Some days it might look flat, other days it might look curved like a globe, other days it might look curved like a convex or a concave Earth. It would be all over the place, but no, it just flattens out perfectly every time, just by coincidence. So yeah, if you hang around in here, you will hear that conversation, for sure. Many times. Whoa, Nelson Mandela has graced us with his presence. What's up, Nelson?
It's just the Mandela effect, I tell ya.
Oh. Mandela, have you Nelson affected us? Anyway, welcome to the chat, Jer. You sound like a smart kid, so good for you.
He said you can prove gas pressure without a container, the atmosphere. So he said the atmosphere proves the atmosphere.
Who said that?
Nelson Mandela.
He said he can prove gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, he said you use the atmosphere as the proof.
But that's not the proof. All right, Nelson, what's your proof? Come on, Nelson, don't be like that.
Nelson, it takes less time to talk.
Hey, give those fingers a rest, Nelson. How does atmospheric pressure not prove gas pressure without a container? Because pressure is defined as the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So to have gas pressure, you would need a container. And you don't have a sphere of gas. You can't have a sphere of gas, especially not in a vacuum. That's just a bit of word magic you've been voodooed with as a child. What's containing the atmosphere? What contains gas, Nelson? What can contain gas? Let's say air. What can contain and pressurize air? Anything really. Okay. Is that true though? What do you mean anything really?
He meant like a fishing net. A fishing net can do that.
Yeah, can a fishing net contain and pressurize air? It depends on the context.
like magnetism could contain gas theoretically. No, not theoretically. I'm saying, what can you demonstrate in reality to contain and pressurize air? Give us an example of that, please. A fishing net would theoretically contain air using specific materials. Okay, here we go. What specific material of fishing net could contain and pressurize air, Nelson? Fishing net containing gas. What material could do that, Nelson?
He said fishing nets contain eggs now. These guys are losing their minds.
A material that selectively allows water out but not air. But how would that work as a fishing net, Nelson? Can you think about what you're saying, please? I know you're in some like desperate psychosis state where you need to just defend the globe like you're some Japanese World War II soldier on a hill. But just think about it. A fishing net could not contain air.
He said it's a special membrane that rockets fly through.
Because it allows water, a special membrane. Okay, so not a fishing net then. Right, so could you try again? What can you contain air with and pressurize air with?
Rubber.
Could you give me an example?
Rubber.
Rubber? Okay.
Yeah, and one example. Steel. Can use a steel container. Stainless steel, aluminum.
Don't give him all the answers. Don't give him all the.
Oh, shit.
Let's see if he can pick it up. He's just been told some. Nelson, can you give us what you could contain air with? Are you guys saying the atmosphere is contained by metal? Wow. Well, could metal contain air, Nelson? You know what wouldn't contain air? No container at all. Have I dropped out? There's no one talking.
No, you're good.
You're making the positive claim that that atmosphere is contained by a solid. No, I just asked you what you could use to contain air. A solid, sure, or a liquid. Okay. So that's not what the globe's saying then. So is the globe surrounded by a solid or liquid then? Is that what's containing the air? The global is surrounded by the atmosphere. No, you've just reset again. That atmo, that gas, that's the thing you just said, could be contained by solid or liquid. So which one is it contained by, solid or liquid? By gas. Okay, so now you're saying a gas could contain air pressure. Which gas would that be? But then what's containing that gas? You have a Russian doll problem. Nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, ozone. Yeah, well, those things are in the air. That's just the atmo again. You're just saying the atmo. Except the ozone bit. I think you kind of made that up. They stopped using the hairspray, remember? It got fixed. Yeah, so all of those things need a container to be pressurized, which you said could be a solid or a liquid. So again, what are you saying the globe is surrounded by, a solid or a liquid? To contain the air that you're saying they will contain. He says, I don't think gas pressure needs a container always. Well, you need to look up what gas pressure means then, because it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So it's literally in the definition. So whether or not you think it's related is irrelevant. It's how it's defined. Anyway, as riveting as this is, I'm going to take off. So if someone wants to take up with Nelson here in the chat, very tedious, Nelson, get on your mic. Feel free. And peace out, boys.
Well, thanks very much, Cyclone. That was excellent. I enjoyed listening to you there. That was perfect delivery and interaction. So, yeah, you have a good day. Look forward to you coming back very soon.
Yeah, peace, bro. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jin CBR1 in the house. You're going to hear it for the first time on the English Hub. I've coined a new expression related to the flat earth. So pay attention, please. I'm sure some of you out there have heard of the gravitational constant relating to Newton's law of gravity, supposedly. But that's a mathematical formula that's never been proven, ladies and gentlemen. So I put it to you, and this is what we're going to be going forward with in the year 2026 now, okay? That the horizontal constant is what you're going to be learning about. What is the horizontal constant? Well, the horizontal constant relates to the fact that Earth is measured flat. So Earth cannot be a globe due to the horizontal constant. I coined that phrase yesterday. Okay, that's what we're going to be going with. Earth is measured flat, horizontal constant. Earth cannot be a globe. Okay, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, please remember that. You heard it here first. The horizontal constant. Because what we're measuring is constant extended horizontality. No curvature at all. Earth is measured and utilized flat. Bear that in mind. You heard it first there by Jin CBR1. The horizontal constant. Not the gravitational constant. That doesn't exist. That's just a mathematical formula that hasn't been proven. Horizontal constant, ladies and gentlemen. That's where we're headed towards the year 2026 onwards. I'll rest my case just for now and let someone else get in. Thank you very much.
Those of you who are part of the Broken Mic Brigade or just don't want to engage in the VC, your chat skanking is just not going to be tolerated much longer. Don't make claims and then not support them. Please come in the VC and discuss it. It's much more efficient that way. Come on.
Thank you very much, says who? Says who, what do you think about that new phrase I've coined? The horizontal constant to replace the gravitational constant that doesn't exist. What do you think?
I don't like it.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Can't please everybody all of the time. So
right.
Okay. We do have constant horizontality, though, do we not?
Oh, of course. Okay. You know, the Earth is oriented in a horizontal position everywhere. That I definitely agree with the sentiment. But if it's just me speaking from my own position, it would be confusing to hear horizontal constant unless it was explained, obviously.
Oh, I'm going to obviously elaborate on that. That's always going to be my position, always, because I know that's going to confuse certain people because they're used to hearing the gravitational constant. So, of course, I'll have to explain how that doesn't exist and how it's a mathematical formula. And then I will go on to explain how Earth is measured and utilized flat. And then you give examples of that, you know, showing people measuring the Earth flat through their occupation. That's
sure.
Yeah, totally agree with you.
It would be a great way to bait people into understanding that the only way that they describe the Earth is in a horizontal orientation. Like when they say up or down or height or altitude or any of those things, they're already describing the consistent horizontal nature of Earth. They just don't realize it.
Yeah, that's right. You see, and they've been duped into thinking that gravity exists and that there is a gravitational constant, but that's not true. It's never been measured. It's the weakest force. It's never been measured to any certainty, but yet horizontal constant is real. It's dependable. You can touch it, you can measure it, see it, and it's there constantly. So it was always there. So that was the reason that helped. That was my motivation to replace that gravitational constant, that's force, with something that is actually real. So yeah, that's you know when you have that eureka moment. That's what happened yesterday to me. So I coined that yesterday, and I'm going to be using that going forward now.
I think you should be all right with the gravitational constant. It doesn't inherently imply a force at all.
Well, it's a mathematical formula that hasn't been proven. That's the key here.
It's just a plug. Like there's a Boltzmann constant and the gas laws. It's just a plug.
Well, yeah. Well, like I said, I'm sticking by what I said. It hasn't been proven. The gravitational constant has not been proven. Well, and the formula that comes with it is, they say it's an uncertainty, and it's one of the biggest uncertainties in physics, apparently, according to the mathematicians.
I would like to address... sorry, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, there's an observable phenomenon of like solids dropping in a vacuum at an accelerated rate. That can't be denied. Like if you're denying that, you're denying the observation. What should be said
not
is
denying that at all.
The cause of that hasn't been proven.
Yeah, not denying that at all. I can never deny that. That's an observed phenomena. But the actual gravitational formula that they use isn't proving to be exact. And that's what the mathematicians have said. But anyway, someone else wanted to get in there quickly.
No, I just wanted to respond to Grumman. Don't chat skank, dude. Come into the VC and discuss what you're discussing in the side chat. I'm really kind of tired of the chat skanking, especially when I know you guys can speak. And that's what this is ultimately about, having a VC live streaming on YouTube. So if you're not going to play ball, if you're just going to make baseless claims in the side chat, it's kind of lame, dude.
I don't know if anyone can just jump in, but concerning the chat claims, I don't know why this annoyed me so much. Okay, Nelson Mandela, it is not the default view of humans before modern science that the sky was infinite. In fact, most cultures, including Northern European, Mesoamerican, and ancient Near Eastern, thought that the sky was basically from various materials, some sort of dome, and had a fixed end. I don't know why you said that. That actually low-key triggered me a little bit. That's not the default view. It's just your view right now.
Now, I don't know how familiar you are with the people that we discuss this topic with, but they will say anything, and usually it's a lie. So you can't get triggered too much. But yeah, no, I feel you, brother. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Joe, do you remember me? I spoke to you before, haven't I? In CBR1. And do you remember I asked you your position on, or what is your position relating to the shape of the Earth? And you said you hadn't made your mind up completely, but the flat earthers were well in the lead. Are you still in that position, by the way?
Yeah, it's just that I think that the lead is greater because, I'd gone away from the internet for a while, and sometimes the flat Earth just comes up. So I just listen to what people say about it. And I remember what Flat Earther said is like, the standard of evidence, the bar is in hell. It's genuinely that bad.
Yeah, for the globers, it's bad, yeah. For the flat earthers, it's, you can definitely repeat and check and hand it over to someone else to repeat and check it. And you're all going to be getting the same answers, same values. Yes, you're living on a flat earth. So remember those words that I've mentioned, yeah? The horizontal constant. That's what I'm going to be leading with going into 2026. That'll be the year that I'm going to be driving that home to people, okay? Coined a new phrase, loving it. Looking forward to the next year. We've had 10 great years. We're moving into year 11. We're just going to bust it the same way. Bust the globe.
Hello? Guys.
Hello and welcome to the server. Welcome to you, sir. What do we call you?
Mm-hmm.
What is your name, sir? The guy that said hi. What's your name? Okay. Never mind.
I think he just left. There was someone called Ice T with a pretzel profile.
Okay.
Image.
Hopefully he will return.
Hi guys. I just have one question. Did your ideas or your points have for my English is bad, based on mathematical geometrical things, or just like that? Just you are believing and thinking, and do you have
That's
something really? Sorry,
yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. That was an excellent question. And it's definitely based on geometry and the measurements, of course, absolutely without doubt. The 8 inches per mile squared times the observer height. That's basically it. So from point A to point B, there should be a given amount of curvature. So in 10 miles.
do you have scientific paper or something? You have a PhD or something like that, so I can read it?
Okay, that's a very good question, and it's a common misconception. Number one, when you're talking about the shape of the Earth, you're not talking about science, okay? You're talking about geometry, probably trigonometry, and then measurements over the surface of the Earth. It's got nothing to do with science at all. No science thing going on. So a PhD is not required as such. And the mathematical formula that we use.
I'm asking just for a paper or for you answered it before in your listen.
You interrupted me in the middle of what I was trying.
I just want to tell you. I just want to clarify.
I don't want to talk over you. I really do not want to talk over you and raise your voice. So I will ask you to please give me common decency to speak, and then I will allow you to speak. Okay.
I just want to clarify so you can answer.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer it, but you're interrupting me whilst I'm answering you.
Because you didn't understand what I said.
I understand you. You said you have a paper. I'm trying to.
Please say what you've got to say. Jin can do his thing in a second. So clarify, please.
I just want to tell him I'm not asking for a PhD. I just wanted to see your you said before you have mathematical formulas. I want to see them in PhD or on a paper, or I just want to say something to see something real, concrete.
Right. Where's Jin? He can respond now.
Okay, well, thanks. Thanks very much indeed. Yeah. Well, what I can do is give you the mathematical formula for the measurements of that. If you give me 2 minutes to retrieve that, or if someone can put it into the side chat, great. I'm going to try and get it. Maybe someone will beat me to it, but it will be put into the side chat shortly. The mathematical formula, which comes from the globe side. So those who believe in the globe, this is the mathematical formula we use to try and measure the curvature, which is proving elusive. We are finding horizontality. Okay? Thank you. And I was going to, my last point is that when you have a distance of 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature between that distance, but it's not there. And we're able to make observations across that distance, which shouldn't be happening if the Earth's curvature were there. Okay? I'll get the formula for you shortly. Thank you. Someone else can take over now.
Dude.
Okay. Sorry, I took my time there, young lady. If you're there, I've posted the formula in the side chat so you can see it if you're still there.
I answered. I answered. I'm speechless. So I don't know what you are using the same formula. That's why humans see the Earth flat, and you say no because because of this the Earth is flat. No, my English speaking is bad. So I prefer writing. So I answer it. You I don't know. I'm just surprised. Like holy shit.
Well, no, I mean, look, if the Earth is an oblate spheroid of a circumference of 24,901 miles circumference, then the radius of that is 3,959 miles. Now, in order to confirm that that is so, you need to measure over a given distance. So the formula that we've given you and the chart, it gives you how much curvature there should be over a given distance. So over 1 mile, that would be 8 inches. over 1 mile. If it's 2 miles, that would be 32 inches. And so on. And it should start to increase exponentially. So when you get to 10 miles, that's 66 feet, 66.6 feet of curvature, which we are not able to measure because we can see over that distance completely right across. There should be a hump. There should be Earth's curvature blocking my line of sight. That's not there. That's why we say the Earth is indeed measured flat. Okay? Water is always level, by the way. It doesn't conform to a spherical ball. Doesn't adhere. Doesn't stick to a ball. It rolls off. It likes to lie flat and level. That's why we say sea level, mean sea level, not mean curve, for example. So it is what it is. Okay, that's why we say it's flat, because we're measuring it flat. We cannot measure the curvature at all. Okay. Does that make sense to you?
Jen, I don't mean to interject too much, but when she comes in asking for white papers, or I don't even know what she's after, what exactly, ma'am, are you looking for? This is not a scientific topic. What kind of papers are you looking for?
If it is not a scientific topic, it is what?
It's geometry.
No, the formula you are sending is what?
Excuse me. Hold on a second. Is the shape of something, is that a scientific question or is that a geometry question? What are you laughing about?
Okay.
Is the shape of something a scientific topic or is it a geometric topic?
What is science for you?
It's not about what it is for anybody. Science, natural science, and the scientific method are what they are. They adjudicate cause and effect.
Talk about natural science.
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? I'm talking and you're interrupting me. I don't understand why. Is there a reason for that? So we're not talking about science then. What kind of science are we talking about? What is science to you?
When I said scientific for me, it's the holistic thing. It's the whole mathematic, physics. I don't fucking think. I don't fucking know. You see?
Oh, math. So you want to talk about math, not science?
When I said scientific thing, do you have? Let me just answer. My English is bad. I'm just trying to talk. Like, if someone here talk French, I will try to talk French. So I will talk French and I will explain my point of view better. I told
Nobody
you.
Nobody here talks French. Nobody here speaks French.
I'm
this is an English server. Okay.
Hang on, Old Hoss. I do speak French, so if you want, I can translate quickly.
Well, it says who, but okay.
Ça va trop m'aider. Du coup, moi quand j'ai dit...
I'm sorry, Sezu. Go ahead. Allez-y, ma chère.
Là, tu peux traduire?
Oui.
Parfait. Alors, moi quand j'ai dit scientifiquement, enfin, en parlant scientifiquement, c'est-à-dire qu'une élaboration scientifique basée sur des formules. Alors, même eux, là, quand ils m'ont envoyé les formules, c'était les formules qui montrent quand on a une grande sphère. Donc, dans l'horizon, quand CIN tend vers l'infini, on est plutôt sur une sensation humaine que la Terre est flat. Pas que la Terre est flat. C'est pas une réalité. Et moi, quand je dis scientific thing, c'est-à-dire qu'ils vont m'envoyer une élaboration calculée, basée sur des formules. Et comme ça, moi, je peux regarder, tu vois.
Comtesse, une chose à la fois, s'il te plaît. One thing at a time, please. OK? Donc, la première, il y a un problème ici, là. Okay, there's a problem here, OK? La formula en question, the formula in question, OK, c'est une formula mathématique. It's a mathematical formula. Pas une formula scientifique. Not a scientific formula, per se. OK? Parce qu'on parle de la géométrie ici, là. We're speaking about geometry, not science, pas la science.
Enfin, la science, en fait, c'est ça ce que j'ai dit. Le mot science, ça englobe et la géométrie et la science. En fait, j'ai pas dit science naturelle. J'ai pas dit science du terre. Non, science, ça. Oui, le mot science, ça englobe. Oui.
A minute. Okay, so she's saying here, it's not science, it's not natural science per se, but it's science. Donc, tu dis que ici, là, ce qu'on parle, c'est la science, mais c'est pas nécessairement la science naturelle. Right? It's not exactly natural science, but it's still science, right?
Exactly, yeah.
OK. Donc, c'est ça le problème. This is the problem.
Peut-être que c'est un problème de traduction ou de compréhension, mais c'est ce que j'ai...
Non, c'est... Hey, guys.
Attends. OK, c'est ça le problème. OK? You guys are talking past each other because of this basic reality. She's still arguing that we're using science nonetheless, even though we're just talking about math. Okay? That's the issue.
Right. And half of our job is to correct people, helping them understand that there isn't any kind of general science. If you're talking about science, the root meaning of the word means knowledge. Now, there are fields of study, but they are not science. Now, one of those fields could be mathematics. Now, that is not science. We are not going to be doing any experiments, and I doubt there's going to be any white papers. Only formulas and equations and measurements. Okay, so we need to stick with what we're actually talking about. The topic is a geometric topic. It is not science in any shape or form. It is a field of study, and it is also purely conceptual, this geometry, unless you're measuring physical things. So let's talk about geometry, and let's not get off into the weeds or misapply the word science when this is not science. Carte blanche.
Est-ce que ça te dit quelque chose, là?
Je pense que...
Bah, j'entends. Bon, en fait, j'ai... Enfin,
Attends, skeptical, please.
Je vais essayer de parler anglais et expliquer. For me, geometry is a science. It is the it's mathematical foundation of physics, engineering, astronomy, geodesy, navigation, in every field that deals with space. I don't know why you see it's not a science.
Sorry, you're incorrect. That would be a composition fallacy, where because they use math in physics, sometimes you're not going to go ahead and accuse the entire methodology of physics being mathematics. You cannot conflate the two. Physics is physical science. It's natural science. Mathematics is math. Do not conflate the two. Very simple.
You cannot deny geometry and then pretend to discuss.
I'm not denying geometry.
La trigonométrie.
Now you're being extremely rude. This sucks. Yeah, now she's just going to run off and cuss at me in French or whatever. Hey, look, no, excuse me. Okay. You are accusing me of denying geometry, which I did not do. Now you're accusing me of something and lying. Did I deny geometry?
Of course not. Il y a un problème ici, là. OK? Personne ici, nobody here, OK? Nobody here is... Personne ici, on ne dit pas que la géométrie n'est pas importante. OK? Qu'on essaie de clarifier, c'est que la géométrie, dans le sens parlé ici, c'est pas une science. It's not a science. Geometry is not a science. On ne dit pas qu'on peut pas l'utiliser ou c'est pas important. Okay? We're not saying that's not important or it's not used. Okay? Ce qu'on dit, c'est que l'application de la géométrie, the application of geometry, okay, ça ne suit pas la même sorte d'étapes. It doesn't follow the same steps que la science naturelle of, or of natural science.
Je n'ai même pas dit sciences naturelles. En fait, c'est ça.
OK.
En fait, là, je pense qu'en fait, on est...
Attends une minute. Le problème ici, the big problem, c'est que dans la science, on applique la méthode scientifique. We apply the scientific method in science. Mais quand on parle de la géométrie, when we're speaking of geometry, we don't apply, on n'applique pas, we don't apply it. Okay? Donc les gens, quand ils viennent ici, when people come in here, okay, puis ils disent, on a un expériment, we have an experiment, and they say, we have an experiment qui preuve que la Terre c'est un globe, that you know, the Earth is a globe. C'est il y a une erreur de contexte. There's the context error. Parce qu'on ne peut pas appliquer la méthode de scientifique. OK? On ne peut pas faire des expérimentations. We can't do experiments comme dans le même sens qu'on fait dans la science. Like in the same sense that we do in science. Pour la géométrie. For geometry.
Du coup, là, le problème, en fait, le fond du problème, c'est que je pense qu'on a vraiment dévié du sujet parce que là, le fond du problème, c'est au lieu de discuter les calculs qui s'est fait en se basant sur une formule mathématique, et à la fin de la formule mathématique, vous dites, allez, c'est pour ça la Terre est plate.
Ah, ok. Non, check ça.
C'est parce qu'on ne peut pas. J'ai compris parce que tu viens de dire. Je suis désolée, je vais juste résumer ce que tu viens de dire.
T'as mal compris, là. Okay.
Non, j'ai compris. Est-ce que je peux redire ce que tu as dit?
Attends, là, t'as déjà dit quelque chose, là. Il faut que je t'arrête. No one here, personne ici, OK, dit qu'on veut pas garder les numéros, les calculations, tout ça.
J'ai pas dit ça. J'ai pas dit ça. C'est pas ça que j'ai dit, non. J'ai juste résumé ce que tu as dit. Tu as dit, on va faire des calculs. Alors, tu as dit, on va faire des calculs, mais on peut pas faire l'expérience comme on fait dans la science, parce que là, parce que la Terre est grande, je sais pas quoi, on est dans l'espace. On peut pas faire des expériences. On peut pas dire que la Terre elle est plate, elle est platosphère par expérience. Comme la science. C'est pour ça la géométrie reste une science, ne reste pas une science. C'est ça, c'est ce que tu viens de dire. Parce qu'on ne peut pas appliquer le protocole expérimental dans la science. C'est ce que tu viens de dire.
En effet, yeah. So she's asking for clarification that basically, are we saying that we can't apply experiments to the Earth, basically? Of course not. Not in the same. Bien sûr, là, pas dans le même sens qu'on fait dans la science.
20, the thing I'm wondering is she has to be a little bit more specific. What kind of experiments? Now, measurements are one thing, experiments are another.
Bah, en fait, lui, elle m'a expliqué qu'on ne peut pas dire que la géométrie, c'est une science parce qu'on ne peut pas appliquer un protocole scientifique expérimental. C'est ce que j'ai expliqué. Bah, en fait, voilà, c'est ce que tu m'as dit. Et lui, elle a dit, il faut qu'elle soit spécifique.
Attends. Il y a une différence. There's a big difference entre la méthode scientifique, the scientific method, puis par contre, en mathématiques, de proposer, par exemple, une hypothèse dans le sens que, OK, je veux tester cette modèle mathématique dans telle application. Right? There's a big difference between like a scientific hypothesis and just proposing some sort of mathematical model and going out and testing it. On dit pas qu'on peut, personne il dit qu'on peut pas appliquer ou tester une modèle mathématique dans telle application. No one's saying that we can't test a mathematical model in a certain context. La chose ici, c'est que d'utiliser les mots comme les mots applicables dans le contexte scientifique, right? Ça ne passe pas. What we're saying is using terminology or whatnot applied in science in this context, it doesn't work because it's not an actual scientific context. It's just mathematical. No one's saying, encore, personne dit on peut pas tester une modèle. Mais c'est pas un modèle scientifique ici. It's just that it's not a scientific model.
Et si c'est pas un modèle scientifique, c'est quoi alors?
Un modèle mathématique?
C'est une formule mathématique. Et du coup, ok. Ça c'est le double standard en fait. Vous utilisez.
Non.
Pour moi, franchement, pour moi, c'est un double standard.
Non, pourquoi? Why is it a double standard?
Bah, si tu me laisses parler, je vais t'expliquer.
Ben, t'as arrêté, là, mais allez-y.
Alors, attendez.
This is definitely not a double standard. We are applying science when science is applicable. We are applying mathematics when mathematics is applicable. It is not a double standard. We are very consistent. Please be more concise in the words that you choose or know the definitions of the words that you are using.
Du coup, en fait, dire que la géométrie n'est pas une science n'a aucun sens pour moi, en fait. La géométrie est la base mathématique de toutes les sciences qui étudient l'espace. Donc là, quand tu dis les distances et les phénomènes physiques, là, quand je parle de la physique, l'ingénierie, l'astronomie, la géodésie, la navigation, la cartographie, le GPS, etc., on ne peut pas parler d'une courbure d'horizon.
Allez, mademoiselle,
laisse-moi parler.
Non, mais t'es un fucking Speedy Gonzales ici. OK? Moi, j'essaie de traduire, mais tu me lances comme 10 phrases dans comme 5 secondes. Là.
OK, bah, je vais essayer de parler doucement.
I'm trying to translate, but you're like Rambo machine firing shit ton of sentences at me. OK?
Attends, je vais parler doucement. OK.
S'il te plaît.
Quand vous dites que la géométrie n'est pas une science, pour moi, n'a aucun sens.
Okay, so she's saying that to her, the fact that we're saying geometry is not a science makes no sense to her. Anyone want to clarify on that?
Yeah, no problem. The definition of science is not subjective. Because you have a misapprehension or misunderstanding of the terms that you are using, does not change the real definition of that term. The natural science and the scientific method are one thing. Geometry and math, excuse me. Holy mackerel, I can't even finish my statement and she's already talking. Excuse me. Wow.
Don't use natural.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this, Comtessa. You're going too fast, and I can't hear you.
Like I said, your interpretation of these terms matters nothing. Either we have to agree on the terms, or we can't have a conversation. I'm sorry that you don't know what natural science is, and I'm sorry that you don't know what mathematics are. That's not my problem. But if you're going to use those words, you better darn well know what they mean.
En fait, s'il te plaît, si tu peux me traduire ça, je vais m'arrêter sur ça. En fait, quand c'est double standard, quand on place le mot dans le cas où on veut the way we want, ça va pas marcher. En fait, le pire, c'est que j'ai même pas utilisé naturel. Lui, il est en train de parler de naturel.
Okay, here's the thing. This is an English-speaking server.
Right.
You're supposed to be here. Yeah, okay. You'll just stay on mute. Here's the thing. This is an English-speaking server, so you're supposed to be practicing and improving your English. I'm glad that Mick is here to actually help you, but we can't have this going on all the time, because if someone comes into this channel and they hear you speaking French, they're going to be confused. So we're going to speak English. And if we can't have a conversation in English, then we'll just go ahead and not have the conversation.
Yeah, I thought I could do it. I thought I just had to do it for a few sentences, but not the entire conversation.
I appreciate your help.
Je peux pas le faire pour la conversation au complet, là.
Yeah, seems like the best thing would be if you tried English, and then if you ran into a problem, you could say the French word and then Mick could help you with the English word, as opposed to having an entire French conversation translated, even though I really enjoyed hearing 20 Cups speaking French. That was cool. But yeah, it kind of goes against the purpose of the server. So you could try to speak English, and then if you just run into a word where you're stuck, then maybe 20 Cups could help you. How does that sound?
That's okay for me, but like I know that I will have some trouble talking English in scientific things. That's why I prefer talking French.
But like right now, you're doing just fine. So yeah, like if you run into one word, then he could say the word, and then we could all follow along. That would be way better.
Okay, let me do it like that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right. So were you satisfied with the curve calculator curvature chart that we posted for you in the side chat that helps you to understand that we're not able to measure the curvature of the Earth? Did you see that? Because I posted it in there for you, La Comtessa.
You talk very fast. I cannot understand. I saw the things you posted in the conversation, and I answered you in the conversation. I prefer tapping so I can correct my English than talking.
Oh, okay. You don't want to talk. Okay, but the point is this: did you understand the chart and what it means?
Maybe you should post it again, Jen. I mean, I just got here, so I haven't seen it. I don't know which particular one. Which one did you post?
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that again. Of course. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll do that. No problem. Yeah, it's in the side chat. There it is. So perhaps you can discuss it with her because she wanted to know why we're saying the Earth is flat. And she did ask for PhD papers and documents. And I explained to her, how the Earth, if it's measured in at 24,901 miles circumference, the radius of which is 3,959 miles, then from point A to point B, we should be able to measure some curvature. And I said to her that we're not able to measure this curvature, hence the Earth is flat, basically.
Can I answer?
Okay? Yeah, you may answer now. Go ahead.
What I told you, the chart you posted literally use spherical Earth formulas. It's x égale r moins r cos.
Yeah,
it's testing. It's testing what is predicted by the sphere, but it is not found in reality. So he posted that. That is correct. That is what the sphere would require, the drop over distance, and yet in reality, it's not there. Yeah, that's why he posted it. That's right.
Yeah, I need to address this point again because for whatever reason, she is misunderstanding. We are not saying that the Earth is a globe. We are showing you that this is the claim size of the globe that you live on. The problem is there is no curvature in reality. That's the thing that we're trying to prove or disprove. Can you either tell us in the VC or type in the side chat now that you understand We are not claiming curvature
How can
or
I?
a globe.
You are muted. How can I answer?
Because you're not muted right now, but you are speaking directly through me, which is awesome. You're very consistent. The thing that we're trying to test is whether or not that globe claim is accurate. So we take their claim, the number, the geometry, and we test it in reality. In reality, there is no Earth curve. So if you want to know the flat Earth measurement, it's 0 elevation, sea level, and everything measured above or below that particular flat level datum.
Can I answer without mute, without interrupt, please?
I'm waiting.
Okay. Les curvatures is measured in reality, not guessed, not assumed. Let me. Oh my fucking god! Let me just answer.
Yeah, I know. I just want to know where you can show us this measurement because we've been looking for a very long time. A lot of people say there's measured curvature. Where can we find it? No French. Sorry, no French.
I cannot. Bye. You just when I interrupt you, you say don't interrupt
Okay,
me.
just slow
and
down,
when
slow down,
when
slow
I'm talking,
down,
you
slow
just interrupt
down.
me.
Oi.
Hell not.
Okay, just let's take it one step at a time. Or you can just take a couple steps.
She has that the English curse words down real nice.
Noted. Also noted, my version of French is different to what was just spoken a minute ago.
I'm sorry, guys. I tried.
No, that's all right, man.
Yeah, no, you did an excellent job. I was following every word you said. It was good. It was absolutely marvelous. And you did your very best to help her along, but she was adamant that we were wrong in the shape of the Earth, and we were obviously denying science. We weren't using science because it's a science endeavor. That's what she felt. I treated her with the highest respect. I wasn't rude to her, but she just kept talking over me. So I had to raise my voice because I'm not going to have anyone talk over me, and I don't talk over her. So there you go. Thanks, Matrix, for the mute.
And Matrix, to add to your French repertoire, right, obviously of swear words, take down Carlis.
No, I'll just stick to my English versions.
just add tabarnak, you know?
Yeah, no.
One of the better ones.
I'll just stick to what I know. It'll be all right. It gets the point across.
All I kept thinking was sacre bleu.
Sacre bleu. Yeah, that's a very soft curse word or phrase. Sacred blue, basically.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. I'm thinking it's like, oh my god, you know.
Yeah, yeah. It doesn't translate, literally. You know.
And she did ask for a PhD, so I understood what she said. She asked for a PhD paper. Even says who's also said that. What is it you want specifically? Because we answered everything perfectly, I felt.
Fuck, man, my head hurts now. Let it shake.
She said I spoke too fast, but she peppered you, machine guns you down with all her words in nanoseconds. I thought, wow, sacre bleu.
Yeah. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes it's tough because one word has like a shit ton of syllables in French sometimes. You know? So you hear a bunch of stuff, but it really just means one thing. Right? With all the conjugation and shit like that. It's fun.
And both things can be true. When she said that, well, you guys are saying, you guys told her that she was speaking fast French and overspeaking at the same time, speaking fast and overspeaking. And then when English was spoken to her, she said it was too fast. Both things can be true, but still, it sounded like she was taking it too emotionally. Maybe she took a step back and a deep breath and just listened to what was being heard. Maybe reply to that. It would have gone better.
Yeah, I
Was
made
too
a point of
excited.
speaking slowly. I made a point of speaking slowly so she could understand. You know, so I thought that was a bit rude there. Well, I'm speaking too fast now. After you've been going on like 10 to the dozen. All right, with foul language as well on top of that. Okay.
I didn't hear any cuss words on her end, to be honest.
In English, oh my fucking God, shit, and all this. She said it from the bird. After 5 seconds, she was swearing.
Oh, yeah. The English part. Yeah. I was trying to think, did she swear in French? I don't remember. But yeah, good point.
Yeah, she knew the meaning of the word curvature and that chart. She knew that we were on our game.
Welcome, Joe Cobo. Or run away.
Stop scaring them away.
I said welcome. Is this melt still inside, chat? Wow. Blue Jumper's got it right. The physics constant of gravity. Oh my god. You are special. Yeah, you'll get the no for that one. Cool, you think I didn't know that, so why are you conflating one thing with another? Or is that just your little tactic to get around things there, Grumman? With an infinite horizon, no matter how high you get, the angle between your line of sight and the horizon would be so minute that the horizon would be always appear to be at eye level. Well, if your line of sight is the horizon, of course they're going to be one and the same thing. If you're eye level, however, looking down to the horizon, that might be a little bit different. But you can't see infinitely, so best of luck with that. Oh, this is not the case, however, because the Earth is a sphere. Yeah, see the because bit? That's what we want to get to. How did you get the because bit?
I imagined it. And my camera comes with a leveling system for when I take photographs, so I can tell whether I'm looking downwards or looking upwards.
Welcome, Christian. Why have I got this image of Clipcord sitting back at his computer? He's just listened to that French girl go absolutely ballistic, and he's sitting back going, bruv, nah, that not happening, eh? Oh, shit. Welcome to whoever just jumped in. So he's trying to steer back into the aviation bollocks again.
He might be interested to learn that the designers of the Concorde spent a lot of money to make sure it flew flat and level.
I actually saw a little documentary about that, how it actually had, I think it was the Concorde, it had like the basically ballast tanks, the fuel tanks inside it. They'd pump fuel forward and back to help balance the thing.
Correct. Yeah, I've got the link to that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool actually. I saw that a while ago.
Yeah, Grumman's been getting schooled in the side chat about gas pressure. He's trying to show things like an explosion that has like a pressure wave, or a jet breaking the sound barrier, and he's trying to say that's proof of gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, so he's taking it literally. So he's showing a pressure wave. Ta-da! Gas pressure, no container. I win. You're wrong.
It's ridiculous, man. It's like opening a can, like a soda can, and holding like a barometer just in front of the soda can, like while you open it, and it jumps up for a second, and then he's like, there's the proof of the gas pressure without a container. Like, it's that ridiculous.
It's a wonder he hasn't stepped up to the tokamak reactor yet. I'm waiting.
That's not analogous.
I guess a little personal fan can also create gas pressure.
Yep.
Don't need to fly in Mach speeds.
Temporary dynamic pressure.
Yeah, you see with the Concorde, it was they had the problem is that if they consumed too much fuel, they couldn't carry enough passengers, and if they couldn't carry enough passengers, they couldn't break even on the cost of operating the flights. So they had to use the fuel to balance the aircraft, so they wouldn't have to use any adjustments to the control surfaces to do that job, which wastes fuel. So when you're flying at Mach 2, your control surfaces have to be very robust to handle that pressure. And that means they have to be heavy. And the heavier your aircraft is, the less fuel efficient it is.
Hello. How's it going?
Yo, what's up, dude?
How you doing, man?
Chilling, bro. How are you?
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. What's the conversations been about tonight?
How flat the Earth is and how fake outer space is.
How fake space is. Interesting.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So, let me think for a second. What is the altitude of the sun?
I have no idea. Couldn't tell you.
Could tell you. Could you give me like an upper limit?
Infinity? I don't. Yeah, no idea.
In terms of miles? Anyone?
Can't measure the light sources.
You can't measure what, sorry?
Cannot measure to a light source. Because you're not seeing the source, you're seeing the light.
Well, for the flat Earth to work, what altitude should it be at? Even if you...
Well, it could be at any altitude, right?
Exactly.
The sun could be at any altitude. We can have an infinite number of suns. The sun could be made of anything because the ground's already measured flat. So it's not in order for the flat Earth to work with the sun. The sun has to work with the flat Earth because the Earth's already flat.
But how does it work? Is it
the sun?
Yeah, in this flat Earth.
I got you.
You think?
Okay.
Is real.
Yeah, the sun works over a flat Earth.
In what way? I mean, obviously,
because the Earth's measured flat.
In my world. What does it like? Do like a little circle around the Earth?
Couldn't tell.
It does exactly what you see it do. It does exactly what you see it do, year in, year out. Right? It moves east to west in cycles over your head, resets back into the same cycles, year after year after year, for all verifiable history. What exactly is it? Nobody can test that. How far away is it? Nobody can test that. What medium is it in? Nobody can test that either. What can we test? We can test the surface of water, which makes up most of the known land area of the surface on the Earth. Okay, and we can test that for curvature, which would have to be there if the Earth's a globe. And we can calculate exactly how much. Make sense?
Okay.
Yeah, like if you have 20 miles of water, there has to be approximately 290 foot of curvature. If the Earth's a globe, that would mean that there would be like byproducts of that curvature, such as things being obstructed in the distance and a geometric horizon, which would be the horizon at a certain distance based on the height of the observer. And when we go out and test for those things, there's no curvature. And then when we dig deeper, we can't find any evidence of any curvature being measured throughout all of history. Obviously, there's a lot more to it, but we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. All right, flat's the description of the surface. Yeah, like we're not claiming like a flat planet or anything like that. A lot of people, they try to insert the flat Earth, right? They just try to replace the globe with like a flat planet. We're definitely not claiming that. That would be silly if we were claiming
what are
that.
you claiming?
We're claiming that the surface area of the Earth, when tested, has no curvature, right? Other than obviously then topography like hills and valleys and mountains and things like that. But most of the surface is water, which doesn't have any drop over distance or any curvature over distance.
I mean, from what I can tell, this channel's called 24/7 Flat Earth.
Yeah, flat's not a shape.
I mean,
flat's the description of a surface, right? So you could, like a bumpy, smooth, flat, surface. It's not a shape.
Yeah.
There's no like flat Earth, right? You're still thinking Earth as an object. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, okay. But flat's not a shape, but you guys are claiming that the Earth is flat.
Right. So the surface area tests flat, is observed as flat, and is utilized as flat.
Okay.
Yeah, like we all experience the Earth as flat. I'm not saying just because we experience it as that, that's the proof. I'm saying that's like
one way you could test. I could give you one way you could test for curvature.
Okay, go ahead.
Which people have done. And it's there, funny enough, because the Earth is not flat. You could find a lake that's at least maybe a quarter mile across, and put a laser pointer on one edge and keep it even to the ground. And then you can put something at the same height on the other side. If the Earth is flat, it should hit the dead center at the same height above the ground. But it doesn't. It will be above the center, proving curvature or refraction.
So it actually
bends light down, not up. So then
refraction can deviate light up or down depending on the temperature gradient, on the vertical temperature gradient.
And what would the temperature gradient have to be then?
The temperature gradient will cause the optical density of the air to change, right? So cooler air is more dense, more optically dense than warmer air, and light will deviate towards the denser medium. Okay, so it can, if you have like cooler air down lower or warmer air down lower, it will bend up or down, right? Depending on which direction the cooler medium is in, right? That's why we have sinking or looming, right? The opposite effects of each other. And we've done these laser tests that you're talking about, right? We've done them over huge lakes, right? Like 40-kilometer laser tests using the best possible lasers we could get our hands on, right? Like teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser doing a whole series of different tests, over huge distances and measuring zero curvature in these tests, right? These have been done over and over and over again, all over the world, different people, different types of lasers. We've had PhDs like Dr. John Dee going out with different spectrums of light, using different spectrums of lasers. And zero curvature is detected in any of the tests. I don't know if you want to see some examples.
Okay. Well, from what I've seen a group of flat earthers like yourselves performing an experiment where something similar to what I described to you. You've probably seen it before. It's quite a popular clip of the guy raising the light above his head, and then which you're then able to see it through the little holes in like the wooden boards that they made. Proving that he is on a curved surface. Surface. I mean, you've seen that clip before, and not even.
I've seen that clip. I've seen that clip. It's ridiculous, right? It doesn't show the setup, right? It shows some close-ups of an absolute moron named Jaren cutting some holes out, right? We're not checking if the holes are aligned properly. He broke the laser, right? It was supposed to be done with a laser, right? But Jaren broke the laser before the test, right? He left it on and melted the collimator to the laser or something like that, which he talks about in the hit piece, right, in the film. Okay, so then they decide, because they've got it all set up, they decide to do it with a flashlight. Okay, now, apparently everyone walked away from that saying, well, that was a big fail, right? That didn't really prove anything. And then they ended up editing it in a way that made it look like he debunked the flat Earth. And then there was a lawsuit after, because the flat earthers were trying to get their hands on the original footage, which they were promised, and then they wouldn't hand it out because they would have been able to show, look, they were lying. But even like anti-flat earthers that hate flat earth, that literally make a living debunking flat earth, right? Even they admit that was like a misrepresentation, right? And it wasn't a laser test. Like I'm talking about teams of field engineers going out with a $30,000 laser, right? Documenting everything from start to finish, right? Showing the whole thing in an hour-long video, and then providing a 280-page PDF doc or 180-page PDF document to go along with it. Right, it's very different than some close-up shots of a dopey-looking guy's face cutting out some holes in some foam or whatever, right? Like, it doesn't really compare. And it wasn't a laser test either.
That's fair enough. I didn't know the ins and outs of the test. I've just seen the viral clip, so I guess that was the context
No,
behind
I
it.
got you, man. Yeah,
That's
most
all right.
people like it's made in a way like to mock flat. That's like a mockumentary against flat Earth. And that guy Jaren, he's like, yeah, we don't really.
Yeah,
well, I won't say we, but I don't really like that guy.
In
Most
terms of
people
like
I know-
people in the flat Earth community, because I've seen a lot of YouTube videos online of. I mean, I'm sure you guys have heard of Professor Dave.
Oh yeah, Strawman. Yep, Strawman Professor Dave. Not a professor, really, by the way.
Not a professor. It's just his YouTube name. I mean, I like his videos a lot. I think they're really funny. What do you guys think of David Weiss? I mean, he's pretty prominent on that channel. I mean, Professor Dave's debated him quite a few times, and I always thought those debates were very interesting, as he kind of got obliterated the entire time. But do you think that
this
he's
is
a
the
valid flat
problem.
earther, or is he a dumbass?
Yeah, so David Weiss, right? He has a few good arguments when it comes to explaining the absolute basics to some people, but then he just butchers it with some really ridiculous arguments, right? Like he claims a flat Earth model. Okay, and his flat Earth model is the AE map projection, which is a globe projection.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, you know, he'll say that the stars and the sun and the moon, you know, move a certain way above this AE map projection. So that's retarded, right? That's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, whenever he
And,
actually talks to someone who's smart and scientifically gifted, he completely falls apart, and it's very obvious in those debates.
Well, so does Professor Dave, unfortunately, right? Like when he debated Austin Whitsitt, you know, people do reviews of these debates. There's a guy called Bruce McGuire, also known as Mindshock, right? He's not a flat earther. He just does unbiased reviews on debates, and he's like a professional when it comes to logic, right? To fallacies and things like that. And he'll go through the debate and he'll pause every time there's a fallacy, and he'll explain how it was a fallacy, which fallacy it was, and how it was illogical, blah blah blah. And he'll have a counter to how many fallacies each person made throughout the debate. Professor Dave actually holds the record for the most fallacies out of any debate that this guy has ever reviewed. And what Professor Dave does is he tricks people that don't really know the proper flat Earth arguments, and he'll pull out a bad flat Earth argument, which is fine to do, right? Because we would also disagree with that flat Earth argument, but he'll then say, "Oh, this is what flat Earthers claim," and then he'll debunk the poor argument, and he'll do it in like a very mocking way, right? Which might seem funny to some people that think flat Earth's a big joke, right? But it's very fallacious the way he does it. But there are a lot of bad flat Earth arguments getting around, just like there's a lot of globe earthers that say the dumbest things you could ever possibly hear as well. But we're not going to take those and then make videos about it and say, well, this is what globe earthers all say, right? And yeah. So
well,
he's
that's
very
pretty interesting.
fallacious.
I mean,
Yeah.
Could you drop me the link for that YouTube
Yeah,
video
man.
you were talking about of the debate review? I'd actually
sure.
like to see that. No, because I do enjoy his videos, and I think whenever you're talking about how he like kind of summarizes, you know, really basic flat Earth points that kind of are outdated to you guys, I think there are a lot of people that still believe in that flat Earth model, you know, with the ice wall and shit like that. From what I know, like this little community here, this little flat Earth community in Discord, is kind of it seems to me like a bit of a minority in the flat Earth scene. Like,
Unfortunately,
from what I've
yes.
encountered online, a lot of people are still believing that real. archaic and
Yeah, you know, like if you go on, if when I scroll through my Facebook feed, right, I'm not even a member of any of these flat Earth channels, but for some reason they all show up on my feed, and oh my god, it pisses me off. Like I'll be scrolling down, and the memes that they're posting and things like that, I'm like, oh, these are the worst arguments. That it's almost like it's like controlled opposition or something like that. These are fake flat earthers putting out the worst possible memes and arguments to just make flat earth seem ridiculous, you know. And if it is actually flat earthers, then yeah, it's something that needs to be addressed, you know. We're trying our best to try to put a stop to the bad arguments and things like that, but it takes time to iron all this stuff out.
Some of the memes and stuff could totally just be mockery. I mean, it's a very easy subject to be to make mockery of. And that's not me being sly, but like, you know, it's obviously a very not even a controversial subject, but if you ever bring it up in a real life conversation, people will look at you funny. You know, if you say
that's because of the propaganda behind. But the propaganda makes it look like a joke, right? If you type in flat Earth and you hit images on Google, you'll just see a bunch of ridiculous like floating discs in space with all water falling off the edges and things like that. We're not claiming that kind of thing at all. Now, most people mock it because they don't understand the arguments, and once they do, like if they're willing to actually sit down and listen and hear the arguments, like they're not mocking anymore. They're like, damn, it makes a lot of sense. I'm going to have to look into this a bit further, because we're not making any crazy claims at all. And we can back up all our claims with empirical evidence. Blue Jumper just put the video in the side chat, but
I'll watch that later.
Here's the actual channel of the guy who makes them, Bruce McGuire. Probably best to watch it on there. But if you want to watch a good debate, watch Professor Dave versus Austin Whitsitt. You know, it's not the greatest one, but Whitsitt is 100 times better than David Weiss. Whitsitt's a super smart guy.
Is this the guy that was on the 24-hour sun expedition thing?
Yeah, that was him. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Didn't he convert to Globe?
No, absolutely not.
Am I correct?
No.
I know there was a few people on that expedition that converted to the Globe.
It was just 3 flat earthers that went. It was Austin Whitsitt and Jaren, right? Jaren's the same guy from the video that you were talking about, the Netflix video where he did the flashlight thing. That guy's a moron. We haven't liked most flat earthers that I know have been trying to, you know, educate people on how ridiculous that guy is for years. Right? He never really made technical flat earth content. All he ever did was make like videos teasing NASA, like fakery and things like that. Right? Never really going over the technical flat earth arguments or anything like that.
More conspiratorial shit.
Well, yes and no. He also believed in like the David Weiss style model with the ice wall and the AE map, and he believed that was the model of the flat Earth, right? Whereas any true flat earther will tell you that we don't have a model, right? We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, and we don't claim to have a full working scientific model of this complex system that we live in. It's not even possible. The globe doesn't even have what a lot of people expect flat earthers to pull out when they say, do you have a model? Right? You can model little bits and pieces here and there, but there's no such thing as like a fully all incorporated globe model or flat earth model or anything like that. And models need to be tested against reality as well. But yeah, Jaren had like his own like ridiculous little model. Like if you typed in flat earth right now into GIFs, it'll come up with like, I'll try to type it in right now. Okay, flat earth. All right, kind of like this thing. All right, that was like kind of like what Jaren. That's a simplified version, obviously, but that was what Jaren thought the flat Earth was. Right? Obviously, on this, you can't have a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Okay, so because he was so dedicated to this layout and this silly argument that this was the model and this was the way the sun and the moon worked, then he went back to the globe, apparently. I don't know. I think he was always whining about not having any money, and he saw the anti-flat earthers getting all of the millions of views and whatnot, right, on their videos, and I think he was maybe wanting to cash in on that. I'm just speculating, by the way. Maybe he was trying to cash in on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You know, look, he was charging, like, before this even happened, right? He was trying to charge people like $200 to have like an online dinner with him where he'll like teach you how to become a better man, and just cryptocurrency bullshit.
Like Sigma grind set.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
So,
I get
yeah,
you.
I don't. Yeah. So he went back to the globe, but
do you think?
Yeah.
On your flat Earth, would a 24-hour sun be possible?
But it has to be possible. Like, so I would say that when it comes to the mechanics of the sky, it could be something more complex than we can even comprehend, right? Like, what is the sun? What medium is it up there? How does it all work? It could be something more than we can comprehend. Like, we can't test it. We can't test how it works. But whatever's happening in the sky, right, here's the basic logic. If you measure your floor flat, it doesn't matter what's happening on the ceiling. Right? Anything could be happening on the ceiling of your house, right? But if the floor measures flat, whatever's happening on the ceiling isn't going to change the fact that there's no curvature. You're not standing on a curved surface. That's the logic here. We can empirically test the Earth over and over again, anywhere on the Earth, and not find any curvature. And then once you start looking at how did the globe Earth become a thing in the first place, you're not going to find that people went out and started testing the Earth and doing measurements and things like that. That's not how the globe came to be a thing in the first place. Okay, so there's actually no empirical evidence that there is actually the Earth curvature that would have to exist for the Earth to be a globe. So whatever's happening in the sky, it's pretty cool, right? But we can't empirically validate exactly what's going on. We agree that there's two apparent points of rotation in the sky, right? This southern celestial point of rotation and the northern celestial point of rotation. But exactly how all of that works, how does the mechanism works? There's flat earthers that make models. Okay, so there's people that have models of it that can show how a 24-hour sun can work over a flat surface. But I'm sure those models have a bunch of issues as well, right? So we don't subscribe to a model that hasn't perfectly been validated and isn't empirical, right? It isn't able to be tested perfectly against reality and probably has a bunch of holes. Okay, so we got the globe model, if you want to call it that, or the globe, the way that they say that the globe works. Let's call it that. It's not a scientific model, but whatever, let's just call it a model for now anyway. So in the globe model, we've got a bunch of flaws, right? It's a flawed model when it comes to the basic essentials that you need to have the globe, right? Like the curvature, the motion, the gas pressure argument, that kind of thing. And you've got some flat earthers that have some shitty models, right? Where they're like, oh, the 24-hour sun works in this model, but then they probably have a whole bunch of issues with them as well. So you've got a bunch of shitty, flawed models where people are trying to model something that you can't really model empirically because a whole bunch of assumptions and guesswork is going to be involved. So we here at 24/7 try to stick with empirical evidence and go from there.
Look, I get that. I do. But the issue I have with this entire thing about having no model is it just seems to me that because nothing actually works, you know, you could have, again, you said it yourself, you could have a flat earth model that someone creates that makes it so that the 24-hour sun is possible, but then this thing happening over on the other side of the earth, you know, that to do with the constellations or whatever is not possible. So like basically,
no, they can model it so all of the constellations and everything work just fine when it comes to the
totally,
sky.
but like none of the flat Earth models that have been made have worked with absolutely everything that we need it to work with. You know
so
what I mean?
Neither does the globe, right? Neither does the globe.
But I don't
That's the
understand
problem.
how the globe doesn't, because we can predict things using our model.
No, they're not predicting anything, right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky with a flat Earth model. Hold on a second, right? So you can predict anything that happens in the sky using a flat map with a, you know, using the celestial sphere model above that, right? And a personal celestial dome of vision, right? Which is the way that everyone views the sky. This is the problem, though, right? The globe model, or the globe, claims a radius value, right? It claims that water is bending and curving, right? But there's no evidence of that whatsoever. In fact, the thousands and thousands of observations and tests that we've done confirm that there is no curvature, and there isn't a single one from the globe side that validates that such a thing exists. That's the biggest crux of the globe model. Okay, there's also no proof that the Earth is rotating around the sun. There's no proof of that. There's no proof that the Earth even moves at all. So if you want to claim a globe model that predicts, it's not predicting anything in the sky, right? It's post-diction. Okay, it's everything's cyclical. Everything happens over and over again in cycles. Okay, so the eclipses, right? That was from the Saros cycle, which was created by the flat earthers, right? Many thousands of years ago.
NASA doesn't use the Saros cycle anymore. They use it.
They do use it, right? They do use it. They've built upon it because we have more people on the Earth, and we have more specific information about exactly where the eclipse will be at certain parts of the Earth, right? Where they didn't have a way to spread that information back then, right? So obviously over time, over thousands of years, you're going to improve on the Saros cycle. Okay, but they still use the Saros cycle. NASA still uses it. They've just improved on it, right? Which is, of course, you're going to be able to do that when you get, all of this money to do that kind of thing. But when it comes to the sky, right, that's just based off the celestial sphere, right? The ancients are the ones that came up with this idea to begin with, right? And it wasn't until Pythagoras and then people after Pythagoras, in about around 500 to 400 BC, when they started through these were cult leaders, essentially, like Pythagoras, the cult of Pythagoras. Pythagoras was literally like a mystical leader, a crazy dude, right? And he thought that the universe was musical and planets had musical notes and all this crazy stuff, right? Could get into that, but essentially he said that the sphere is like a perfect shape, and because of the imaginary way, right, that they view the sky, they had the celestial sphere. Over time, they inverted the celestial sphere, and they said, "As above, so below," because the circles of the spheres are the most perfect shape. Because the heavens are perfect, therefore, the Earth must also be perfect, right? It has to be. And that's how they inverted the celestial sphere into the terrestrial sphere, which is the latitude-longitude system that we still use to this day, which is the WGS-84. No one went out and actually measured, and they're like, "Oh, guys, we've gone out and checked. We've done some tests and measurements, and here's our results." And it's actually a globe. For thousands of years, we were wrong. It's actually a globe. Here, you can go test it yourself. No, they didn't do that, right? It was through philosophical reasoning and that kind of thing. It wasn't anything to do with because they actually empirically validated the Earth was a globe. Right, and that's how the globe still exists to this day. It's a spherical coordinate system mistaken as a terra firma.
I mean, but why do you think NASA is perpetuating this lie? And I mean, they're spending trillions, possibly. I mean, God knows, an unfathomable, that's a difficult word to say, a lot of money on perpetuating this supposed lie. And they've been doing it for a very long time.
Where's that money? Okay, well, we can't prove why someone, everyone knows the government would lies. You could ask anyone, does the government lie? Or obviously, everyone's going to say yes, or most people. Okay,
now we have
they're not using their own money to begin with. They're using taxpayer money. And where exactly is that money going? Is all of the money going into whatever they do? What do they even do, right? They do, some little childish, science class experiments on the ISS and things like that, right? What are they really doing, right? When they got interviewed and asked why they don't go back to the moon, they said they destroyed that technology and it would be a painful process to build it back. So they're not really doing much, not doing a great deal. Even the things that people think they invented, like Velcro, and air conditioning and things like. They didn't invent those things at all. That's ridiculous. Like myth. That's a myth that happened. Like you can look up Velcro on Velcro.com right now and see who actually invented Velcro, not NASA.
Yeah, on that point, I'll just be back in 10 minutes or so. I gotta go real quick.
Yeah, no worries, man. Catch you soon.
Catch you later.
Come on, the space program gave us Tang and Teflon.
Tang and Teflon. Money well spent.
$1.3 trillion well spent.
Tang. What is even Tang?
Powdered orange juice drink.
Ah.
Because they couldn't take orange juice with them up into space, but they could bring water and powder and make their own orange drink.
Because that they just dehydrate some syrup or something until it's powder.
They did something, so I don't think I've ever tasted Tang because I think it looked, just the sound of it was disgusting.
Is that what Kool-Aid is? Is that the same thing?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Sugar and some chemicals in powder form.
Exactly.
Thanks, NASA.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that NASA didn't develop was those magical batteries they used that could power the LEM for 3 days and drive that little car around. That would have made trillions of dollars for electric cars, those special batteries. Never developed them.
Hey, Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, mate. How are you?
Hello, man.
Welcome.
You know what? Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu
Be
alaikum.
with you or something?
Huh?
Is it peace be with you or something?
Huh?
The meaning of salam alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum means hi guys, something. Yes, assalamu alaikum mean hi guys.
Hello.
Yes.
Does it? What, literally?
I think so.
Hello there. Huh?
It's salamu alaikum, guys.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
You know what? كيف حالك? Hmm.
Okay, so I googled it. It's peace be upon you.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yo, what's up, dude?
Um,
Hey, lads. Hey, lads, you there?
Yo, who joined? Donald J. Epstein?
Josh has joined the chat. Josh is back.
Josh is going to go as an astronaut for Halloween, right?
Yeah, Josh.
I'm a zookeeper this year.
Did you dress up as Dom
You're
Petty?
a zookeeper. That's what your Goba archetype is, zookeeper.
Zookeeper.
Yeah. He thinks he's outside the zoo and we're the animals, and he's looking at us going, look at this. Look at their mating habits.
That's more like the NASA pen when they're watching their rocket launches, isn't it? Or high-fiving each other like a bunch of chimpanzees.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness, yeah.
Woo, woohoo! Hooping and hollering. Because
Over the graphic?
The
Over the
graphic
computer
just changed. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, in their paradigm, that happened like 15 minutes before that on Mars. Like, they're high-fiving a computer graphic of some event that happened 15 minutes before.
Yeah.
That's closer to 8, but yeah.
Fucking nerd.
It's amazing as well when we make fun of the shitty computer PS2 level graphics that they show us for this kind of stuff. The Globers try and strawman it and go online and say, the flat earthers are saying that this animation proves that it's fake, but NASA admit that it's an animation. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah, they ain't the flex. They think it is.
Like, they're trying to make out like we're thinking that animation is supposed to be some real representation of it, when we're just pointing out that it's laughably cartoonish.
Is there any particular reason the animations need to be so atrociously shit?
Because they really like trolling the diehard Globers.
Yeah, I know, but
it's just for trolling
like
purposes.
You could grab like a stock fucking pro mod, like 3D model off of a website
It's
for
because
like
there's no way to
$5.
tell.
It's better than theirs.
Nah, it's still got to be bespoke.
It's because there's no way to tell, dude. They have nothing to refer it against. There's no way to tell. They could show them anything, literally anything. Earth looks like a unicorn. How are they going to know? They've never seen the Earth from 1,000 miles away.
Yeah, it's probably like all their, oh well, if the Earth is a globe, it would do this. If the Earth is flat, it would do this. Like, you've got no idea what a globe Earth would do. What a
All
globe
they can
Earth
compare it to is like a Mercator map, or maybe a globe in the corner of the classroom or something like that. That's the only comparison, or some other fake video.
But the fact that they're like so convinced that they're like, well, if we were spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and going around the sun at 66,000 miles an hour, it would feel like there's nothing at all. It's like, what are you even talking about? You'd even know what that would feel like. And we give them the benefit of the doubt on that. We're like, well, yeah, no, they can't be detected, so it could be like that. Like, no, I'm not giving them that. I'm not giving them that they would know what living on any kind of ball would be like, because they never have.
That's a good point, dude. Like, AB was bringing this up too with the Black Swan. Like, why are we taking a position like why are we going, hey man, it looks flat, hey, it's not a globe? Like, they never proved the globe in the first place. Like, what? Like, we like taking on the burden of proof is showing that the globe doesn't exist.
Yeah, they've got no right even uttering a globe. They can't even come into the picture.
Yeah, they really can't wrap their head around that level of much the burden's on them.
That really just was like, nah.
Yeah, because it'd just be like we sit around and be silent. People come in and like, right, prove your globe. Oh no, show me a picture of the flat Earth. Prove your flat Earth. No.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
That would be the conversations, you know?
But we are generous to them by even entertaining any argument from them, really, where they say, oh, well, if Earth was a ball, this would happen. Like, they've got any idea what would happen if the Earth was a crazy ball, which they have they've got no reference for it.
The funnier thing is, they go, if the Earth was flat, this would happen, and then they say something absolutely stupid.
Yeah, something different. If the Earth were flat like I observed, then the Earth wouldn't be like I observed.
I think Josh has realized he's in an echo chamber circle jerk yet.
I hope so, Josh. You picking it up?
I'm really glad that you said it and I didn't.
Well, at least it's a change
Who's the pivot man?
of the echo chamber, Josh, because surely you've been in the other echo chamber for, I don't know how old you are. Let's say 38. 38 years?
Oh, damn. No, I'm 29.
29. Damn, they're just hiring kids, eh?
29, dude. You're a young buck. I won't hold that against you.
Yeah, no, that's all right.
I'll quote Reagan. I won't hold against my opponent for political purposes his youth and inexperience.
Be honest, though, Josh, it must be refreshing to hear a challenge to the heliocentric globe dogma, right?
Refreshing? Yeah, I've been around this conversation for a long time. It's more stimulating.
Stimulating.
Would you like your colleagues that kind of rib you for dealing with us?
Yeah, they can do it.
Do you
like
think they'd be
smelling gas or
horrified if
huffing
they
paint.
came in here? What do you think what would happen to them?
Oh,
What do you think? How do you think
what
they'd
the
react
normal
if
Glober
they came?
do stuff too? Did Dunning Kruger and
Really?
freak out? Yeah, it's just something we never have to talk about or think about.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So you are, in fact, not in on it then, Josh?
Not in on it? What do you mean?
You're not behind the green curtain pulling levers, what he's asking you.
No, I mean, it's just, clock in, do what you got to do, clock out, hey, check. That's what it's all about for you guys.
No, I mean, I do a
he's
ton
an
of stuff
evangelist.
outside of. Yeah, I was gonna say I do a ton of stuff outside of work for free. It's not just about the money.
But you're certainly not going into work with any kind of intentions of unveiling a worldwide cosmological deception, right?
I definitely, poke around and put my head where I probably shouldn't. Ask to get photos of things and all sorts of stuff with like that.
From a place of skepticism?
Yeah, oh yeah, like I said. Well, from a not place of skepticism as much as a place of curiosity. Like, you guys asked me, like, how do you know that's true? I'm like, oh, wow. Well, I mean, I should probably go get firsthand experience with that data. And so I poke around internally and go learn and go hunt down the data because I'm in a place of privilege to go do that.
I endorse that approach 100%. So, two things. I'll just bring up this one instead. Why do you think that somehow? I assume you believe in evolution and all that shit, right? So why do you think now, after 250,000 years of human beings that have been telling stories about what the stars are, how come you think now that we have the answers and all the other people were wrong? Why do you think that somehow we're special compared to all those other people?
I think. What do you mean, other people? What is the other opinion?
All the other human beings that have existed that told stories about the stars and what they are and the whole cosmology, right? Planets, stars, all what they're made of, what created them, and all those stories that they used to tell, cosmogony, right? How come you think the modern cosmogony is actually the correct one? How come they're all wrong and we're right? Isn't that a little arrogant?
No, I don't think it's the correct one. It's not like a religion. It's just we're building off of. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Josh, you have a creation story, right?
Are you talking about the Big Bang, or are we talking?
Yeah, that's a creation story, right? Is the Big Bang?
I don't give a shit about the Big Bang.
Okay. Well,
I don't
there's
think
a creation of man story too, right?
Okay. I don't put a ton of eggs in that
now
basket.
you got one.
I care about the here and now. I care about the here and now.
Yeah, I understand, but it is like a religion. Okay, the whole thing is a religion. This doesn't have a deity with a personality. That's the only difference. But all the other parts answering the big questions, they even say this. They say this. Science is answering the big questions. Those big questions used to be answered by religion, but now we say that we have a superb method of figuring out the actual answers to the big questions. We're going to use inductive reasoning, which can't prove anything. Duh.
Okay.
I mean, is anything I said factually incorrect?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I mean, no, not sorry. Yeah, nothing you said is incorrect there. I'm not gonna like die tooth and nail on the Big Bang. Like, we're
it's the whole thing. They have
the whole thing.
I mean, you must be aware of the science propaganda that exists out there.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm also aware of the religious propaganda. I still go to church on Christmas to see my family, right? So you can engage with dogmatic organizations without wrapping your entire self-worth and identity in their beliefs.
I wasn't trying to personalize it to you. I'm just
No, I get it. I'm just saying, like if you're gonna liken it to a religion, I'll carry out the analogy.
Well, heliocentrism.
But
heliocentrism. I mean, it kind of is a bit like a religion. I mean, the dogmatic worldview given to the layman by the elite,
realistically, Josh, let's grant you everything you believe to be true, every freaking possible thing, rockets, spaceships, all that shit.
Okay.
Is there any? Do you think there's ever going to be time where human beings can confirm what a star is physically?
We already know what it's. You can just look at it. What do you?
Just look at that. That would be an inductive inference that you would need to confirm.
Do you not believe in nuclear fusion?
No. Have people been inside of a star to observe nuclear fusion, Josh?
No, but you observe the heat and you get the spectra. You get the spectra off of it.
There's actually problems with all
that. Okay. I'd be happy to look at those problems,
no,
I just disagree with you that there's any time in the future that we would know what a star is. I would argue that in the past we already know what a star is.
Yeah, well, you don't know. You think you know. So we look at the spectrum of a star. We look at the can't even remember the name of it. I need more sleep. We look at the emission curves and all that shit, right?
Yeah.
And we look at all that,
hydrogen.
and then we make. Well, you're just claiming that.
Okay.
That's what it is in the lab, but you don't know if that's what it is out there. Okay, because you've never actually confirmed it.
Well, no, we've also flown through the outer layers and the coronal mass ejections and collected. Physically collected the emissions from our sun using the Parker Solar Probe.
Those would be unbound protons and electrons. They wouldn't be helium. They'd be just protons.
It's a little bit of column A, a little column B. You can dive in. I mean, I'm happy to pull up the payload design for the Parker Solar Probe if you're interested. But we have stuff that's skimming the sun currently.
The chromosphere.
Yeah, it gets down to. I'm trying to remember what the exact altitude is, but it gets pretty damn close.
1,000,000 degrees, dude.
Oh yeah, it's real hot. It's got a big shield on it.
Oh, made of what? Unobtainium?
I don't know. Let's. Do you want to go on a deep dive on Parker Solar Probe? I mean, I'm more than happy to.
No, I want to stick with what I'm saying. Thing I feel you're trying to wriggle out of. Okay, regardless.
Wriggle out of.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're making indirect measurements of something, right? These aren't direct measurements, meaning we don't have access directly to the thing we're concerned about, as in the composition of the sun, its actual matter and molecules, and we're reaching inductive inferences from observation of the light that reaches some device that we possess, right? There's no doubt that this is inductive inference. There's no doubt that this is
disagree with
affirming the
that.
consequent. You can
I
disagree.
disagree
It's a
with
matter
that.
of logic.
No, I'm just saying we have sensors. Like we have the ability to send technology out to directly observe these things.
Yeah, observe. What are you observing?
Like I said, capture coronal mass ejections and orbit around other heavenly bodies to take direct spectroscopy images and hyperspectral images and optical
Those are images, right? The conclusions are inductive inferences.
Everything's
a matter of logic.
Everything's a conductive inference. Then, how do you define a direct observation?
No,
does it have to be a human? Does it have to be a human? Sense that is the one capturing the data for it to be a direct observation.
Even human senses use inductive inferences. That's not
exactly.
Meaning we don't have a sample of the sun in the lab to measure its composition, right? We don't have a sample, right? So we have devices like gas chromatograph spectroscopy or something like that where we can tell for certain hold on. We can tell for certain what something composition is. Okay. This is they claim precision greater. I'm dead serious. They claim precision greater than what we can do physically in a lab with direct access to the samples. Are you aware of that?
What are you referring to?
Gas chromatograph spectroscopy can detect elements to 9 parts in 1 million. They claim that they can look at shit and see 3 parts per 1 million.
I'm not familiar with that.
16 million miles away, they can see 3 parts per million.
I was going to say I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to compare.
I can't make a claim to confirm or disagree with you on that.
So often, Josh, what I do is I'll compare what we know we can do on Earth to what they claim they do with stuff in space. And oftentimes, the terrestrial devices that we use are significantly worse than the ones they claim to use in space. I mean, they'll claim they can do things. So Uranus. Uranus smells like farts. They detected hydrogen sulfide at 3 parts per million. Okay, let's look up gas chromatograph spectroscopy. We actually have the sample. We stick it in the fucking device, and it fucking measures the mass spectrum, right? Boom. 9 parts per million. Precision. 3 parts per million. 16 million miles away, right in the fucking device. 9 parts per million. That shit don't jive with me, man. This sounds like bullshit. I'm sorry. Because they use this technology to convict people of crimes and shit.
Okay. Well, I mean,
I'm sure
if you
now.
have a primary source for me to look at, I'm happy to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the precision is probably better now. So this is like 10 years ago when they said Uranus smelled like farts.
Okay.
But if you looked up the precision then, what they said is like I said, gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
There still should be a primary source from back then, right? Like, I'm happy to look at it where you're getting
that Uranus smells like farts? Like, which one do you want?
Yeah. The paper that claim was made off of, right? And that you're seeing the discrepancy between the parts per million of the state of the art of terrestrial tech versus what's being claimed in the paper. Like I'm more than happy to go look at these things.
Now, hold on, I'll get to you. So, but I just want to say this one thing. Now, we know when we have the physical sample, what it is. Because we have direct access to the material.
Yeah, but how do you, even if you have it in the lab, you're doing the same types of tests. Like how does having the sample in the lab change than just going out and taking a picture or an image or observing it?
No, they can actually weigh the elements. Right? They can measure their mass.
So you can do the same thing. Yeah, I was going to say you can do the same thing in what? Yeah, because you can
do that with the sun.
You can what? Because you understand the gravitational constant,
you understand,
and then you're able
to with your mind. It's about what you understand, dude.
Yeah. You're doing the same thing here on Earth. You understand that things accelerate towards the ground at 9.81 meters per second. Therefore, if this amount of force is applied on a scale, that its mass should be this. You're doing the same thing here on Earth. You're applying a gravitational acceleration that you understand to be universal. here on the surface of Earth. So you're doing the same thing in the lab that you would be doing out there.
No, that's not what they're. That's not how they measure mass in the lab. They're using the resistance to acceleration mass, not gravitational mass.
Resistance to accelerate. You're talking about the same thing.
Well, allegedly. I don't know if that's ever been proven.
Okay, but I'm just saying.
The inertial mass, gravitational mass equivalent. There's actually someone who's been working on this that has the data that shows they're actually not equivalent. That's why I say that this isn't just based upon me making it up.
I would assert that both. It doesn't matter if they're equivalent in the nature of like what's causing the force, right? I'm saying that you're taking the resistance to an acceleration and inferring the mass from that point. You're doing the same thing, both out, imaging the sun or seeing how bodies move relative to the sun as you would be doing in a sample in the lab. Therefore, I don't find having something in a lab to be more viable than going out and doing science in the field.
How are they measuring the mass of the elements within the sun?
I'm not sure.
We need samples.
I disagree with that, but
I mean, yes, you can make inductive inferences, but all this stuff is theory laden, Josh. You do realize that, right? All this stuff is theory laden. Okay.
Exactly. In the lab, you have a theory that it's gonna, the resistance to acceleration is going to be universal. Like, why isn't like you're doing the same thing here on Earth?
But there's things that are known empirically from testing, and then there's things that are known.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do. We go look at how objects move relative to other objects, and we backed out how these trajectories work, and we have empirical data about observing, hey, this thing moved from point A to point B, and therefore here's the ratio between the mass and its period. So it's also empirical data. Like I disagree with your differentiation here.
Wait, what are you talking? Are you talking about the sun specifically? What?
Oh no, and objects just in general. The moon moving around the Earth, and the planets moving around the sun, and
you drinking, dude?
No.
I'm just trying to say on the sun, the composition of the sun, dude. It's like you're freaking going way off. Just the composition of the sun. There's no way to directly know that. But I was talking about the stars, not even the sun. Stars, and the reason I said stars is because they're so far away, right? Do you think that we're ever going to be able to confirm what a star is? Light years away, nearest one. This thing on?
Good. I'm taking care of some stuff.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Cycle, whatever. You can say what you're going to say, since he's taking care
I was just going to say, Josh, I think would you say it's fair to say that although you said you know what the sun is it more fair to say you think you know what the sun is? Since you're not really confirming what you think it is in order to say that's correct.
No, it's a large enough amount of mass to create the conditions for nuclear fusion, which has been, demonstrated in short bursts here on Earth. We have performed nuclear fusion here in labs on Earth that lines up with theory.
Giant mass. Not using a giant mass, though.
And even if that was the case, you've got no way.
No, but we found
that that's what the sun is.
Because it releases energy in the same mass fractions that we observe coming from the sun. You take the mass plus the spectra to understand the chemical ratios of what it is, as well as the solar flux, the energy that gets to Earth. The actual energy that we're feeling at X distance away, and all of these observations of how big it is, how bright it is, the spectrum coming off of it.
I mean, what test was performed that can be validated that shows that?
I mean, I don't have a primary paper. We can go on a rabbit hole if you want. Like, go figure out how we figured this out.
Sounds like a cool, convenient story. But unless you could actually show someone doing something like that, it's not really much of an argument.
Oh no, I don't argue in these rooms. I'm not making an argument.
You're trying to justify your statement that you know what the sun is when
I'm
everything
just answering
you're
a question.
Yeah, because you're asked, do you think you know what a star is? And you said no. Well, you said yes, I do. I know what the sun is, but you don't know what any of these things are. You maybe think you do, but like India was saying, you can't go to it. You can't test its composition, its makeup, or the mechanisms that you believe power them, drive them. You can't do any of that.
Yeah, even within your own paradigm, Voyager is going to take 150,000 years to reach the closest star.
Oh yeah, 100%. 4 light years away.
So you have to concede that you don't know what they are.
Oh, you can take pictures of. Oh Lord. Okay.
You can take pictures of them. You can observe them.
Yeah.
Just smile your face
observe
up.
what they are, but you can't say this is what it's made of. This is how it works.
You can say what it's made of.
Well, no, you can't.
Or does spectrographs
what you think
not work outside of Earth? I don't understand that. Why do you think that matter emits certain frequencies of light when we're in a lab, but if you observe the same exact frequencies of light not in a lab, that you can't make the conclusion that it's made up of the same elements? Why do you think that doesn't work?
Why do you think you would be able to know what an element was from?
Because
what distance are we talking?
Spectrography is consistent because we actually have.
But that's accurately done within a machine, within a contained environment, not pointing something at the sky for how many millions of miles, billions of miles.
Yeah, it's just a frequency of light. Like I don't understand why you're contending it makes it any different. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, it's just pseudoscience. It's just you making claims.
So just reach for the buzzword just because. Like why does the light
similarity between something on Earth and then you're saying it must be the same thing when you've got no idea and you've got no way of verifying that it is the same thing?
Yes, so you send things there and then you take direct samples. Right.
Yeah,
if India is making the claim, that we have to like physically touch the things and like manipulate them to understand their composition, right?
No one's sending anything to these things.
We have sent them. We have probes on Venus. We have probes on the Moon. We have probes on Mars. Like those
are stories. We've got no evidence for any of that. You've got no evidence for any.
We do have evidence. Yes, we have. If you point a radio antenna, like receiver at Mars, tuned to the specific VHF frequency that the Mars Perseverance rover moves its data down to Earth, and we pick it up with the Deep Space Network, you can hear the data coming back down. It's actually unencrypted. JPL does not encrypt the data coming back from the Mars rovers. So if you literally just point
possible means to falsify the signal.
Well, again, that's just cool stories because who's got
what? No, I've done this stuff. I haven't done it specifically with the Mars rover myself, but I've built my own antenna, my own ground station. Why are you making this claim? That's not. You have nothing to back that claim up. I apologize.
It's your claim that they're sending little vehicles.
No, your claim is that no one has been able to do that. My claim is that there's antennas all over the world that are tuned to do that.
Robots to the lights in the sky.
Sorry, Cycle.
No, I was just gonna. Well, I mean, like these are cool stories and everything, but I mean, what data or evidence could you actually show us that there's a little vehicle running around on that light in the sky that we call Mars?
Like I said, you can point an antenna at Mars, tuned to the VHF frequency that the Mars rover uses, and you can get
cool
the data.
Story at this point, you said you haven't even done this, so you got something that can actually be seen
for that, but. You can just go to the deep space. What country do you live in? Are you in Australia or Spain or the US? Any of those three countries?
I'm in the UK.
You're in the UK. Okay. So the closest antenna to you is in Spain for the Deep Space Network. You can file to go visit there.
I'm sure I could submit an application to come and hear the robot on Mars
Yeah,
Is there any
wait. Let's
actual
do this. No,
accessible
Let's
evidence
do this right
for
now.
the
Hey,
public?
let's do the. Sure, let's do it right now. Deep Space Network, Spain. Visitor.
A
Like
member
this
of the
is
public wanted to know if this story was true. This is what they'd have to do.
no, because you
What
want
can we do?
data. You want to
Reasonable.
ask your own questions. Yeah,
Well, I
Visitor
want
Center,
evidence
Deep
of
Space
this.
Communications Complex, the TVC.
Well, yeah, but what evidence can be accessed by the billions of people who are being told this story? How can we know that's true? We can see this little light in the sky. What evidence do we have that they're going and sending little robots to it, driving around?
Because that's how radio frequency propagations work.
No, I mean, you just claiming that some people are pointing an antenna at the light in the sky and they're speaking to the robot. I mean, that's just a cool story, bro. What could you actually put in the side chat that we could look at that would be evidence for this claim? Like, if you were to put it in a link, what link would you send to evidence this claim you're making?
I don't debate in these channels. I'm happy to provide you opportunities for you to go learn.
It's not a question of
but I'm not
debate.
here to change your mind. No, I'm not here to change your mind.
Of course you can't. You're not going to change my mind. You're not even offering
I'm not here
evidence.
to attempt to do that. That's not my purpose.
And that's fine. But if you're going to make a claim, you're going to be
I was
asked
answering a
for
question.
the substantiation of this claim. I mean, this whole thing
Okay,
is
I do
coming
not want to
from-
make a claim. Then I apologize for if you. I just
Well,
wanted to
that's
answer
it.
your
I mean,
question. I'm sorry.
Indio's whole thing was like, you can't verify what these lights in the sky are. And your thing was, we're sending little robots to them. And I'm asking, well, what's the actual evidence for this? That's reasonable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me grab the. I'll grab the frequency if you wanna know what you need to tune your radio to get the.
No,
get
I
the
want
data.
evidence that there's a little robot on that light in the sky called Mars. Not that you can point an antenna somewhere and hear something. If I have to go to Spain for.
You don't have to. Okay, Lord.
Anyway.
You might have to trust somebody. You might have to trust
there's no
somebody
actual
besides your own direct observations at some point.
This is it. Well, this is it. At a certain point, you want to believe in the gold. You just have to believe these stories that can never be validated. But
They can be validated. I just told you to go to the DSM.
Do you not find it odd? Do you not find it odd that they can apparently send these little robots millions of miles away and go and do all this sci-fi Star Wars level stuff, but they can't measure curvature of the Earth in all human history?
Okay.
That's odd. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction, right?
I think you're setting up your own walls and saying they can't because we have tons of things. I'm not going to make that assertion. I don't do long distance observations.
But that's a good point then. If someone has measured the curvature, I would love to be shown that evidence. But anyway, I'm going to drop off. So good chats, everyone, and yeah, look forward to seeing these globe measurements. Finally.
Have a good night, Cyclone.
Bye-bye. Yeah, we get it, Josh, that you're used to being the voice of authority and you don't like it when people challenge you and ask for evidence and then you try to claim that you're not making a claim when you clearly are because you're countering both the assertions of Indio and Cyclone. For example, when Indio asks you why you could have this claimed level of precision that's greater than what we experience on Earth when you're talking about the sun. You did not produce any data to back up your claim that it was possible to measure these things. Same thing with the curvature of the Earth that Cyclone mentioned, and same thing with the other evidence that Cyclone asked for. And then you kind of used a derisive tone and said maybe one day Cyclone would believe in something beyond what he actually saw, as if he was a child, and you were the great voice in the Amazon sky. So we get it that you like being the unquestioned voice of authority and that it annoys you when you come in here and you're not, but I don't like you making the disingenuous claim that you're not here to make or bring an argument when clearly today you just demonstrated 2 times that your purpose was to be derisive toward the flat earthers and to act like they were being ridiculous by denying your non-substantiated claim. Indio put 2 citations at least last time I checked in the Text, I haven't seen your citations for any of your claims. Yeah, you're not trying to argue. I got you, Josh. You're so peaceful in your derisiveness.
I really don't appreciate your tone. I'm sorry if I came off as derisive.
And I don't appreciate your tone. Glad you got it. We got it straight then. We don't like each other's tones. Noted.
Oh, okay. Can we start over here? I have no intention of being derogatory or having
Then you'd have to rewind the last half hour where you clearly tried to frame the argument within your voice of authority, NASA zombie mindset. Yeah. Okay, so can you erase that from everybody's mind with your little, you got one of those blinky things like Men in Black?
I don't want to argue. Can we not do this, please?
I have no interest in talking to you either. Just wanted to point out the obvious that everyone saw in the last half hour. Thanks.
Well, okay.
He does have one of them blinky things, Dandelion. That's how they do their NPC resets daily.
If the powers that be know that it is a lie, then why spread that lie? That's sort of what I'm interested in.
I mean, we'd have to be mind readers to know that. And say we do, maybe we'd want to participate in it.
We can speculate,
Yeah, it would be speculation
NASA
regardless.
takes millions of dollars of taxpayer money every year, and that
that ain't it though. That's a bad reason. That's a bad argument because the government prints money. They don't fucking need money. That's the last thing they need.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, so then I like to speculate. So why pull the wool over everyone's eyes at the same time for something as simple as the basis, foundation for our existence on this planet?
Good question. Well, I mean, what is the fundamental? What you have to think about? What is the claim in its nature? Claim is you're here. That you're in a particular environment. This is your environment. This is where you are. They're telling you where you are. And if you believe that, it restricts what you what you think your capabilities are, just automatically by believing it.
Yeah. I feel like it is a
now. Why would they want to do if they're lying? Why would they want to do that? It could be for a reason that we can't even imagine what it would be. Because if we knew the reason, then we would just say it. Maybe we can't conceive of the reason, and that's the point of the lie, so that no one can actually peek into what the truth of it is.
Well, I feel like globe-centric theory is very demoralizing in nature, because it's like this whole, huge, infinite universe. We are like a random speck of dust, and there's nothing special about us. And it just sort of it promotes atheism, right? And
worse, solipsism, that nothing matters, nihilism. That nothing matters.
Exactly.
I mean, because you can be an atheist and care, but if you're a nihilist, nothing matters. You don't care about anything.
Well, I feel that atheism and nihilism are kind of the same ilk. Not exactly the same, but they go hand in hand. And so I feel like I'm not saying religion is the way either, because religion's got its issues as well. But I feel like it's demoralizing.
Human beings have issues, Roddy. In case you haven't figured it out, human beings have issues. It doesn't matter what we're doing. There's gonna be some problem somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. But it does feel like it's demoralization. It's there to make people miserable, and when people are miserable, but nihilistically miserable, they are not threats, generally speaking, to governments. They're just threats to themselves more than anything. And that's an easy to control population. So I think that's but that's a long way from where we just started with the So you could say,
Well, there's another reason. I mean, we could speculate. It is almost speculation Sunday. It is almost
Yeah, go
speculation Sunday. So on Sunday we speculate openly. So, well, my one reason to me is to replace God with man, right? It's just an absolute. Yeah, there was a Big Bang evolution. We're just animals. It's a materialist universe. The highest moral authority is obviously the government because there is no God to give you a moral authority. So the moral authority is the government. Do what we say. We're the high. We know everything, right? Man can solve. I mean, think of the pandemic, right? People relied on those people and thought, "Hey, it's man that's going to perform the miracle and save everybody from dying." A group of men in white freaking coats with pocket protectors, working hard in a lab somewhere, crunching the numbers. They're gonna save everybody because they were telling you everybody's gonna die. Oh my god, right? And you're like, oh, who's gonna save us? Oh, the fucking technocrats, the fucking people in the lab coats. They're gonna save us, right? That you can't tell me that isn't what was actually the ideology of a lot of people. That they thought man was gonna save them. Now, what actually saved them was man created the problem in the first place, and that, like, due to hype, they were never actually in danger, but they created the perception of danger, and within that framework of perception, they thought that man was going to save them. But it's more like a psychological test of like, hey, if we're actually in a situation where it's critical to human existence, of like humanity's existence, who are they going to turn to? Are they going to turn to the divine, or are they going to turn to some fucking dude in a lab coat? Well, obviously, they're going to turn to some dude in a lab coat. Because we figured out the Earth's a globe, right? Because the Earth's a globe, we're freaking highfalutin super intellectual. They use science to figure out the secrets of the universe.
Yeah.
If the Earth's not a globe, then those people aren't that fucking smart, right? Right? And fucking maybe they don't have the answers. Think about it. It was demonstrated, to the masses that the Earth is not a globe, and the so-called scientists have been wrong for 400 fucking years. That would destroy the Western world, at least.
Well, so I wanted
Africa
to speculate about if that were to happen. Like, let's say in, I don't know, like, this is very optimistic, in 10 years' time, like, at least half of the population is, like, convinced that globe theory is bullshit. Then, how would that affect the world? And would people just carry on for the sake of it? Or would there be, well, I mean, there's already a lot of political strife across the entire world at the moment, it seems. That
I mean, there'd be a return to nature. I think people would return to, like, away from the abstract mental gymnastics that people play on every day, and probably return, stop playing video games and play actual games with human beings.
Well, I don't know if you can thwart video games so easily, because it's like they're just so
I just think that people would go back to the natural world more. Like they would, because the way the natural world is portrayed in the common, I guess you'd call it zeitgeist, is that it's some super complicated, mysterious thing that only special people with special instruments can figure out what the truth is. And I can't learn an equation full of esoteric symbols, also called mathematical equations. So I'll just retreat into my fantasy land, because nature is some mysterious thing to me. Right? I can never know the truth of nature because it's too mysterious. Because you always can run away to quantum mechanics. Things are in two places at once, and nature does. What did Neil deGrasse Tyson say? The universe has no obligation to make sense. Shit like that. Well, if it ain't going to make sense to me, then I'm not going to pay attention to it, right?
Well,
if nature can be made sense of it to a normie, to a layman, then maybe they're going to pay more attention to it.
I feel if the world, like if majority of people on the world say started, oh sorry, my mic's cutting out. If the majority of people in the world started believing then I think you'd get a lot more impromptu investigations of Antarctica, which would be quite fun.
I don't even know what the majority of the world thinks now.
Yeah,
I
that's
know
true.
what the West. I know what the West thinks, right? So the Western world, I know what they think. Probably Russia, they think the same thing. Chinese, I don't think Chinese is ubiquitous as people think about things like that. Chinese were
I
flat
don't even
earthers
know.
pretty much into the
Yeah.
20th century, and they do have a tradition of that. Indian, there's kind of a little backwards. I wouldn't say backwards. I guess we would call them backwards because they don't believe all the. There's a significant segment of the population doesn't buy the so-called scientific rhetoric. So it's hard to say. Like Africa, I'm sure there'll be like hit or miss. You know what I mean? Some places they all think the Earth is a globe. Other places they think it's all flat. You know, who knows? Like I know what they think in the West. I don't know what they would think worldwide. Brazilian, I've heard, has a large flat Earth population. I mean, they did some sort of survey like maybe half a decade ago that showed like 11% of the population were flat earthers or something.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I mean, it's hard to say what the world thinks. I think the closer you are into like the modern media narrative, the more likely you are to probably believe that versus if you're freaking growing up in freaking the Congo, right, with no contact with the freaking outside world, you probably just, if asked, you'd probably just think the Earth is flat.
Well, it'll be interesting to
But
see
let me just say
if
one
in
more
the
thing.
Congo.
Just,
Oh yeah, go on.
just to give you the context of why I'm saying that is because they've surveyed children, and children between 4 and 6 that they survey think the Earth is flat until told different by an adult. So I think it's the normal, natural inclination until told otherwise.
Yeah, no, I think it is also. I think that's also why that was our first. It was the first big take. It wasn't the first big take, but it was before the globe theory. Was that it was flat for quite a while. But I don't know. Is it a bit off topic to ask you like simulation theory? I think it probably is. Like, could that be true? Connected?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Sorry?
He wants to know if anybody thinks simulation theory could be true. That is the question Plex has asked.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I don't think it's true. I mean, there's just a paper published about it that it can't possibly be true.
Oh, I mean, I was just saying, like, is that too off topic for this chat? I guess it might be.
Well, if it is a simulation, it's a flat Earth simulation. That's
Yeah, maybe.
It's a simulation of a flat Earth. It's not a simulation of a globe. So I just posted a link. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah. So as long as you agree to read the rules, I can give you the VC verified role, so you can come back in the chat. Otherwise, if you come back, you'll be auto muted. If you don't have a role, you're auto muted when you come in this chat. You gotta have.
Are there other chats that aren't live stream that are just like more casual?
Oh, someone gave you VC verified. Yeah, the chill chat. Yeah, no one's in there right now, but occasionally, like Loggy has 10, 20 people in there sometimes.
Yeah, that's nice. I might pop in there at some point.
We're also not always in
People
here.
used to be in there. I don't know. They haven't been in there so much. You should get it going there again, Plex. What were you saying, Indio?
Yeah, I was going to just tell them that we're also in. We also like we have we go in other servers. We have guest channels in other servers. In the politics server, you don't see anybody in here. We might be in the politics server. We have a guest room, 24/7 Flat Earth guest room. We have a 24/7 Flat Earth guest room in what's called the English Hub. So it's people that are learning English, right? Yeah, so it's English learners. It's about 300,000.
That's where I saw all of this. I was really quite impressed.
Oh, okay, cool.
I was just going on there to just chat random people, and I saw it was flat Earth. I was like, that sounds like fun. So
yeah, we have our fans and we have our detractors.
obviously, when we go in places like that. But so
I'm
if you
surprised
look into
there is.
live stream,
Yeah.
well, hold on one second. Just to answer your previous question, I hate letting shit get the simulation. I posted a link to a study that, like they say, it debunks the idea of assimilation. It's not that simple as a debunk. But the argument is basically is that any computer simulation has to run algorithmically, in that there's particular parts of physics and nature that do not run algorithmically and can't possibly be running within a computer program.
Well, that's just how physics and programming work in our world. What if the simulation is a reality we can't comprehend? I guess that's.
I mean, yeah.
That it's all
Well,
possible.
it can't be a computer. What they say is it can't be a computer simulation in the way that we use.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I don't know about that, but like like simulation theory is just like this is a fictitious creation of some being we can't possibly comprehend. But yeah, well, at the same time, people can think it's just like humans made this simulation, blah blah blah. But yeah, no, I hear you. I don't know if that's debunking it. It's debunking maybe one facet of the possibility. I'm not. I don't believe that this is a simulation, but I'm open. I'm open to all sorts of ideas, basically. So I think it's interesting anyway. And I think
I think it's an interesting mental exercise. I mean,
when you say flat Earth, like you personally, do you believe like there's an ice wall and a firmament? Do you believe it's infinite planes?
Not me.
Do you believe, what do you believe in that sense?
Me personally,
yeah,
I don't think the universe is a bounded entity inside of something. Meaning, it's not an object inside of like some greater space. Right. So just the way if I said, "Hey, what's the universe inside of?" That question would make no sense because the universe is supposed to be everything. It's not inside of anything because that thing would also be the universe.
So, but anyway, my question
So what I'm
is,
saying
like,
what
is
I'm
there a
saying
boundary?
No, it's impossible to tell.
Okay.
It's impossible to prove. It's impossible to tell. This was actually proven by Zeno with Zeno's paradox that this type of question can actually be answered logically, geometrically, or any other way.
Really? If the Earth is flat and you get in a long distance airplane and you just flew in a direction without turning, surely.
Yeah, and what Zeno would say is go halfway there each time, see how long it takes to get there. Go halfway to where you think the boundary is, do a halfway increment, then go half of that. And each time you get halfway closer, and do that as many times as you can, and you'll never get there. That means that things like discrete boundaries can't be logically, mathematically, or geometrically proven to even exist at all.
Okay, so
just because we, in our perception, right, I pick up a ball and it seems like there's a boundary to the ball in my fingers, okay? There's no actual boundary. It's just how we express it mathematically. And mathematically, it's just a known problem in mathematics. There's the so-called boundary condition. Because you have mathematical infinities and shit and logical contradictions.
Okay, so do you think that, like, if you look at Google Maps, for instance, like everything you see there is everything.
Google Maps is a cylinder. Yeah, Google Maps is a cylinder.
Well, I'm just trying to say, like, are there other continents? Can you?
Yeah.
If you keep going in one direction, will you loop around, even though it's not?
You can't. Yeah. The problem is going in one direction.
Oh, okay. So it's like,
because you need a reference, right? You need some spatial reference that you can reference from all points in your journey, and we don't have that. right? Eventually, whatever you started with as your spatial reference when you travel 2,000 miles, you're not going to be able to see or detect it anymore. So your orientation relative to that reference, you're not going to know.
So you think
You're
like
not going to
you'd
even be able to
always
tell.
wind up coming back the way that you came if you just kept
Well,
going?
we know from what people do when they're lost, like in the desert, in the ice, in the snow, in the woods. They typically think they're walking in a straight line and walk in a circle.
Yeah. But like,
And no one knows
assuming,
exactly why this happens, but it's just like a human issue. Like, hey,
we
I'm
do
going to
have
walk in a
like,
straight line to that town, and I just went in a fucking circle.
I mean, like, how do airplanes get from point A to point B without getting lost?
They have waypoints, they have transponders, they have international flight corridors, domestically and internationally.
So if you were to put all of that infrastructure in a straight line towards one direction, surely eventually you'd come across something other than the continents we're aware of. You know.
So it's going to be the same problem. So east and west on the globe is a circle, right? It's not the compass rose, it's actually a circle. So you're going in a circle. North and south is also a circle. Though no one's ever taken that circle. They have taken the east-west circle.
So what do you think of
So going a straight
Hyperborea?
line relative to what? That's what I mean. A spatial reference point. So you need an origin of coordinates, right? Some point, and then a straight line relative to that. So what point are we using? Or 2 points, or 10 points, or whatever, to go in a straight line and know we're going in a straight line. So what we typically do when we navigate, right? We use either one of three methods. We use the celestial sphere, we use the magnetic compass, or we use the sun. Now, these three methods don't match each other. Their cardinal directions don't match. Contrary to popular belief, these cardinal directions don't match each other. They match each other in certain locations. Typically, what you would call the northern hemisphere, that's where they match the most. But in other places, they're way off. So magnetic compasses experience something called magnetic declination, in which the compass needle appears to be pointing north, but it's actually, appears to be pointing north toward the magnetic
You're getting a little bit too technical for me. I'm just trying to ask you, like, are you aware of the Hyperborea argument and like theory that there are many?
Yeah, I'm aware of the Hyperboreas. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. So listen.
Are you saying that it's infeasible without going into the technical jargon? I don't need to, like, I'm just trusting.
Well, I mean, it's not technical jargon. It's like when you say straight, it seems simple, but it's a geometric claim, right? You're saying some geometry. A straight line is geometry, right?
Okay, but you're kind of digressing from the point I'm trying to explore here. Like, I hear what you're saying. I might not understand it, but I'm just trying
I think you do.
I'm trying
you
to
understand
just get the basis of what you think. Like, if there's a possibility for more continents and more exploration.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't really know. I mean,
but
I don't
it
think
sounded like what you were arguing was saying that it's impossible.
It's impossible to go in a straight line. That's what I think.
So
we're very far.
Okay.
You can go for a period, but not for a long time.
Like if the map of Hyperborea was like semi-correct, it wouldn't be that far. It would just be like an 8-hour flight after Antarctica or whatever. You know, and then
Hyperborea that was supposed to be in the north.
Sorry?
Hyperborea is supposed to be in the north.
Oh, okay. I don't know the word for the model that has lots of different continents outside of our observable.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the I mean the short term is pond theory, but a lot of this is based upon well, let me tell you what it's based upon. It's based upon. So there was a newspaper article published in Hawaii, like in the 40s, that was a map that was discovered in Japan by a Zen monk that was printed in something like that was made in like the 1500s. And this map showed the continents and outside the continents other land masses. This is typically called pond theory or outer freaking continent theory or some shit like that.
All right, sorry for mixing it up with Hyperborea then.
No, it's fine. Yeah, Hyperborea is like because on old maps, so like the old Mercator map, so would have at the North Pole were 4 islands, and in the center was supposed to be something called like Mount Meru, right? And there was like 4 rivers that led into where the North Pole was, and this was on a lot of maps at his time period, but the first Mercator map featured that, but the ones afterwards it just disappeared.
Okay, so
But it
the
was in the North Pole.
Hyperborea, you've got that mountain. Is there anything like important about that mountain?
Supposed to be a magnetic mountain.
Also,
supposed to be like
I've heard a
connection
theory
between-
where there's like a hole, a huge hole that just goes.
That those 4 rivers flow into a hole. Yeah.
And
so
where
basically
does that
bottomless
hole
void.
go? A bottomless
Fuck if I
void.
know.
Okay.
I guess I don't like it. It depends on what culture you're dealing with, because the Russians have a story of Hyperborea, the Irish have a story, the English have a story, the continental Europeans have a story. Like there's a bunch of different mythos about it.
Okay. So it's kind of hard to verify which one is more likely, or if any of them make any sense.
Yeah, I think the Russian lore is kind of like this. Hyperborea is almost like this, like it's like almost like a Shangri-La type city, where everyone's living in harmony, holding hands, kind of like a weird Garden of Eden. But it can't be found because it's perpetually locked in fog. But it does refer to the 4 rivers. That there's 4 rivers in the center, but I don't think they have a hole in that lore. I think the Irish Hyperborea lore is the one that has a hole in the center. If I remember right. I haven't read way into this. I'm just the shit I picked up over time.
All right. Well, thank you for your take on that. Is there anyone else
There's
who
other people
wants
with
to
well
talk?
more versed in this. I mean, if you type Hyperborea in the search, you might find more on it. Here, I'll do it as a matter of fact, because now I'm curious.
All right.
There's a lot of things with old maps that don't appear on modern maps, but they appear on, old maps that were like, Yeah, I can't find anything in here. Oh, not for me. Hold on a second.
What search engine do you use?
No, I'm just using our see if anybody talked about it in this Discord. I'm using outside chat, so see if there's anything. Seven Cities of Gold. Hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go to the spot where there's some
Helio.
kumbaya. Net would go there with me.
Helio Skeptic, who does the live stream here, he actually made a video about it. It's on his regular channel. So here's the Hyperborea map. So I'll post it real quick. This is what it looks like. We're almost in Speculation Sunday, I guess
I think every day should.
I'd hear some weird shit about. Yeah, we do Speculation Sunday where usually we don't deal with speculation, separate, but people want to speculate, so we made a day for it.
All right.
We usually just try to stick to what we can prove.
It's Sunday where Plex is.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it
so
is.
You're allowed to speculate. We're not.
Yeah, no, it is. It's
just
yeah, you speculate. Yeah, we'll shoot it down. It'll be fun.
Yeah, that sounds like my life. So I'm wondering, there's lots of people in this
I
chat
mean,
with
just to be
muted
fair, we try to
microphones.
just
Are
deal
they
Flex,
active?
just to be fair. Yeah, they're just listening. Yeah. Do you want to chime in? You want 30
We're
people to
very
talk at once?
tired. We're tired in the USA. We're very tired. I know you just had your coffee, but we're very tired over here in the USA.
What time
You
is
want
it
to drink some
over
coffee?
there?
It's 10
Is it like approaching
Eastern
midnight?
time. It's 10 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, okay. At like exactly 12 hours.
So you're in the
That's
Indian
still
Ocean.
awake.
8 p.m. in the Rocky Mountains.
Nice. Rocky Mountain High.
Oh, where's the link to the live stream? Is it anywhere on this Discord?
Yeah, it's in. I'll post it, but it's in the social media links channel.
Okay, I
That's
can
all the way
see.
up top.
Yeah,
It's all
I
the way
see
up
it.
top. Okay, cool.
I was at the top
We
of
also
that.
have yeah, it's the top of the channels.
The YouTube.
Yes, if you go on social media links, the YouTube is there's two of them. We got a bunch of them. That was posted in the main text. It makes it just easier.
Wow, I'm surprised
Sorry,
YouTube
got it.
let you do a live stream.
We've been doing it for like 8 years now.
We gotta wake these people up.
So in 8 years, going 12 hours a day, how many people do you think we've talked to about this topic?
Maybe at least more than
100,000?
7.
Well,
7
I'll tell you
recurring
this:
people. No, just
over
kidding.
200,000. I think last I looked, which is quite a while ago, 250,000 people have been in this server. Well, 250,000 accounts.
Most impressive.
Can
That's
you
just
see on
this version.
can you see on the YouTube statistics, like unique views?
Oh, well, Helio hasn't showed us in a long time, but I know it's millions of watch hours.
It's about 1,000 views a day.
I can't find the live stream.
I posted it in the live stream voice text channel.
All right, I'll have a look.
We have 2 live streams, so there's another channel too.
I can't
And it's
see
on
anything
Rumble.
in this. Oh wait, no, there in the voice text. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, it's a we started doing this before they added a chat to the voice channels. So this is how we did it before they added that feature, and we just didn't change anything back. We're not changing just because they changed. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes, but
You
we
have to
don't
have
have
the
a
same
teleport text.
tradition.
Well, hold on, let me explain real quick. So we have the BC, and they added that feature where there's a chat associated with the BC. Before they did that, we had the BC and a channel for it, text channel called Live Stream Voice Text. We switched to the BC to use their built-in one. Then we'd lose all the shit that we did before, and we'd have to like go back and forth to reference it. So this is just easier.
Okay. I think I'm gonna head off for now, but thanks for talking. It's been fun.
Yeah, so it's also on Rumble and X, so you can watch on there. Plus, we also have 2 podcasts. Well, 1 podcast. So we clip interactions or dialogues or debates we have, and we upload it to